I always felt excitement at the beginning of an area, but that excitement was totally unfounded. As soon as I had explored the entire map in Breath of the Wild, something dawned on me. A gross realization that led me to writing this article in the first place. Breath of the Wild is so often praised for breaking the Zelda formula, which consisted of dungeons, items that helped you beat said dungeons, and bosses. But Breath of the Wild actually has a formula all its own, and it's every bit as predictable and boring. Breath of the Wild is a game that banks so heavily on its sense of variety. The reason you want to explore a new area is because you want to find something new that you haven't seen before, and Breath of the Wild tricks the player into thinking they've found something new when in reality they haven't.
So, it took you assumedly exaggerating until you had explored the entire map in Breath of the Wild to come to this conclusion. At which point you did this is completely up in the air unless we pick apart certain parts of what you said in the first place. Considering some parts of the map, if we're counting shrines at least, are locked behind progression, so I'm going to assume you have to beat the entire game to figure this out, and likely collect all the Korok seeds and spirit orbs like you were talking about doing later in this. You define the Zelda formula pretty simply. Dungeons, items that help you beat said dungeons, and bosses. If this is what the requirements are, then I think we've started off strong. Let's begin, shall we? To start, here's why it's an issue to state something like this dawned on you as soon as you explored the entire map. It makes you look pretty dumb to spend however long it might have been to fully explore the map, and then figure out there's a method to the madness of the map and its design, all while simultaneously missing the fact that the game hasn't broken the Zelda formula, especially the 3D version that they've been establishing over the past few years. You talk pretty highly of classic Zelda games, so let's go for that. Each time you get an item related to a dungeon, or one that isn't tied to a side quest specifically, or is just purchasable in the shop like Twilight Princess Hawkeye, what has the game had you do with it? In Ocarina of Time, you get the slingshot. The game has you use this to nail the ladder so you can leave the room in the first place. Unless you didn't jump on the platforms to reach the spot in the first place, you pretty much have to do this. It's something most people aren't going to think about because they're going to see a bottomless pit and assume, oh hey, I have to cross over this. If they approach it slowly, on the other hand, they can completely circumvent having to use the slingshot to exit the room. Why is this important? Because the games have always been, at least since entering the 3D area, extremely, unwilling to let you go without making sure you know what you're using first. They want to make sure that you at least have an example of what the hell your item does. When we get to Dongo's Cavern, we've already used bombs. We've already had to experience bomb flowers, so we know how bombs operate. So when we get the bomb bag, it's as simple as, oh hey, now you can just pull these out whenever. Go ahead and do that. The boomerang itself doesn't really have an adult equivalent, but it also is at a point where there's nothing really similar to it in the game. The boomerang is completely unique in the fact that it doesn't, again, have an adult equivalent. There's nothing to really match up to it. So when you use it in the dungeon, it's got its uses, but aside from specifically being useful there, it doesn't really get a lot of screen time at all. When we get to the Forsaken Forest in Wind Waker, I nearly forgot the name for a second, we get the boomerang. Now, before we can leave the room, what does the game have us do? Use the boomerang's targeting mechanic to lock onto multiple items, so we know that it can do that, because it's going to be vital for defeating the boss. That's normal, right? The same way the game has us use the grappling hook to get down from where we get it from Medley, because we're going to need to use it for the boss. Is any of this starting to make sense yet? Now, for our next example, when we're playing Twilight Princess and we get the Gil Boomerang, what does it have us do? Oh yeah, that's right, it has us use the item multiple times on a single target so that we know that's what we have to do. There's no chance of us fucking this up. The game wants us to use it multiple times on that spot to fully understand how using the boomerang works. It doesn't really give us an option to just say, alright, and move on with our day. And worst of all, whenever we get out of here, it kind of loses relevance for a good chunk of the game. It still has its uses, but there's not really a lot we're going to be doing with it. We get around the Skyward Sword, we beat the Stalfos, we get the Beetle, obviously we use it to leave the room. This is basic Zelda structure for when we get an item now, right? You get Magnesis as potentially the first shrine you have access to, if you listen to Old Man anyways. The shrine gives you a short demo run of it, showing you that Magnesis works on things like metallic objects of various sizes and can be used to pull things to you or push them away from you. If you're using motion controls, you're probably going to have a bit of fun swinging this shit around. So when we get to the next part of it, and it shows us that, hey, Link is a lot weaker than a fucking magnet physically, I think it serves as a pretty good tutorial of what magnets are capable of. So whenever, I don't know, there's a enemy on the other side of this wall, it very naturally shows you, oh hey, I can bonk this thing over the head and completely murder it. What's someone going to do after that? After that, it wants you to get to the other side of the room. How do we do that? We can do that in a variety of ways. You can use the magnet block that we use to completely batter a guardian over the head with to make a small platform that we can run a long jump onto. Whoa, check that out! Or we could do things the probably intended way and use the larger platform to make a bridge. Already the game is showing us that there are multiple ways to go about solving puzzles in it. There is not one cut and clear path. You can do things in more than one way. There are more than one ways to crack an egg to make an omelet. Understandable, right? So, not only this, but the game will also try to tell you that, hey, this is useful for more things than just that. You can pull things that are further away from you to you. And you can also just yeet them over walls. We'll be seeing this later when we need to get into Hyrule Castle. But it wants to make sure that you know how to pull open a big metal door. It wants you to know that it's something it is possible to do. Simple, right? The game just gave us an item and then it made sure we knew how to use it, before it set us out back into the world to use it. Now, unlike other Zelda games, we're not in a dungeon. Ooh, so how are we going to make use of this? Well, you see, the game almost immediately shows you that these things are very usable outside of dungeons by showing us a variety of different objects that we might have noticed on the way in. We can now interact with those things in the same way that you'd see an eyeball switch in a Zelda game previously before you had like a long-range weapon and go, I wonder what I get here. Well, when we get back outside the shrine in the first place, we should know that there are certain things outside of it, or be curious about what we can use magnesis on, like this metal box here. Oh, check that out. They glow red, and they're interactable, just like they were in the shrine. Already this is letting you know that things you can interact with outside of it also have their own value. Is there a lot we can do with this right now that could be considered useful? Not particularly, but we can also just use it to solve a few puzzles and stuff like that, as well as make a few, I don't know, creative objects. I remember watching one of the presentations and somebody had built a catapult. You know how much purpose that catapult serves? Not a lot. It's incredibly easy to do. We all know how to launch pencils off a desk, right? Put one on the edge, smack it, it'll go fucking flying. Well, the thing is, while not immediately useful, putting the idea in the player's head that this is something they can do can be useful later down the line. It lets them know what their capabilities are and what they can get away with, as well as what will likely get them killed. Because, believe you me, catapulting yourself into the air without a way to get back down is kind of a disastrous idea. If I didn't have it in the heal, I immediately learned that, hey, that's something dangerous that I can't really tank. It does just enough damage to kill me. Well, I can't see why that'd be useful now, and so I continue on. Additionally, each of the shrines has these outside of them. For stasis, we get this boulder. Incredibly simple use. It's a normal thing that we'll be encountering. Big rocks. Under it, a chest. Shows us that we can use this to move obstacles that might be blocking our path. We can just climb around them too, but this shows that there might be something under them worth grabbing. Cryonis pretty easily shows us that, hey, we can freeze water. So, if we notice the chest on the way over here, or just look around for some water to freeze in the first place, oh hey, look at that. We can see something that's not lit up in the water. Tells us something's there. So, if we try to investigate what would have previously, gotten us killed, we find out that, hey, we can use this to cross other places. From the moment you leave the cave, the game is trying to naturally get you to interact with the game world. See a stick? Hey, question marks over it. A prompt says take. Huh, wonder what happens if I hit the A button. Whoa, I have a weapon now. It's not going to be something given to you by an NPC in the game. You figure out that very quickly, you are going to be using things you find. Continuing with your way, eventually, oh hey, a tree. Apples. Wonder what those do. Inevitably, you end up climbing the tree on accident, or you jump to grab one. Congrats, now you've got an apple. If you don't know if you can swim, well, you might approach this ledge, and if you see that, natural player curiosity might lead you to jump. but we hate Koroks. Or at least I do, in this game. They're adorable little guys, but I don't like the fuckers here. They take up the best spots available. Anyways, so we're gonna jump into this purely for an example later. So we talked to the little guy. He says you found him. Tells us we're not Hestu. Who's Hestu? We get an item from it. And check that out. We're told that there are lots of these guys around. Wonder what that'll be useful for later. Can't wait to find out. So we continue on. Bombs in previous Zelda games were hard to use in combat outside of either knowing where the enemy was ahead of time and throwing one at them, or kind of just having an enemy that was weak to bombs in the first place, so they had highly telegraphed attacks, you could throw a bomb at them. Now they're on timers. Not exactly timers, but they're pretty much C4 detonators. You can pull the trigger whenever you want, and bam, they explode. This immediately lets us know that bombs actually have use in combat now. If we run out of items, we can use bombs. You probably figured out how they work, because if you did that shrine, you might have blown yourself up a few times. Check that out. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, there's only one place in this game where you'll get a glide prompt that isn't, based around being in the sky and falling out of it. And by that I specifically mean when you're flying off Teba to calm Meadow down. It happens here, right after you get the paraglider. If you run and jump off the sledge and you don't know what button to hit, guess what? As long as you pass a certain trigger, glide prompt. This is so you don't careen into the ground and die. Whoa, check that out. Again, in your own words, Breath of the Wild is so often praised for breaking the Zelda formula, which consists of dungeons, items that help you beat said dungeons, and bosses. But how does any of this break the Zelda formula that consists of dungeons, the Divine Beast, and Hyrule Castle, depending on how you go through it, items that help you beat said dungeons, the Shrine abilities, Cronus is essentially the Sand Rock and Spirit Tracks, love for water, Magnesis is the closest we'll get to the Magnet Gloves from Oracle of Seasons, and bombs from damn near every Zelda game that I'm sure is in Zelda 2. Check that out. And Stasis, which, while there have been time-slowing and stopping abilities before, works in an original way here, given we haven't been able to hit something while in stasis before and send it flying. For the bosses, the first one we get is the Stone Talus. You've blown up rocks before, so you know you can probably blow this guy up. If you try to throw a bomb at him, you'll probably pretty quickly figure out that you just can't detonate him like any other rock. But what you can do is throw a bomb at his arms. They'll get blown off, he'll fall over. So when you do that, you can climb on top of him and start wailing away. Super simple boss fight, right? For Goma, this would be Goma crawling around, looking at you, you shooting Goma in the eyeball, and then Goma falling. And now you can attack Goma, right? Nothing being broken about the boss formula, Brocken. It's, again, still super simple stuff. Though the player knows that they can climb this boss. So maybe they could skip this step too. That is the entire boss loop. The thing is, as you'll probably figure out, if this guy hits you, it's probably going to hurt. Check that out. Something different, something to spice things up. Bosses could actually be considered a threat now, unlike in previous Zelda games that weren't the 2D ones. The next boss we've got up in the valley down below is the Hinox. Super simple guy. He's got a big eye, and you can hit him in it. If you hit him in it, he falls over. Classic Zelda style, right? Now, here's another thing. If you miss an attack, you can throw your open into his eye. Congrats, he's opened up. You can also grab a sword off of him. Whoa, check that out. You can dodge attacks, but you can also swing at his eye. Whoa, check that out. There's more than one way to scramble this egg. You can't hit him normally whenever he goes for that clap. You just can't swing blindly and hit him in the eye, but you gotta do an aimed or jump attack to do it. It's incredibly simple stuff, but it sets the tone for what the game expects of you. It's nothing major, but it does enough. And that's good. Are you saying that, I don't know, this is any different than another Zelda boss? It's really not. It's pretty much the exact same, except this one you can hit anywhere at any time. The final Overworld boss we'll be encountering is the Molduga. It's a super simple boss. It is attracted to the sound things make in the sand. If you shoot an arrow out there, go check it out. It's hungry. That is what its cue is to eat. So if you move around and if you move around or choose not to move around, you can shoot an arrow somewhere, and it'll go check it out. Super easy to escape, super easy to deal with. If you're ever concerned about this thing figuring out where you are, bam, throw something else out there. You're safe now. It is a sound-based Zelda boss. Very quickly, you figure out what your conditions for beating it are. If it picks up on you, oh hey, it's going to start coming towards you. If it does, throw something else out there, it'll veer towards it instead. You blow that bomb up, congrats. He's going to start having a bad day, you can attack him. This boss is pretty much just a Sandadongo. That's the entire shtick. After you do this, he'll get angry, all that fun stuff, and actually start coming for you. How do I avoid this attack? Well, you can either run like a madman, or you can climb on any of these actual rocks around the area. Or, alternatively, you could just drop a bomb behind you, so that when he rushes in for you, he pretty much gets blown up. There's not really a wait timer between when you can hit this boss and when you can't. If you're telling me that this is different than the normal Zelda formula, I'm going to tell you that you're wrong. Now, let's get into the Blight Cannons. What do you need to take on Water Blight Cannon? You need shock arrows. A lot of them. So you go run up to the first place that you're probably going to obtain shock arrows if you've been playing the game normally. Or, get more of them. Lo and behold, you run into Lionel. You can sneak past him, or you can fight him. Again, super simple segment, choose how your own adventure goes, yada yada. So, once you've got the shock arrows, what else do you need to get? Well, you should already have it at this point. Because if you don't for some reason, well, now you're sequence breaking. But, you get the Zora Armor. Zora Armor allows you to swim up waterfalls. That is 2 items we need, and we'll be using to take on this boss. What other item do we have in our inventory that would help us take this boss on? Oh, the Sheikah Slate. Cryonis. Check that out. If you're in lane like me, well, you might have accidentally, misinterpreted certain words. On my first playthrough, I ended up using these shock arrows to blast the ice out of the air. So I was like, oh, I have to be super considerate with my shots. And then I tried it with the normal arrow. The normal arrow also dropped them. So I thought it was an intense test of archery at first. But lo and behold, you can also just use Cryonis to completely shatter them. There are multiple ways to go about this, and I'm sure a fire arrow would also do something, but I can't imagine it being any, more effective than just blowing them open with Cryonis. So, already, this is using 3 items that we've obtained in our quest. The bow, which is just a general range weapon. The Zora Armor to climb up waterfalls. Oh, you want to count another one? Let's talk about stamina real quick. Stamina pretty much fills the void of, well, not really fills the void, but it's an alternative to heart containers. Stamina will let you stay in bullet time a lot faster. So, when you're flying around doing stuff like this, you have more stamina. It allows you to swim for longer. So if for some reason you get knocked off a Sidon, congrats, maybe you won't drown. Alright. Again, all that is super simple, right? We've got the Sheikah Slate to help us detonate the ice. We've got the bow to shoot at the reactors on Varuta's back. And we've got the Zora Armor that allows us to climb up waterfalls. 3 items that we are using to take on a boss. Whoa. Using items to progress in a Zelda game? That breaks the formula. Isn't that wild? I'm not going to go super in-depth on the other 3 for now because, well, they generally require less and they generally give you things before you go to take them on in the first place. Like, Unobo, it's super simple. You pretty much just have to do a short escort mission. Nothing too complex there. Okay, what do we use for that? We use the bombs that we get, using the Sheikah Slate to fire him in to Varudania. I super broke up on that part, but I think that's pretty simple, right? Okay, what about for Valmetto? Valmetto's incredibly simple. We get given bomb arrows, and check this out, we have to use our stamina to stay gliding. We pretty much have infinite stamina, but what's something else that we have to deal with while we're in the sky? Oh, the low temperatures. The low temperatures that we have to either have 2 pieces of equipped gear that I can fight off the cold with, or have eaten something that will stop us from freezing to death. Oh, we're using more items to progress. And then whenever it gets around to Vanaboris, it's pretty much a stealth section, and we're forbidden fortressing it. And I forgot to mention, to get to Valrudani in the first place, you either need to eat something that will stop you from catching on fire, or wear something made by the Gorons. Whoa, it's just like the Goron tunic. A tool we use in Ocarina of Time to progress into the Fire Temple unless we have enough hearts to continuously, I don't know, survive going into the hotter sections of the dungeon. Isn't that wild? All of these make use of things you would have found throughout your adventure to help defeat them. You can beat Windblight with a Soaring Shield setup, but if you use the bow, you need to have enough stamina to shoot him in the eye 3 times, or you're running around at a disadvantage because you've run out of stamina. You're a sitting duck now. Unless you've got enough vessels to increase it to a level where this is easier to manage, you're pretty much going to be at a disadvantage constantly. Once you enter Phase 2, you've got his redirectors to contend with, making it harder to track his shots unless you knock them from the air first. But it's still doable. You can fight Water Blight using just a weapon and dodging, but if you've got a good grip of how Fictional works, you can use the prevent attacks from working to destroy his ice blocks as well as stasis to send them right back into his face so you're not moving at as large of a disadvantage. If you've got a spear, the fight is made easier because your attacks will more easily reach him in the water. You can fight Thunderblight with just fisticuffs, but the battle's a lot easier if you've got a good grasp of the combat system, or just backflip at the right time to initiate a flurry rush and decimate the little guy. Once he starts dropping iron rods, oh, you have to use magnesis to blow him out of the sky, so things are made much easier for you than they might be otherwise. You can fight Fireblight with just a normal setup, but you can also use ice arrows to negate his fireball bombs and just, prevent him from nuking the area. And you should be tossing bombs towards him and using his fire barrier to get a bomb inside of it. These are all things that classic Zelda bosses have done. They've all been made easier by using the items that you have in your inventory. So, is this different and completely breaking the normal formula because you get the items you'll need for the bosses at the beginning of the game instead of mid-dungeon? And if it is breaking the formula, how? We've had limited item rosters before. Look at Majora's Mask. Use the mask pretty often, but you get those at the beginning of whatever area you're running into and a new arrow type in the middle of each dungeon. All these arrows get used as the dungeons progress, but the ones that are far and away the most useful are the fire arrows thanks to the Skulltula houses. Frozen ice switches and NPCs are interactables that are also frozen in ice. Ocarina's dungeon also have you using nearly the same core items throughout them, but the ones that are far away the most useful are the bow and hookshot or longshot. The rest of the items get time to shine, but those two are far more useful than anything else. I personally don't think Breath of the Wild makes good use of the slate abilities within the dungeon, since a good chunk of them are near identical to ones you encounter much earlier in the game, with air quotes around that term. But given these are mandatory and can be tackled in any order, it makes sense for them to function how they do, though I'd much prefer if they got as creative as some of the shrines do with the usage of them. I feel like if they did, the Divine Beasts would have been much more well received than they are right now.
All of Breath of the Wild's variety occurs on the surface of the game. The only thing that changes from one area to another is the way that area looks. Sure, you might be in the snow or in a desert or in a forest, but the area you're in is going to play out the exact same way the ones before it did. You're going to find a new area, see a camp of enemies, and that camp of enemies is either going to be pigs or lizards. Can we just talk about how lazy that is for a second? They give you an enormous map to explore, and there are 2 main types of enemies.
Like previously stated and currently being reiterated, there's a ton of variety, but it happens through the players and the actions they take. Not only are you more than likely not taking the same route as another player, you might not even use the same weapon, gear, strategies, and so on as them. Speaking from personal experience, I traversed the game on foot. Immediately, it has taken me longer to get around than anyone moving by horseback, but I'm able to take different paths in them and find different things than they might have found. This is what I think people are talking about when they say it breaks the formula, because it's not the same normal 3D era Zelda structure of everyone running around the same dude within 2 to 5 minutes of each other and then being directed to go somewhere. People are getting, sidetracked and exploring the world around them at different rates. One dude might just stray from the path they're on to go visit a shrine, Another guy might spot one distance and just end up hunting several of them down before getting back on the road they were traveling. And if you're like me, you might just end up activating them but continuing with the rest of the game and then fast run back to them later because you don't know how long it might take you to complete it. The game is no longer nearly as linear as they previously were. There were 4 areas that you have to go to, with, there being a technical 5th. But you can choose when you do that, and you can choose what order you do that in, and the game will respond appropriately to that. It doesn't just say, oh, Kokiri Forest, Death Mountain, Zora's Domain. Additionally, just breaking the game down to enemies and saying that that's all there is to encounter in those areas is pretty lame, but we'll get to that later. Actually, no, we can get to that right now, because if we are just taking enemies into, account, let's take enemies into account, and the environment while we're at it, at its most logical extreme. On the left side, we get a link with fireproof gear, and on the right side, a link soon to be without fireproof gear. How they go about this, and what they can afford to do, is entirely changed by what they're wearing, the levels of interaction they've taken with the game. If you were doing this, and you said that, again, it all boils down to surface level variety and that everything would be the same, why not approach this exact same encounter using, I don't know, the same gear you wear everywhere else? If it's surface level, then that means it doesn't really matter. You should be able to do this without really suffering anything, right? You shouldn't have to worry about what you're having to equip or what you're having to deal with because of what you're trying to go to this area with. Instead, you have to worry about that kind of stuff. If you were only, buffing one set of armor, congrats. Maybe you have to wear something different now. Maybe that's reduce the amount of damage you can take now. Oh, check that out. Variety. If the game's, variety was all surface level, something like this wouldn't exist. It would just be a purely environmental difference. There wouldn't be any temperature difference, restrictions on what you can use and what you can get away with using, and there wouldn't be any, environmental restrictions. You could probably still get rain and lightning here, while also not being able to use your, wooden weapons, but instead, they've taken all that into account. The only weather effect that can happen there is a sunny day. It is always clear.
I can't be the only person who was disappointed by white lizards in the snow area. It's a snow area, Nintendo. You can do better than snow lizards and snow pigs. Yes, I know, there's the Yiga clan and the Linnels and the Guardians and Octoroks, but those enemies make up such a small percentage of the overall population that they're almost negligible.
So, I don't know, I'm just going to take this with all the ridiculous factors that I can. Being upset about an elemental variant of an enemy in a Nintendo game, let alone any fucking game at this point, is absolutely crazy to me. Games have been doing this stuff for years, and you're disappointed that they had a elemental variant of an enemy that exists in the game within the game? So, this part is less on you, but without using the knowledge that you nearly copy Egoraptor later on in this and try to use this as your own example, why not present some actual enemy ideas to show that you know what you're talking about? Especially considering the serious and expansive enemies to possibly pull from. You could have had Dekubabas mimicking fruit in the Faron region, Skulltulas forcing players to start used to climbing everywhere to start thinking about it more carefully, that type of thing. Wolfos fooling players into thinking they were ordinary wildlife before rushing to strike. And that's just for enemies that could act as parts of nature instead of having to require unique AI and 4 to 5 movesets each, which effectively makes them easier to implement considering they only need to have 2 or 3 attacks like other enemies' single movesets. This hits the same as someone complaining about an issue and not really offering a solution to the issue. It wouldn't do much in the situation, mind you, but if the entire point is to fool people into thinking you've got a complete grasp of the situation, listing out some actual examples of what they could have done for enemies instead of talking about how the enemies are flawed or lackluster would definitely paint a better picture than just going, it's flawed, trust me, bro.
Simply repainting the same cast of enemies for the entire world doesn't constitute variety. It slaps variety in the face, really. And this leads back into my main point about Breath of the Wild's intrinsic formula.
So, out of context, I could probably agree with that. However, with knowledge of what the context of this is, I just can't. So, let's talk about these enemies real quick. Bokoblins can use one-handed swords along with shields, polearms, and heavy weapons. With that first moveset, they have a 3-hit combo, a single swipe, a jump attack, and that universal overhit spin they love to do at the worst time. With a spear, they have a simple stab, a running stab I think is indicated that they're about to use by the weapon trolling, and again, that overhead. with a heavy weapon, I've only seen them take a heavy, slow swing. For the past Zelda games, a basic enemy having more than one attack was pretty rare, but get this. If they're unarmed, they'll try to take a swing at you with their fist. They also throw rocks at you or other heavy objects they can find in the environment, such as bombs. Those all function the same between enemies. This one enemy is from the moveset capability of several enemies. Bokoblins can also ride horses and attack you on horseback. Moblins and Lizalfos all have the same types of movesets, with Lizalfos feeling the most dangerous to get a heavy weapon thanks to having high movement speed and extremely fast swing that feels for sure to hit if you're on an incline. But Lizalfos also always have a ranged option in the form of their Water Spit Blast and Tongue. The movesets these enemies have as individuals are all far and away more varied than any non-boss creature from a past Zelda entry can even begin to come up with. One of my main beefs with Twilight Princess is the fact that enemies don't really do anything. Guarding is free. You won't face any penalty for doing so. You get your best shield after or before the second dungeon. The second dungeon in the game. And the game never really gives you a reason to want to switch between the two. Ocarina had the Deku Shield, and as a constant for getting set on fire when you're a child Link in the temples, the Hylian Shield being edible by like legs, and it makes getting the Mirror Shield feel like an actual accomplishment, because you aren't going to lose this one. It's got a cool design on it, and it's a dungeon item. Completely unique. Majora's Mask has the same thing going on, but only really having the Hero Shield, and again, the Mirror Shield. Whoa, check it out. Wind Waker also has a shield, but there isn't a really chance of losing Nan's shield, and again, Twilight Princess has a lot of things I'd consider odd choices, but the main point being, despite having Bokoblins and Bulbins along with Lizalfos, all these outwardly different enemies have the same strategy. Run up, idle for a second, swing the weapon, deal a quarter or half a heart of damage. This does not change throughout the game, and defeating these enemies serves no real purpose beyond getting them out of your way. If you're going to die in that game, it's going to be because you suffered a death of 1,000 cuts rather than anything else. Unless you're playing on hero mode, and you won't be finding hearts in jars, at which point it'll be a slow death of 1,000 cuts. And if you're playing with the Ganon amiibo, well, it might be a slightly faster one. Check that out. So, now that we're talking about this, let's talk about enemies in these classic games that, I don't know, were considered unique and different from each other despite not really being that far off from what they're doing now. So, Silver R Knuckles and Black R Knuckles have the exact same moveset. They also have the exact same weaknesses. The only difference is one has more health. They will pretty much just walk slowly towards you, swinging their axe either twice horizontally or once downward. The strategy to beating them? Walk slightly into the range, bait an attack, jump attack, backflip, repeat. Once they get the low health and they shed their armor, or rather it falls off, you can just kind of swing wildly or shoot them 90 times and then they go down. There's not a real difference between them, but anything on the appearance factor, and the frequency of which they appear. Wolfos, White Wolfos, and the normal Wolfos don't really appear very often. The first time you encounter Wolfos will be when you're heading to go visit Saria in the Forest Meadow. You run in there, you fight one. It's a super simple fight. It'll take 2 swings at you, reveal its backside, at which point if you attack it takes double damage. You can mix with a jump attack to instantly kill it. Congrats! So, when you encounter 2 in the Forest Temple later, when you enter it, what's the difference? Oh, there's 2 of them now. When you later encounter the White Wolfos, what's the difference? Oh, it's slightly bigger, and it's in a it's in a snowy room now. Oh, and it's got a palette swap. Lizalfos? And the Dinalfos? Well, here's the thing about them. The Lizalfos you encounter in, holy shit, I almost said the Goron Mines, Dodongo's Cavern. Now, when you run into them, what do? They have jump attacks, a single swing, and they just kind of pitter-patter around you. When they start getting low on health, they'll tag out. Or after you've dealt a good blow to them. I think it's 2 hits. Super simple, right? Okay. Dinalfos. When you run into it, where do you run into that at? I'm pretty sure you can encounter, I think, 2 or 3. I haven't done that area of the game in a long time, so I can't really remember, but I remember fighting 2 or 3 in the Thieves' Training Grounds, or Gerudo Training Grounds. I can't talk right now, I just got off of work. Anyways, so when you run into them, what's their strategy? The exact same thing? Oh wow, these are different enemies. The next time you run into these guys, where is it? Ganon's Tower, right? Are you going to tell me that these enemies are super different from each other? No, the difference is how often you run into them. Their overall scarcity in these games makes them feel much different than these other ones because you haven't seen them in a long time, and now you're pretty much fighting what you imagine to be a powered-up version of them. Something that is going to pose more of a threat. But they aren't. They've got the same amount of brain cells and will go down to the same strategies. There's no new counters to them that tell you, hey, what worked last time won't work now. You don't really have to change your game up. It's the same enemy with a new coat of paint on it. Wild, right? Let's move on. The next group of baddies that'll be appearing are Tektites and Shoe Jellies. Now I want you to tell me, what are their methods of attack? How do they deal with Link? Jumping into Link. Now, on a visual level, they are very different. On an audio level, they are also very different. Shoe Jellies will repeatedly jump at Link, and they can also show you exactly what they have in them. Green ones have MP, or magic points in them. Meanwhile, red ones have health. Check that out. These are in the overworld where you're going to be running around. It makes it incredibly easy to know what you're looking for. Now, the thing is, their only attack is to jump at Link. They don't do a lot else. It's simple. They have resistance to blunt attacks, which means you can't kill them with that. They'll just bounce right off. Tektites in snowy areas specifically will remain hidden until you get close. Once you do, they jump out. Once they jump out, they just keep jumping. If you slam the ground next to them with something heavy, they are forced to flip over, and then they can't do anything. It's super simple. They deal more damage than a Tektite, but that's about it. They deal more damage than a green Shoe Jelly, or red Shoe Jelly, or any Shoe Jelly, but that's about it. Butcher that. It's, again, super simple. They take longer to turn around, but they deal a little bit more damage. That is the extent of their differences. So if you try to tell me that simply repainting enemy does not constitute variety, I don't think anyone in the communities of either, I don't know, classic or modern Zelda, if we want to start calling them that now, would, I don't know, mix these two up or consider them the same enemy despite them being made with the same ingredients. That sounds pretty reasonable, right? Stalfos and Ocarina of Time are wholly unique enemies. A Stalfos is a Stalfos no matter how you look at it. It's not a repainted enemy, and it is not used in any way, shape, or form to supplement another enemy's moveset. It is just it. It is a semi-complex, sword-based enemy that has a lot of the same potential moveset as Link. It can slash you twice, and it has a jump attack. It's super simple. However, you don't see these guys super often, so when you see them, you feel like you're in for a treat, or, a beatdown, however good you are at the combat. But if you go to Ocarina of Time's Overworld, how many enemies do we get to see in Hyrule Field? If you're playing as Child Link, Peahats, and Stall Children. And then when we're Adult Link, what do we get to see? Pose! Very rarely Pose. And this is for your Overworld. Ocarina of the Overworld is basically just a glorified hub area. It makes the adventure feel big. There's not a lot to it, but they never make you think there will be. Especially for a game released at that time. A lot of spectacle is in the fact that it's a big-ass area. It makes you feel like you're actually going on an adventure when you run from one end to the other, and it goes from day to night. It feels nice. Wind Waker's Overworld is full of, I don't know, a few enemies. We've got Georgs, holy crap, the pirate boats, and the one whose name I'm the Octoroks, as well as the big Octos. That's pretty much it. That's what you encounter on the Great Sea. Majora's Mask? Well, we've got Dodongos, we've got Eeyores, I don't think that's their name, but the Snowball guys. We've got Bomb Shoes, the Chew Jellies, and Leaverks. That's everything in its main hub area. So we run over the Twilight Princess, and we have Bokoblins, those Alphos, those weird little pig dudes, who have the armored shells on them. We have to attack from behind. Just want to specify that part. And my number one hater, the Cargo Rock. That's, again, pretty much it. You might run into Bulbins from time to time who are perched up somewhere, and they shoot at you. But the thing is, oftentimes you'll, oh, I almost forgot Chew Jellies. How could I almost forget them whenever they always dropped on me when I was playing that game when I was younger, and they would scare the ever-loving hell out of me. But at nighttime, you also oppose. Again, I don't like Twilight Princess as a game. I like its story, I like its characters, but as a game, I really don't like it. But I'm not going to sit here and act like it didn't have the most variety of enemies that would appear in the overworld. Skyward Sword doesn't really have an overworld, it's got flying around. Once you touch down an area, that's pretty much it. The game is pretty close to a Metroidvania in the feel of it, but again, that's pretty much it. These games have never had a ton of enemies in the overworld, but with Breath of the Wild's, I don't know, big group of movesets that they can all pull from, it feels much larger, even if the enemy designs aren't. In the same way that Link can make use of so many items now, so can his enemies. It's neat. While I wouldn't mind there being more types of enemies mined, it doesn't stop the fact that, I don't know, the enemies they have now are far more than enemies we've had in the past. They can do a lot more. There's a lot more they have to operate with. A lot more strengths, and quite a few more weaknesses, by the factor of the, I don't know, physics engine. Weaknesses include, well, let's just get started. Fire that you can use on the environment to catch the grass on fire. Ice-type weapons you can freeze them with. Electricity, which will cause them to drop their weapons. Water, which, if knocked into, will instantly kill them. Wind that you can blow them back with. And general abuse of the physics engine. The enemies still have puzzle elements to them, but now the environment plays a factor in that too. The game takes old enemies and recontextualizes them for a modern age. Well, rather, this should be pretty simple, but I'll go into detail on it anyways. Guardians and Beamos, I said Guardios at first, are the exact same thing. They look around an area, spinning, until they detect Link. Once they detect Link, what do they both do? Fire a laser. In Ocarina of Time, this laser just kind of heated up the ground behind him, and wasn't really that threatening. If they hit you, they'd make a little noise and then do it again. That was pretty much it. In Breath of the Wild, though, they have legs. They will crawl after you at an insane speed, aiming a death laser at you. When that hits, well, you're pretty much wrapped up. This is functionally the same enemy, given a new coat of paint. Check that out. It makes it different, giving them a new coat of paint and changing an enemy to work with a new formula even. Phrasing it this way for a reason. We'll get into that soon. But for now, changing the formula on an enemy to breathe new life into it is something they do constantly. I'll go into some more examples. For our next ticket, we'll get to the cursed enemies and the bubbles. Both are skulls wreathed in flames or other energy, that their only real objective is to kind of fly around until they decide to bump into Link. Once they bump into Link, what do? Well, one bounces around on the ground and the other one just kind of dinks off his shield.
You dinko.
Neither one of them really deals a lot of damage, but they are both pretty much one-shot enemies. It's super simple to take care of them. The thing is, you only see these cursed enemies within, I don't know, Hyrule Castle and the Divine Beast. If these things kind of randomly popped up in the overworld would have felt more, I don't know, varied by the process of it having more enemies than just the, I don't know, style variants of the enemies. Seeing these little guys, instead of, just keys, would have probably made things feel a lot more lively, and that's just the fact that you have something else to look at now. Something you haven't seen a lot of outside of certain dungeons. They could put these in areas already, kind of full of malice and stuff like that. Like a Kala Citadel, if that's the right place I'm thinking of. A big old tower that is completely covered in the gunk. It would have been relatively easy to do, and made the place feel more lively, because there would have been more types of enemies in the world, even if they didn't really serve much of a purpose. You can consider this one kind of a reach, but I think it's pretty solid. Both enemies are kind of encountered in, dry areas, and their main method of attack is to surprise or ambush Link. They appear out of nowhere, and they are bloodthirsty when they do. They both carry kind of curved blades, one much more than the other, and their main method of attack is to speed into Link and slash him, or drop down from above and crash into him. Any idea who I'm talking about? It is the Garo and Yiga. Both are like ninja or stealth-based clans that reside in a more canyony area. It really feels like a reach, but they do pretty much have the exact same movesets. The only issue is the Yiga doesn't really change much as you continue to fight them throughout the game. They've got the archers, they've got the assassins whose names I can't really actually remember, and the blade masters. That's it. They never tear up or anything. And I don't mean crying by that, I mean getting any stronger. It's simple stuff like this that has completely repainted an enemy and made you believe it to be something new because they have different lore behind them, despite having the same functional moveset. Crazy, right? Tears of the Kingdom monster got in the action in the form of the lifelikes, which no longer just kind of wait to ambush Link, but are now more so actually sitting in spots, still waiting to eat your shields, or spit elemental juice at you. But we've also got Floor Masters back in the form of the Gloom Spawn. Now, they will both send you back to, I don't know, either the beginning of the dungeon or your last save point. And they both function in the exact same way. It is a hand, or rather a hand and arm, coming out of the ground that will attempt to latch on Link. Again, one will send you back to the beginning of the dungeon or a specific room in the dungeon, and the other one will just straight up sap your life away. This is the same enemy repainted, given new form. Is it different? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I missed something super important. Now that we're talking about repainting enemies, let's get back to that real quick. I don't want to pass this up because it's something, I don't know, super important.
Snow lizards and snow pigs.
Now, you don't mean to tell me that you're, I don't know... This is going to take a second. So, the enemies he's considering snow lizards and the imaginary snow pigs are the, get this, white bokoblins. Now, if every enemy in the game that was colored white was a snow or ice elemented enemy, you know what that would mean? By deduction, that means all the red enemies are fire, right? No, because I think it's very simple to see that in gameplay, fire weapons do not one-shot the silver enemies, and ice weapons usually will one-shot the red enemies, but that's besides the point. What I'm saying is, taking that to its logical extreme is kind of batshit crazy, because again, if the enemy is white, thus snow, because you saw it in a snowy area despite you also probably seeing them in, I don't know, the rest of Greater Hyrule, it, again, paints this picture of, did you just look at the enemies, or did you actually play the game? I'm saying again, I don't know if I've actually mentioned it to this point, but this is my 6th or 5th time recording the script. This is the final draft, so hopefully it's the last one. But again, I hope that gets the point across. There are a lot of claims that are going to be coming up that just generally don't make sense. Things that are super confusing, and again, seem like they're just kind of there to make it seem like you know what you're talking about. And again, that's not really a good vibe to have, especially if you're writing something that long. No one really caught you on it at the time, but I've got a special kind of, I don't know, tism? Not literally, at least I don't think so, I've been tested, but you know where I'm coming from with that. Let's move on.
I'm sure that when I said that every area plays out the same way you thought. No. I remember finding all of these cool things and it was so awesome and different every time. Let me clear that up for you. What you meant to say was, I found all of these shrines. This is my huge problem with exploration in Breath of the Wild. When you come across something interesting, like a cave or a mysterious pillar on a mountain, or just a big mountain you want to climb in general, what awaited you at the end was a shrine. Single. All of those questions you were asking yourself at the Great Plateau get answered all at once. What's with the mountain that looks like it's split in half? 2 shrines. Whoa, I wonder what's at the top of Mount Nehru. It looks epic. It's a shrine. Wow, look at that island off in the distance. I can't wait to get over there. Another shrine. Look at this cave I found. Another shrine. I wonder what happens when I put this ball in this hole. Another shrine. Whoa, a skull-shaped lake. Another shrine. See how this gets boring really quickly?
So, just to tear a slim from limb in gruesome fashion, trying to tell players what they were really experiencing doesn't really work well at all, given how they felt about it is what is going to have a definite difference in how they feel at all. You say that what you meant to say was, I found all these shrines, but here's the thing about that. You're cutting out everything that's led up to the player in question finding or locating that shrine. I play without the shrine since you're screaming at me, so finding a shrine that was hidden around the site felt like a genuine reward or surprise, because I couldn't step towards it and hear the game go blip blip for the next 20 seconds while I broke into a sprint in the direction it was coming from. If the response here be something like, but facts don't care about your feelings, to that I say, someone's experience and how they feel about the game is literally what made you type out all of this. And there are plenty of sections that consist of misinformation, but additionally, do you know how obnoxious that sounds? You might not care, but you can say that thing in the context of so many situations, and it's always going to sound douchey. Not even as a, actually, but on a level of peer-to-peer interaction. Anyone you say something structured like this to is within full rights to just ignore you. Let's put this out there for Persona 5 since you talked about that way earlier. When I said every confidant plays it the same way, you thought, no, I remember getting to know these characters and finding out who they really were and what they stood for, as well as helping them work through their issues. Let me clear it up for you. What you meant to say was, I get to boost the experience of Personas of this Arcana gain when I fuse them in the Velvet Room. To chalk up someone's experience and emotion they might be feeling while experiencing a game, just try to say, actually, statistically speaking, this is what actually happened, to that and expect them to engage with you in an actual debate or something is that I would consider an act of pure stupidity, unless the entire point of what you're saying is to try to rile them up for engagement, and even then, there are much better and easier ways to do that. Also, given you post this somewhat broken up into chunks, you've talked about certain things breaking your immersion. All I have to say is, my brother in Christ, to say that you're immersed and ignore the fact there are NPCs that will talk about how these mountains got split in half, the fact that Nadra is cracked out on malice and is drooling death all over around the top of that mountain, the entire challenge that Eventide Island has that strips you of all your gear the moment you set foot on it, and probably worst of all, I wonder what happens if I put this ball in this hole. You fucking fool. They have the same design as the shrines themselves. What else would you be expecting but a shrine? Additionally, that skull-shaped lake quite literally has a crypto bro growing out of the bottom of it. It's Kilton. A whole-ass NPC in character. But it's just a shrine.
Could you imagine what it would feel like if you found a cave and it led you to an underground stronghold of enemies with a unique mini-boss at the end? That would have been incredible. But no, you just get another shrine. In Egaraptor's Ocarina of Time video.
Wait. Hold on. Hey, bud. Doesn't he say near this exact same thing before going on a mini-tangent about them not wanting to sacrifice the formula?
Look, there's some exploring, but a random secret cave in the ground isn't going to lead you through a complex catacomb with a mini-boss at the end. It just won't! It's not going to happen! You'll fall, you'll get a treasure chest, go and fucking leave!
Now, I really don't mean to be that guy, but nice opinion. Did you get it from a YouTuber? I've got no issue with people agreeing with others, mind you, especially if someone can't pinpoint why the way they feel the way they do about something. But listening to someone talk, and it's near instantly put into words by someone able to properly articulate what that person feels, it's how I feel watching half of Thor High Heels videos, especially that one about games he doesn't like. But trying to effectively, let's just see here, glaze someone who doesn't seem to understand the game design of the 3D games to begin with genuinely isn't the route to take. I want to state that I think he's been a funny guy at times, but I don't think trying to make a genuine critique of something by giving half an actual explanation followed by stopping in the middle of it to make a funny gag, skipping over that part after making a choking noise and then going into a screen chill mode for a moment to explain in half-deep detail why something really sparked with you is the way to go about something like that if you do have any genuine complaints that can and will be taken seriously. A lot of what he showed was clips out of context. You only know that's a switch because you're there freeing the Gorons. That switch to free the Gorons is to get them out of the cell. It is not a switch you are hitting in reference to a puzzle. It is just a switch to let someone out of a cage. Whoa, look at that. But in addition to that, Alexa, play the footage.
The source of a lot of Ocarina's problems is that the game's idea of difficulty is waiting. There is so much goddamn waiting. In Ocarina, every enemy has a period where they just stand around and do fucking nothing, and attacking them during this time is useless. Deku Scrubs, Stalfos, Lizardmen, Skulltulas, Wolf Dudes, Gerudos, Clams? Waiting is not a difficult thing to do, but it creates the illusion of difficulty because it takes up your time. And that's all it does. A fight feels like an ordeal when you have to devote a decent amount of time to it, but it's not hard.
So, let's go over a little bit of something real quick, right? So, a Stalfos. This is an enemy that fights using a sword. This is also an enemy you encounter much earlier in the game. The person who you're running to, for examples of knowing what they're talking about, is this guy. So I like to state something. Why is he attacking a Deku Scrub with a sword? Why is he just crouching in front of a Stalfos waiting for an attack? It's in between phases. He's got a boomerang aimed at it when he's got, I don't know, the ability to walk backwards and do literally anything else. A lot of these enemies in the examples you're talking about while talking about waiting, you can be active with them. And the fucking clams, I think they're only mandatory once. I want to make something extremely clear. If you refuse to interact with the game systems properly, I don't feel like you are the person to talk about how something contributes to a game. If you're talking about a game's combat system, but you refuse to interact with the game's combat system properly, and instead say that it's just waiting whenever it is more than waiting, well, you're a fool. The combat system doesn't require waiting. It can reward it in certain cases, like, again, with the Wolfos. If you wait for it to strike, it turns around. When it turns around, you end the battle immediately. If you repeatedly strike at it, you can get in shots. It'll actually move. It'll try to get away from you because you're actively attacking it. You say it's useless, but if I can back Homeboy into a corner where he doesn't have as much room to run around, he's much more open to consecutive strikes, right? So again, let's go over this real quick. The person whose camp you're in is the one who is saying that these fights are all waiting. That there's nothing to do between them, and that doing anything during the situation is meaningless. Whenever you can attack an enemy, and by doing so, force it to do something else. You don't have to sit there and wait for it. You can actively partake in combat. It's an active battle system, so unless you are actively partaking in it, in some way, shape, or form, the enemies probably aren't going to do anything. They're going to sit there and wait for some kind of response. Something to make them do something. It's a reactive combat system. The animations they've put in, like the Stalfos dying when you strike it in the back, all go into showing this. I emulate this part because, honestly, I'm not about to play this entire game because it's not even remotely up there on, like, my list of favorite things to do at any point in my life, because I spent so long playing as a child. But the thing is, even from that time, I know that these enemies in this game do a lot more than just wait for you. If you fight them, they will fight you. There are lots of ways to go about this. And for a fight that's pretty much the adult version of a Lizalfos, something to show the player that, hey, these new enemies are going to be dangerous, it's crazy. Because again, if in this situation your first thought is, let me pull out my hook shot and just wait for them to do something so I can freeze them and then attack, instead of, I don't know, swinging your sword or doing anything, I think that's crazy. I think anybody who would use the examples provided by this person in the case of this is also crazy. And I don't just mean crazy, I mean, like, crazy. It's asinine. On an absolute level. It just doesn't make sense to me. Because again, you are listening to somebody who actually does not know what they are talking about when it comes to a game, and committing the same sins as them. Refusing to acknowledge that certain parts of the game work in a certain way because it has been tested and works. Seeing him, I don't know, say that so much of the combat is based on waiting while being passive in combat, and then to say the Iron Knuckle is so cool / the best for letting you dictate the flow of combat is well to me. Because that's exactly what the Stalfos do too, along with the Gerudo Thief Captains. They just aren't slow and lumbering, and able to do 4 hearts of damage in a single swing. Instead, they're faster, more agile, responding to use of your weapons not with invulnerability, but by trying to close the gap and get in with you to strike. The Iron Knuckle is waiting. When you go to fight Homeboy, you know what the battle consists of? striking him, waiting for him to swing, and then attacking. That's it. He's slow and lumbering, so it's easy to not get cornered by him, but the entire battle is, again, it'd be chalked up in swinging, waiting, dodging. That's it. The same guy who was just hating on waiting loves the mini-boss that is waiting. It's incredibly simple to take this guy down, because at the point you run into him, not only we have a lot of hearts, you'll probably also be experiencing the game. The fact that, I don't know, you can hit him a few times, knock his gear off of him, and then just pump him full of arrows? You want to tell me this is peak enemy design? Like, I'm only able to do this because I know what I'm talking about in the game. Less I know what I'm talking about because I've experienced the game. But again, I interact with the gameplay system, so I'm able to figure this stuff out. The Grotto Pirates are my top pick for an enemy. You want to know why? Because they actively play the game with you. They are an enemy that is said to be smart and cunning, and they show that in their gameplay. They're quick, they're agile, and they have a way to basically knock you out in one shot. You have to be careful with them. You can still attack mindlessly, mind you, but if you choose not to, you find out some things. If you jump attack them, they speed around you and will try to strike you in the back. They try to make it so you won't use your strongest option. If you do, you might take damage, unless it's well timed. They've also got their own little jump attack, and that will, again, knock you out cold. You get to fight them a lot, and they have a lot that they can do, or rather, respond to. And again, that's super cool. Having someone tell me that all this is waiting? Bruh. Again, I'm not a speedrunner. I love watching them, but I love playing games more. This isn't one game I love to play. But, again, based entirely off the knowledge I've had of this game when I was younger, I know very well that the game is not all waiting. It's waiting for your low health because you don't want to act courageously whenever you don't have many more hits you can take. This is an agile boss. If I can plan my way around beating it with the Make It Hammer, which doesn't really do a lot of damage, but it hits like a truck, or rather, I phrased that wrong. It's slow, but it hits like a truck. I think there are some interesting ways I can use other items. The hook shot, if you're familiar with fighting game terminology, will force the enemy to jump in. If they don't, they get stunned. If they jump in, well, you can hit them with an anti-air. Whoa, check that out. This is an enemy that will actively respond to what I do. I can pull out the hook shot, yeah. It tells me if I try to do this, I'll be met with another problem. Another puzzle will be created, a puzzle I'll have to solve through combat. They jumped in. What can I do within that time frame? Can I attack in a faster way? Yeah. If I pull up my bow, I can just treat them like, I don't know, they were out to get a tub of ice cream or something like that, and I decided to get a little bit trigger-happy with them. I can also choose to fight them without Z-targeting, and just kind of go ham. This is all not because I am waiting, but because I am playing the game. If you refuse to play the game, and the game does nothing, why are you surprised? You're not hitting any buttons, you're not doing anything, so nothing is moving. It doesn't read your mind. It responds to what you're doing. It's like a conversation. If you sit there and you stand there talking to somebody, whether they're trying to talk to you, and you only choose to speak when they're, I don't know, about to say something, it kind of seems like you're either planning to interrupt them specifically, or, you know, you don't really find much interest in the conversation. It's fine if you're not interested in the game. But again, if you are not interacting with the game systems, why bother talking about them in the first place? It doesn't make sense to me.
In Egaraptor's Ocarina of Time video, he claims that waiting is the bane of exploration, and that's somewhat true. While waiting does hamper exploration, predictability is the true nemesis of exploration, and once you realize that every cool landmark in Breath of the Wild leads to yet another shrine, the game becomes exceedingly predictable.
I don't like that claim, but I like it much more in the actual context of what he's talking about. He's talking about exploring dungeons, not an overworld. Not only that, but at that part, he says,
Waiting is the bane of exploration. Why would I want to explore in a world where I gotta waste useless time just to check a fucking room? You should never, ever, ever hit that point where you're like, I'll check that room later. In a game about checking rooms!
So, can I ask you an actual question? Why would you wait to check any room you just get access to instead of potentially peeking in to see what you can do before figuring out it's either the way to go, or you have nothing to do here yet because you don't have the dungeon item. With how straightforward some of the Young Link's dungeons are not, Epstein Island. It's pretty easy to run a straight line and find out if you can do something there or not. And while this gets slightly more difficult to do once you're adult Link, the design process is still the same. Now, to address the second part of what you're saying, about every cool landmark leading to a shrine and that making everything exceedingly boring, let's talk about that. So, you're more a while ago when I was talking about recontextualizing enemies and repainting situations to fit a new scenario, changing the formula up. So, how many shrines does it take to get a heart container or stamina vessel? 4. Very good, very good. Okay. So, how many pieces of heart did you need to get a heart container in old Zelda games that weren't Twilight Princess? 4. Wow, you're doing really good at this. Anyways, with that in mind, what did you normally have to do to gain access to these heart containers? Small overworld puzzles or side quests for people, right? The hell do you mean no? Because, let's talk about something. If you complete 4 shrines, you can get a heart container or a stamina vessel. Whoa. Some of these shrines are linked to side quests. Whoa. Keep this in mind for later. I'll offer a small warning now. To try to use this to support your claim that predictability is the true nemesis of exploration when shrines not only serve as what would formerly be overworld puzzles that award you with heart pieces, but also within a context that still allows a majority of the overworld to look natural instead of like the goddesses took a moment to tilt the cartridge and say, alright, save that. But to also say that every cool landmark leads to yet another shrine, while talking about how a green glow led you to a mountain and reward you smells like bullshit blazing, for a multitude of reasons we have yet to get into.
And don't even get me started on Korok seeds. Between shrines and Korok seeds, the game's entire sense of mystery disappears. Think back to how many times you found something in Breath of the Wild that didn't lead to one of those two things. I can count them on one hand. And in a game about exploration, that is an enormous, if not game-breaking issue. But wait, the shrines were so cool that they made exploring worth it. No, they didn't. And here's why.
Anyways, so we're gonna jump into this purely for an example later. So, we talked to a little guy. He says you found him. Tells us we're not Hestu. Who's Hestu? We get an item from it. And check that out. We're told that there are lots of these guys around. Wonder what that'll be useful for later. Can't wait to find out. So, we continue on. So, unsheathing that sword, here's a little fun fact. The game was designed with an abundance of Korok seeds and shrines because there are so many ways to go about exploration. The Korok seeds, are damn near in every nook and cranny. So regardless of which way you go and what you do while there, you can be rewarded with a potential upgrade to your inventory space if you need it. There are very little sections of this game where clearing something opens up a new area to explore because they want you to be able to go anywhere if you can figure out how. Can't reach the top of a sheet guitar because it's barbed or too high up and you don't have the stamina? Come back with Raleigh's Gale, enough fire for 3 campfires, approach from a higher altitude, cook food to get more stamina. There are multitudes of ways to solve these puzzles the game is constantly presenting to you. But additionally, it makes it so in a game about exploration, not everyone has the same incentive to run in the same direction and get the exact same things. They do this to you for the opening plot of the game, but they also position things very strategically for this reason. If you collect at least one Korok seed and you actually follow the game's advice and head to Kakariko Village, who are you going to see on the way up that hill? Who stands out like a sore thumb? Oh there, we just passed him. It's Hestu, who sends you to go grab his maracas. After you grab his maracas, what happens? Well, he rewards you with what? An upgrade to your inventory space while also mentioning that he is missing what goes in his maracas. Whoa. You played the game, you interacted with it in the way that was intended, and you were rewarded for it. Isn't that absolutely crazy? You took these Korok seeds that you've been likely finding on your entire way to Kakariko Village, and you used them for something. Check that out. The game rewarded you for playing along. You did something in the intended way, and the game said, hey, nice, have this as a reward. You're telling me they didn't contribute? Well, they didn't contribute for me. I don't really think you need the inventory space. It's useless for me. But for players who have, I don't know, more kleptomaniac tendencies, maybe it can be useful for them. It serves as a reward to people who are willing to explore. They aren't even necessary for game completion. Nothing is. Aside from the memories, the Master Sword, which you have to complete at least 40 shrines for, or less than that, but you have to collect the hearts from the Divine Beast. But what I'm saying here is, it's not necessary. You're talking about how something contributes to a game when it's optional content. Optional content that people either want to do because they want the extra inventory space, or they want to do for fun. Check that out. It can be annoying to run into them, especially if you're trying to look at a cool spot, but at the same time, you're complaining about something that you do not have to interact with. Oh no! The game has an easy mode. Bleh! You don't have to pick the fucking easy mode. It's there for the people who want it. Hopefully the rest of the game stacks up to like a proper difficulty amount. But it's there for those who want it. Check that out. It's not penalizing you for doing it because it's not that important of a pickup. You can get through the game perfectly fine without it. Why is this such a hard thing to grasp?
Since shrines are clearly an integral part of Breath of the Wild's world, making them fun and interesting was crucial for its gameplay. But this is one of the many areas where I feel Breath of the Wild substitutes quantity over quality. Before DLC, there were 120 shrines in the game, and I got every single damn one, so I feel like I'm qualified to talk about their contribution to the experience.
So, to jump right out the gate, using a microwave does not make you a scientist. Nuking something in a microwave does not make you a cook. Figuring out how to actually use these things can aid you in becoming either of these things. Figuring out how they work, all that fun stuff. A lot goes into both things. If you're interested in that kind of stuff, you can look in places to find that information out, to see how it actually works. Simply using or going through something doesn't always make you qualified to talk about it and its contribution to an experience. Let me get into this a little bit more. So, I'm going to say the exact same thing I already said about Egoraptor, and something I've definitely said about people who don't explore the systems of the game, feeling qualified to talk about how something contributes that they've got a PhD in design. This isn't coming from a place of elitism because there are quite a few games out there I'm not good at, but I can still have fun with. First-person shooters? Definitely. Third-person shooters? Definitely. There are lots of games I fucking suck at but have a blast with. Now, I do not think people who refuse to play chunks of the game are able to accurately critique and judge how the game systems function, and let me set the stage for this. When Elden Ring came out, I started playing the game on Steam. At the time, I was using a gaming laptop that sounded like I wanted to take off when I was playing the game. The specs weren't high enough to render enemies that weren't within swinging distance of my character, but big bosses and enemies I could still see. But it used most of the human-sized models. Those did not render unless I was point-blank with them. If I were to call the game hard and unfair, I fully expect to get laughed at by anyone who had a normal experience with the game until they hear about what I was going through. I was playing on Tarnished Must Die mode. I completed the game, had fun with it, but it was something that took me longer than it would most people who are probably semi-competent because if there was ever an invader or something, like that motherfucker with the magic arrows Preceptor Miriam, that battle took me ages because if they vanished, I had to play Metal Gear Solid and fight the end without cover. I cannot give that game a fair review because not only was my experience a challenge run to the fact that enemies didn't render, I additionally did not have any status inflicts on my weapons throughout the game. Something like bleed, frostbite, rot, etc. Just me slapping away at enemies and bosses until they bit the curb. I was still able to enjoy the game and my time spent with the game, but now that I know where enemies actually are, what they fight like, as well as general locations and how to beat them, I personally feel like I cannot fairly rate the game based off the fact that I'm going into any situation immediately aware of what is about to happen to me. I bring this up because you claim that using the slate abilities subverts the difficulty of the shrines, and that you just cycle through slate abilities until you figured it out. Unless you're unable to pick up on context clues from, I don't know, both the shrine name and what's presented to you, like I know some people generally struggle with, this sounds like actual bullshit.
Out of those 120 shrines, about half of them are either Blessing Shrines or Test of Strength Shrines. Blessing Shrines just give you the Spirit Orb and chest without a puzzle.
Community notes moment. 18 of them pre-DLC are Test of Strength. 18 out of 116. That is 15%. 13 out of 116, 11%. Together, that comes up to 26%. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but 31 wouldn't happen to be half of 116, would it? 6 out of those blessing shrines also have a shrine quest related to them. Side quests you have to complete to get into the shrine. Puzzles that take place outside of the shrine. Puzzles you do to get a reward from the shrine. Because instead of just a straight-up blessing shrine with a empty chest, not an empty chest, but a chest at the end, you actually have to do that puzzle to gain access to the shrine in the first place. Bring that 13 down to 7. Now we've got 6% of them. 6% of them being blessings, making that 21%. Again, is 21% of 116 half? I think if you can show that you can take the time to quote a video, you can take the time to just look up a list of how many there are so you don't actually make yourself look dumb in a case like this. It's not really hard.
So you basically walk in, grab your prize, and leave. These shrines felt like a useless formality to me during my playthrough. Why not have 2 chests outside of the shrine and then a fast travel beacon? It would save the player time and trim a lot of the loading screens that plague the shrine system.
Ah yes, a chest containing the spirit orb of a monk, and a second chest containing an item left untouched and unbothered for eons, along with this travel beacon. Normally with most shrines, if you're doing them for the first time, they'll end up being over a minute long, and then some. To say would trim a lot of loading screens that, having checked my notes, plague the shrine system, seems like this might actually just be personal preference, given unless you're fast traveling to a shrine, and then doing the shrine incredibly quickly, and then leaving the shrine, that comes up to a total of 3 loading screens. This, again, just seems like part personal preference, which there is something wrong with. And part agenda setting, which there is definitely something wrong with. Hopefully it's not that deep, but we'll see.
But blessing shrines are not nearly as ridiculous as test of strength shrines. Tests of strength put the player up against a guardian enemy of varying difficulty, minor, moderate, or major, depending on the shrine.
There are 16 of these, but also actually 4 tiers, as I'm just now finding out. There are 7 minor tests of strength, 1 moderate, which is the weird one, 3 modest tests of strength, and 7 major. It's 18 out of 120. I prefer to say 116 because the first 4 are mandatory. But they're also spaced out enough that you shouldn't be doing them back to back unless you did just that and then felt tired of seeing the same guy with new arms. Also, that might throw my math off from earlier, but my point stands. There's 2 more. It's still not 30.
The main issue here is that the circumstances of the fight remain the same each time. It's the same enemy with the same weapons in the same futuristic room, over and over again. I realize that expecting Nintendo to create a new enemy for each test of strength is unrealistic, but what about 3 different enemies, 1 for each difficulty? Is that so much to ask from the greatest game of all time?
They definitely could have set them up differently, given they have some rooms with floors that are basically ankle-high water that you need to use Chronoson to avoid certain attacks more easily, but they could have also made these have their own elemental variants. The old fight over a lava pit, or brawl next to a generator, or hell, even bottomless pit jousting. Each arm gives a different attack, but they're all extremely slow and predictable attacks. The most worrying one is the toss-up between the spin attack you can outspin attack, and the one where they run up and dome with burst fire unexpectedly. Both those clips happen roughly within 2 minutes of each other. I was trying to get it to actually, use the spin attack, and it did not want to cooperate under any circumstance. I didn't find out what triggers the burst fire, though. It's if you're moving away from it diagonally while it's approaching. Then it'll start strafing and shooting at you.
So not only does the player know that every cool landmark leads to a shrine, they also know that there is a 50% chance that shrine has a boring test of strength or a blessing in it, neither of which contribute positively to the game experience in any way.
Hold up, we've been over this.
But that still leaves the other 60 shrines, which had unique puzzles in them. While these are undoubtedly the best shrines in the game.
All 60 of them? None of them were disappointing? Are they the best because the others suck, or do the others suck because they are the best, Satoru Gojo? Also, make up your fucking mind.
Except for the ones with motion controls, they still aren't deserving of the praise Zelda fans gave them. Be honest, if you played the game, how many times did you just get frustrated and start cycling through Sheikah abilities until something worked? For me, that's how a large portion of the puzzle shrines played out.
So what the fuck is a large portion of 60, bud? If you had to cycle until abilities until something worked for a large portion of 60, which I'm going to assume is 40 or 50 of them, that is actually crazy. Like, not only in this are you openly admitting that you don't understand how puzzles work, you're saying it's an issue.
I also hear time and time again how Breath of the Wild's puzzles let the player solve them in their own way. But puzzles are the one time where that is a bad thing.
Why? Why is it a bad thing? Why is this the one time where this is a bad thing? Is it because multiple different solutions can be used to come to the same conclusion? 2 plus 2 equals 4, 8 divided by 2 equals 4, 2 times 2 equals 4, 1 times 4 equals 4, 200 minus 196 equals 4. All of this is to say, regardless of how you end up doing it, you will reach the same conclusion if the puzzle in question is get to 4. Some shrines are different and are far more linear, but the shrines that appear simple usually have multiple ways to go about them. In fact, a bigger amount of shrine puzzles are only vaguely open-ended and usually result in deviations that come back to the intended path. It appears open-ended, but it is bottlenecked. You will end up doing the same thing as someone else at the end of it. It's just how you reach that conclusion can be different from them. Imagine that. Let's take a look at a prime example of this. The Metal Connection Shrine. Now, when you get in here, what do you have? 3 blocks, right? 3 metal blocks you know you have to move using, magnesis. Super simple stuff, right? Just move them over, stack them on top of each other, and then climb up. Not much to it, right? It's nothing super complex. You walk in, you immediately look around your environment, you're able to pick up on the context clues that this will be metal-based off the fact that the title of the shrine tells you that. And then you know you have to have these things connected, because again, the shrine's name tells you that. You have magnesis, you stack these things together, bada bing, bada boom, eventually you'll be able to create a little platform, a little bridge that leads you to the end of the shrine. Now, I want to ask you something. Right off the bat, how many ways do we have to do this? Well, I'll just go ahead and finish showing you a highly as intended method right now. The method intended by the 3 golden goddesses themselves. That's normal, right? So, if you choose to approach this differently, how many ways can we go about it? Now, you remember that catapult I built before? Way earlier in the video, I'm not going to do a flashback scene for this one. So, if you're paying attention, when I built that catapult, it was in an area where it would not be useful, right? Now, the catapult also isn't more effective than, I don't know, just doing what the game probably intended for you to do here, right? You could still build that platform, but now you can spice, you can spice things up. You can sit here, climb around, get a little funny with things. Set yourself up for what is effectively the grandest of all slams. Launch yourself into the air. Congrats! That's the same puzzle being completed using the exact same tools. Using the exact same tools, the exact same inventory, you came to the same conclusion. You want to see another one? Check this out. Hit with stasis. And bam. The puzzle was solved yet again. Use the same tool, or at least one of them, and added your own. Why are we acting like this is a massive deal? Not only that, puzzle should only have one solution? Do you know about the fucking game series Scribblenauts? They were constantly presenting you with puzzles where you had to come up with the solution yourself. It might not have been exactly what, anyone else did, but if it worked, it worked. If they wanted you to kill a guy, oh, look at that. How are you going to do that? Are you going to do it yourself? Are you going to get someone else to do it? Are you going to spawn in a large Hadron Collider and put him in a black hole? Well, don't do that last one because that'll get you killed too. But the entire premise of the entire premise of puzzles only having one solution, and that's what makes them a puzzle, is incredibly insane to me. But also, I'd be happy to just complete a jigsaw puzzle. There are also lots of ways you can start them. If you're doing a colorless jigsaw puzzle, congrats. You don't have to worry about the image, you just have to worry about the pieces fitting together. There are certain types of pieces that will fit together regardless. Now, the thing about this is, if you're doing a image jigsaw puzzle, not jigsaw, here's what you have to deal with. You can start from the center and just start building outwards based off of whatever piece you pick up first. You can start at a corner. You can start build around before you start moving inward. There are lots of different ways to solve a jigsaw puzzle. They all lead to the same solution, hopefully. You are still solving it. Whether it be going all the way across, going straight down, starting from the outer circle, or working your way out. Your entire claim is self-defeating. Oh wait, I'm schizo posting. I haven't posted that part yet. Here we go.
Puzzles should have one answer. That's what makes them puzzles. If you could fit the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle together in any combination, I doubt you would be satisfied with completing it.
Alright, now repeat everything I just said in the past 40 seconds. Let's move on.
In Breath of the Wild, so many of the puzzle shrines could be solved by cutting corners or using Sheikah abilities to subvert the challenge. But hey, at least there's awesome gear waiting in the chests at the end of the shrine, right? Wrong.
This is a particularly egregious claim, so I'd like to say this. Be honest, if you played the game, how many times do you just get frustrated and start cycling through Sheikah abilities until something worked? For me, that's how a large portion of the puzzle shrines played out. To actively let people know that you had a hard time figuring out the pretty simple puzzles in these shrines, when not all of them are directly based around the Sheikah slate, but to also insinuate the game that gives you nearly all the tools you'll need to complete the game at the beginning, and I say nearly because the cameras obtained through plot progress, and shows that using them within the shrines and outside in the overworld is useful to you, has you cutting corners or using Sheikah abilities to subvert the challenge, is insane to me. This is the equivalent of playing a Link Between Worlds, renting every item, and then acting surprised that the dungeons require you to use any of them to progress in a smooth fashion. And you get to realize this is paramount to saying that using the tools the game has given you is cutting corners and subverting the challenge. When the game gave you these tools to complete these challenges, it is putting in front of you. You're angry that they supplied you with pencils for the test. What in the fuck?
If designers are going to introduce a gear system of any kind into a game, there are two necessary ingredients for making that system good. Firstly, there needs to be objectively powerful gear, and secondly, that powerful gear needs to be hard to obtain. That's it.
The inclusion of objectively powerful gear immediately indicates that there's objectively weak gear. If there are things that are weak, there are things that are strong. I think this goes without question. While Breath of the Wild does have a certain static gear tucked away in the overworld, none of it is something I would consider hard to get once you know how. And this is because to get said gear, you have to plan and figure out how to obtain it. It might end with combat, but combat is not the only part of the game. You could tell a player that's a 90 defense shield in Hyrule Castle. Now they have to think about where in Hyrule Castle it be, navigation, what they would need to get it, weapons, and all types of stuff like that. If they're coming fresh off the plateau, they're probably not going to have any idea of what they need to do, especially unless they're playing in Master Mode. Along with these skills and experience that the game gives you, eventually, to deal with the threats in the castle. You have to get near guardians, which will probably one-shot you if you're at the beginning of the game again, as well as a lot of enemies that definitely will one-shot you. Having powerful gear and having it be hard to obtain doesn't make a gear system good. There are plenty of bragging rights rewards, weapons, and gear in games, and it often comes to the caveat of being incredibly difficult to get, and extraordinarily powerful, but there's nothing left to use it on. You see, the player should be allowed to get as powerful as they want in a game, while also complaining about the game not being difficult. We'll get into this momentarily.
This is one of the few things that loot shooters like Borderlands and Destiny get right. The best gear is always hard to get, and it is usually so powerful that every player wants to get their hands on it.
Here's the funny thing about these two loot shooters. They have more stats than just attack and defense to manage, because they're games in which players have builds. Crazy, I know. The thing about this is, the gear that is considered good for one build is not always going to be considered good for another. You say loot shooters get few things right, but look at it in this context. I'll pull up some gameplay footage just for you. Zero and Salvador, along with Gage, play and handle similarly until you get to actually making use of their abilities and the abilities they gain through leveling up, which is something that starts the moment you hit level 2, I believe. I haven't played this game in fucking ages. Now, the thing about this is, If your crit damage is being boosted by 500% and Zero has abilities that allow him to crit more easily, is a weapon that deals critical hits every 3 bullets more valuable to Zero, or to someone who is building something that revolves around applying slag and then capping an enemy to deal absurd amounts of damage consistently instead of relying on a crit chance? Go on, tell me. I haven't played Destiny since freshman year, but something I distinctly remember were classes that had a lot of control over how you manage situations. Titan Gang. High-level stuff is going to be good for solo play, but if you're looking to tackle the toughest stuff, having an actual coordinated group was often leagues better than just going solo. And if your gear was good, that made the grind easier and quicker. Hopefully. Some things were just damage sponges. I think it goes without saying that trying to compare games that are made with more complicated stat growth than HP and stamina to ones where those are the only stats that will grow over the course of the game is an extremely flawed thing to do. Breath of the Wild doesn't have this kind of grind, and additionally, unlike the games you're confusingly comparing the gear system to, Breath of the Wild has no player economy, or trading if someone happens to have a piece of gear that you like. You could have compared it to Skyrim, and this would have gone better, because at least that's a game that is decidedly single player at all times with systems built around that fact. You aren't comparing apples and oranges here, you're comparing rocks and worms using the basis that they're both considered solids to support your argument.
Unfortunately, Breath of the Wild doesn't have either of those things. I bought armor at Hat Eno Village, which is accessible very early in the game, and upgraded it all the way through to the end of the game. If gear you get 5 hours into the game is still viable 50 hours into the game, that means the gear system is broken.
Keep that same energy. I'm putting that claim that if gear you get 5 minutes into the game is still viable 50 hours into the game, that means the gear system is broken in my back pocket. Additionally, the hell do you mean accessible very early in the game? Everywhere is accessible very early in the game aside from shrines that require a divine beast to be cleared. I could step off the Great Plateau and go straight to the Grow Desert, Zora's Domain, Tabantha Highlands, or Death Mountains. If we were to introduce gear that is unquestionably better than other stuff beyond a shadow of a doubt, people would just beeline it for whatever store sold that because they have 9 articles telling them 5 armor pieces you need in Breath of the Wild. The same shit happened in Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3. Basically, any game that has some form of gear or upgrade system gets this treatment. Breath of the Wild already had it when they wouldn't shut up about the Hylian shield because every journal wanted a juicy clicks at a remarkably low price. If everywhere in the game is accessible straight off the bat to go visit and shop at, but the stuff in one village has 9 defense while everywhere else has 3, for what reason would anyone be worried about the stuff that is 3 defense when they can just run there? Having armor available in every shop is nice. If you had one clear-cut winner, why would anyone worry about anything else? Oh, it costs a little more. I can just play the game for like 2 more hours, or look up what sells for more. I can just run around, collect stuff I need to sell, and I can get it. Congrats. We're gonna put a pin in this for now, because what he said will be very important soon.
Nintendo could have easily fixed this by giving Link a static, upgradable defense stat and saving perks for armor sets. This would separate the player's decision-making process when choosing armor and allow players to switch between armor sets without sacrificing defense, which is far and away more useful than any half-baked perk could ever be.
So, go ahead and call us a reach if you want, but for right now, Breath of the Wild's difficulty is incredibly modular. If you are playing the game, and you feel like no enemy in it is a threat, guess what you can do? Unequip your armor, buy a new set of that same armor, and wear it instead. Whoa, check that out. If the game was made too easy for you and enemies weren't a threat because even though you were getting hit a lot, it wasn't really pushing you to get any better because attacks do like fucking 1 damage, guess what? Now you can make them do damage. You can make the game force you to get better. Whoa, check that out. That's neat, right? If they gave Link a static upgradable defense, you would never have the choice to make. You would get higher defense, and if you start taking very little damage from enemies, guess what? You're just screwed. Now you have to decide, okay, do I want to play the game without doing that, or would I rather just, I don't know, keep playing the game and have less enjoyment with it because of the fact nothing's really going to pose a threat to me until vastly longer in the game, because instead of playing the game normally, I ran around, base boosted my armor by visiting every Great Fairy, and now I effectively have nothing to worry about. See, the solution you created has created its own problem. if people enjoy games getting harder, or being able to make games harder for themselves once they feel like they've become comfortable enough with the system, they can do that. It's like how older games would allow you, well, newer games too, would allow you to choose a difficulty, except instead of it being a menu option in this case, it is something you do while playing the game. You can change it at any time. If you're playing the game and you aren't really doing any story plot stuff, but you have a few shrines you want done or a few areas you want explored, hand the game over to your little brother who's much worse at the game. Equip him with your best armor. Okay, let him go ham. Make sure you save your game manually before you do this, so, you know, if he sells anything important, you still have it. But now they don't need to start their own exact same file to, I don't know, play the game. Whoa, check that out. I don't know if you've ever had to use a family system, but I'm going to suspect you did based off of something you said earlier. Or rather, later. Now the thing is, when I was playing, we had limited save files. I wasn't the only one touching the Nintendo 64. So whenever Majora's Mask, when we got our hands on that game, then it only had 2 save files, and I have an older brother and sister. Whoa. Guess whose save file I get to play on all the time? My brother's. Now, can I make any real plot progress on my own? No, because most everything is done, so if I want to do anything, I have to redo the exact same story beats. It wasn't until our sister moved out that I was able to actually play the game on my own, because I was able to delete her save file and have a field day with the game, and I could actually experience it. That's not a choice somebody who, I don't know, is playing on someone else's save file gets to make. That goes a lot more into more personal stuff, but the fact of the matter is, if you have to deal with multiple people using a system, having one static upgradable defense, and potentially limited slots to play on, can have a big effect on something like that. If you ever found out your save data got deleted by somebody, you'd probably be pretty pissed off, right? At least, I think most people would be. Especially if they dumped hours into a game. 80 especially.
But this is just the beginning of the issues with BOTW's gear, because there are some armor sets that are better than others.
Of course. The Zora armor allows you to swim faster than any other armor in the game without being upgraded. The climbing set allows you to scramble up walls for basically half the cost. These are better for exploration than the Barbarian Ancient set, which are better for combat. This is quite literally undeniable. The Rito set is better than any other armor than keeping you warm. The Gerudo set is better at any other armor than preventing Link from getting a heat stroke. The Knight's armor is better unupgraded than any other armor set because of the fact it provides 5 defense. Which, if you're not upgrading your stuff, or you haven't upgraded yet early game, that is an incredibly defensive armor set. And you want to know something funny? You can wear that without getting struck by lightning. Like, the lightning is only attracted to your weapons, not your gear. Probably an oversight, hopefully an oversight, but it's kind of important.
For example, the Barbarian armor set gives Link a passive attack boost, and the Ancient armor set allows Link to deal bonus damage to Guardian enemies, which is extremely helpful in Hyrule Castle. These armor sets are considered to be the best in the game, but the effort required to get them is not commensurate with their utility.
So, to get this straight, you're against the player fighting 18 Guardian Scouts and gaining 1 to 3 weapons from each of them and a variety of drops, varying from 1 to 2 to 5 to 4, and an additional 50% chance at a Guardian Core for the 4th level ones, of which you need 9 total. That also drop the materials to be needed to acquire Ancient armor sets in the first place. But you're running around hunting down Guardian Stalkers outside of Hyrule Castle who give you 10 to 12 drops with no weapons, a small price to pay. Your own scaling on this is busted. Your entire basis is around the fact that these armor sets are easy to get, with the Barbarian set itself requiring that you get a good amount of stamina if you want to get as easily as possible. Climbing, Rivali's Gale, actually figuring the mazes out, googling the situation, but getting to these 3 points mean you have to explore the map. You know how you were talking about the game having no variety? Congrats, if someone wants to play the game with an immediate higher attack boost than other players, they've got to visit 3 out of the way spots on the map, which means they're going to see, do, and experience different things than other players. Whoa, God forbid they do it in a different order than intended by the guide. If you go the way the game tries to lead you until Pura, your map will probably look something like the white road on the map. The Great Path is my usual route because the promenade is extremely close and easy to visit, and doesn't make me take extra time running out the Hyrule Castle while ducking guardians. Now, if you're just going for, like, whatever memory you think you should go for first, or look at them in chronological order, you'll probably end up outside of Hyrule Castle. I don't do that, though. But additionally, given the chests are oftentimes linked to shrines in the first place, or are low chances to be obtained from guardian rankages, let's compare the two. You explore and play the game, or just Google where the shrines that have these as a drop are, proceed them, and then proceed to get, the armor and not really use anything else. If you plan to upgrade it, you've got to explore the map and find the Great Fairy Fountains, or just Google it. Gather rupees for it, and then find the star fragments required while also having the other guardian elements necessary. You could also do this with literally any other normally obtained armor set, and get it once you actually get around to it like someone probably would in an organic playthrough. You see that? You're hyping up two armors that are effectively just damage boosters as the end-all be-all, when by the time you're able to fully upgrade any or everything, you'll probably actually be decent at the game, as well as have a decent stash of weapons and be encountering enemies that drop decent weapons. Whoa, a gameplay loop. By the time things are upgraded, the bonuses of them effectively become redundant if you have any idea what you're doing. Why do I need a 30 or even 80% damage boost when I can swing my ice rod, shoot something with an ice arrow, deal my bow's damage and additional 10 damage, hit the enemy with the strongest thing I have and watch them take triple damage? Are you going to tell me 80% is like, 50% of 300 now? Because it's really not. Time for another fun fact. The Amber Earrings have a max defense of 28. The Champion's Tunic has a max defense of 32. These two pieces alone hit 60 when equipped together. They're on the Hylian charges for 20 more, or toss on something with more defense for 8 more. It's either 80 or 84. Difference is, with the Champion's Tunics, the requirement is basically seeing all the dragons twice, taking parts of their horn, and basically finding the master given silent princesses spawn around the pedestal. You get this from just going through the intended path and finding the sword. Amber Earrings, Gerudo Town. Easy stop-in. You don't need to complete the area quest for it. You just need flint, amber, and that's it. About 85 and 12, but you should be finding those easily enough. Hylian trousers? Trousers. You just need bokoblin bits and 30 amber. Literally just kill the most common enemy type in the game and find amber in ore deposits that are extremely common. But it doesn't have the attack boost. I can near guarantee that at the point you've got 80 defense, you probably don't have to realistically worry about killing enemies unless you're just upgrading everything. Enemies do scratch damage and are far more likely to be annoying than they are a threat. It's not what I consider fun, but if your power fantasy is being a walking wall of death that's completely impenetrable, go ham. There are lots of ways to go about things, like I've been saying. And don't get me wrong, additional damage never hurt, no. But implying that they're the best is just kind of dumbfounding because they could just cook common food to get the same boost. An entire armor set gives me and completely invalidates continued existence. Whoa, look at that. It's the same for a lot of other armor types too. It's like, the Champion's Tunic once fully upgraded has a max defense of 32, Hylian Trousers 20, 52 from 2 pieces. Barbarian set fully upgraded has 60, lets you deal 50% more damage with weapons and reduces the time to use by charge attacks. It gives useful abilities. If you equip most headgear with the Champion's Tunic and Trousers combo, that's 72 defense. And if you equip the Amber Earrings, it gets brought up to 80. The Ancient set has at maximum level has 84 defense, and Guardian resisted up at Ancient Proficiency, which is just an 80% damage boost with Ancient weapons, something you're either buying from Robbie in one spot, or getting from shrines. You know what else has 84 defense? The Soldier set, which is available in Hateno Village, which is accessible very early in the game. It just doesn't have a perk. Oh no. I've been talking about upgrades, but let's talk about base levels now. The Ancient Armor and Soldier's Armor both have a base defense of 4. If you aren't upgrading gear, the difference between armor is so negligible, you can literally wear whatever you want because you're decent at the game. Wild. It's crazy they made it so no matter what direction you hit off in, you get roughly the same defense, maybe barring 1 or 2 points from most gear, which have their own individual designs and are customizable as far as color is concerned, so you can mix and match sets to make something that's considered visually appealing to you in order to make this experience your own. Wild, right? The stuff you need to upgrade the Hylian set are literally some of the most common monster and ore drops in the game. To fully upgrade them, you need 39 horns, 45 teeth, 60 guts, and 45 amber. For the champions, 12 silent princesses, and seeing each dragon that isn't Nadra a minimum of twice to take a shot at their horn. Again, you can find silent princesses around the Master Sword, a plot progress item, like the Champion's Tunic, which is also one. Whoa, I wonder why they could have made something so easy to have access to have such good defense. Maybe so players going through it and having a hard time have easily accessible and aesthetically pleasing, subjectively, gear to use. Unlike the gear you were comparing Breath of the Wild to earlier, Breath of the Wild does not have gear like this as a set of modifiers that influence an armor pieces or weapons' rarity and effectiveness. It might have damage up and that type of stuff, but considering it's purely you against in-game enemies, it's not nearly as important given your own performances and being judged in single play unless you're streaming to others. Whoa. In Destiny, if you're the weakest player in the group, your teammates are going to notice. Same from Borderlands. Check that out. If you're the worst player in Breath of the Wild, who's going to notice? You and anyone watching you. It's not that big of a deal. You're not playing with other people. So your performance compared to theirs is not important. What you use compared to them is not important. You can play the game for yourself, not someone else. Like, if you've ever played a Monster Hunter game, if you're playing online with people, and you are new to high rank, and your friends are late high rank, and you cart 3 times in a row, your performance and what you're using is going to be noted. It's a cooperative game, but if you're doing badly, it is still going to be noted. If you are playing something like Diablo competitive for some reason, and your gear is substantially worse than someone else's, they're going to notice. I don't think I need to go in much more on this example, since it seems pretty easy to understand. But just know, single-player games and multiplayer games have different things to worry about.
The barbarian armor can be found in 3 chests scattered around the map, or more accurately, in just 1 Google search.
Oh no, what a roast. You know how to Google something. Google, the search engine, that if someone looks something up, will likely tell them because multiple other million people have looked up the same thing, and at least, I don't know, a few thousand of those million have posted an answer to that thing. And you can do this for any game, right? Especially in this modern age. It's wonderful, really, but it's also a damn curse. See, even though it's a single-player game, whenever you're looking around online, if you're unfortunate enough to stumble across anything from a game that you're currently playing, which you more than likely will be if you're involved at all in this community, you're going to be bombarded with what is considered the best and the greatest stuff in that game, and stuff you absolutely need, because that's what gets people clicks. You can play the game just fine without those, but people would like you to believe that you can't, that they're absolutely necessary and vital for the experience. They aren't.
The ancient armor can be purchased from a vendor in exchange for ancient cores, an item that can be obtained in chests around the map or by killing guardian enemies, a small price to pay for one of the best armor sets in the game.
As I've already gone over, saying it's a small price to pay for one of the best armor sets in the game whenever, depending on how good you are at it in the first place, it could take you a long time to get. If guardians spook you, whoa, oh no. They're extremely easy to take out. You just go for their legs. Once you go for the legs, they're pretty much just normal guardian turrets. But also taking out a leg super stun locks them. Whoa. If you are good enough to hard rush this armor set, why are you even worried about it? This is creating a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. Which is wild.
Just as there are good armor sets that are easy to get, there are also bad armor sets that are very difficult to get, namely the Wild set. You'd think that an armor set that bears the game's title would be powerful, but this is once again not the case. Players can obtain the armor of the Wild by completing all 120 main game shrines, a tall task to say the least.
If you get 40 shrines completed, you get the Master Sword. There are roughly 4 shrines that require you to complete the Divine Beast before you can interact with them. Let us say you should be well on your way to completing the game before grabbing this. You'll need to have beaten the core 4 bosses before Ganon itself, and have explored the map in its entirety, or Google their locations. If you can Google their locations, you can Google the shrine solutions, right? You mean to say you'll advocate looking up the shrine locations to find, I don't know, 3 armor pieces but not how to solve them? Strange. Doesn't really matter to me either way, single player game and all that, but to say it's a tall task when at this point you should have all the dungeons complete, meaning the items being dropped by the enemies are likely Royal Guard and Dragonbone type stuff, what exactly about this is a tall task?
Finding every single shrine in the game without the help of the internet took me nearly 80 hours, and it required me to explore the map in its entirety, not to mention solving about 60 puzzles and doing 30 redundant tests of strength.
Oh no, you solved 60 puzzles and did an imaginary 30 test of strength. That's 30 fights and 60 puzzles, using your numbers by the way. Almost as many as a normal Zelda game might have. Crazy! Fun fact, lowballing it and just counting some of the mandatory puzzles the Great Deku Tree in Ocarina of Time gave me 10 secret sound jingles. That's 10 complete puzzles that make up Ocarina of Time's first dungeon that could be considered a shrine by Breath of the Wild standards. Whoa.
And what was my reward? The Armor of the Wild, which gives Link a slight boost to his Master Sword beam. I could not think of a less useful perk if I tried.
Well, your actual reward was the amount of stamina you get from completing all of those, as well as all the hearts you did. But to go further into this, it's a good thing we're not giving you the responsibility of thinking about bad perks, because I can do that. Check this out. So, swimming in this game, what does it do? It takes stamina, right? Link moves very slow. He can't defend himself when he's in the water. You pretty much have to either, I don't know, have the stamina to make it to the other side of where you're going, or spam dashing until you drown yourself if you find an enemy that is dealing significant damage to you, and you don't want to die. Whoa. Crazy, right? Now, what does the Zora Helm's perk allow you to do? It allows you to do an in-water spin attack. Now, to say having a long-ranged attack option is a less useful perk than anything else in the game is crazy to me. Would you like to know why? It's because this exists. This singular perk, which gives you the ability to attack in an area where you will rarely encounter enemies, and if you do encounter enemies, it is better off ignoring them and trying to reach dry land with your remaining stamina. Why do I say this? We'll be going over this very soon. So, if we're using the Zora armor, here's what a situation like this deals with, because we're using the perk that it gives us. We go into the water to use the spin attack. The spin attack we have to get close with. That does not protect us in any way, shape, or form unless we hit it on a very specific frame. Whoa. That's gotta be super useful, right? The ability to swim into an enemy and fucking die? Wow. Why would I ever use that? Legitimately. Like, if I see enemies in the water, I'm not going to swim up to them to hit them with a spin attack. I'm going to use a ranged weapon to attack them while they're at the terrain disadvantage. Master Sword beams allow you to do this, especially if they're doing more damage than they normally would. You can attack an enemy at range so you don't have to close the gap. It doesn't use ammo, and they're completely free once you got the Master Sword fully upgraded, meaning you can just spam them repeatedly. This is free ammunition based on how many hearts you have. And if you're talking about upgrading your shit to the completely max level, guess what? You should have enough defense to where if you get hit, it's not an issue. You can just, I don't know, eat an apple and get full health again. Whoa. It's this kind of thinking that, again, really makes me think, yeah, this is all for the purpose of your argument. It's not actually a well thought out one, it's exactly what you need to be in this situation. An excuse to say something is bad without it actually being bad. The person replying to you wasn't putting in much effort. They weren't really invested in this. I am, though, because this woke something up in me. It woke up the entire thought process of, wow, are the people who talk about games like this really, like, that unaware of how systems in them work and how things complement each other? Like, having full HP is good. The sword beams are a reward for having full HP because now you can use your weapon to deal this damage. If you don't have a bow on you or you're out of arrows, congrats, you don't have to use them now. And they are great for cutting down grass. You can just send one out and get a whole bunch of either Hylian rice, get some fairies out of the grass, and be done with it. Now, let's compare that to swimming. Swimming feels like a punishment in this game. If you are in the water, it's probably because you fell off of something. Very rarely is there a situation in which you land in the water that it is your choice entirely. Like, if you are crossing water, why are you not using a boat or using Cryonis to make multiple pillars so that you don't have to swim across it? If you go down in the water, that's all your progress reset. Is there some kind of bonus for this? No, there isn't. And that's where the issue arises. If I could make a Cryonis block and climb on top of it and just keep doing that while keeping my stamina up, and then if I, miss the other one, climb onto it so I don't have to keep swimming, I'll do that instead. Because not only does this go faster, but also it doesn't make me a sitting duck for any enemy that happens to roll up on me. It's like, again, why would I do what effectively puts me in the slowest state in the game? It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Swimming feels like a punishment in this game, because if you're in the water, clearly something has gone wrong. It is not because, you saw something out there and you want to go get it. Because if you see a treasure chest, you can't open that in the water. If it's got gems in it and you use the Zora Helm and spin attack on it, congrats, you lost the treasure. It fell into the bottom of the water, because it's heavy. Now, tell me, what's a more useless perk? Spinning in the water, or having a ranged attack that does damage based off your sword. And your total hearts at that. Go on, tell me. Because personally I think it gets worse. You wanna know why? If you're swimming and you're running low on stamina, you can eat food to get your stamina back. Yippee! But if you played the game more intelligently, you could get through the entire situation without having to use that resource. Breath of the Wild isn't a survival horror game, so resource management isn't super important. Everything is super easy to come by. But the pure fact that I can literally do any situation where I am swimming much better by simply not interacting with that process means that something is actually fucking wrong. If you eat food for stamina while you're in the water, and you run out of stamina, congrats. It's wasted. You literally pop up in the last area you were in before you hit the water. Not the nearest beachside. The area before you hit the water. Whoa. Talk about all that time literally wasted. Because now you just have to go back. You know you can't make it anymore. But at least now, this time, you have a chance to throw down a Cryonis block and do things in a way that will get you across it. Potentially even faster. Wild.
For this perk to be in effect, you need to equip the Master Sword, which gets out-damaged by every late-game weapon, and you also need to be at full health.
So, out-damaged by every late-game weapon? Cool, check this out. The Royal Broadsword does 36 damage and has 36 durability, giving a shelf life of 1,296 damage. The Master Sword, without being upgraded, has 30 damage and 40 durability, giving it 1,200. Isn't this proving his point, you might say? But since we're in the room, we'll talk about how good we are and how much we've completed, the Master Sword's trials also are up for this part. Now, 60 damage and 188 durability, or putting it simply, 11,280 damage. That Savage Lionel Crusher, 78 damage, 35 durability, or 2,730 damage. Let's give them both the strongest possible version. 78 damage with the attack up, bring him to 106 damage and 35 durability. Oh, that's 3,710. Ooh. Ugh, brother, ugh. Further fun fact, if you Flurry Rush, swords, clubs, and one-handed wonders let you do 7 strikes. 7 times 60 is 420. Two-handers let you do 4. 4 times 106 is 424. So, not only using a weapon type I consider genuinely worse that allows for 2 hard-hitting attacks, you can't even use a shield without remembering to put your weapon away while targeting an enemy, but in the time it takes for those 2 strikes of 78 to land, odds are the Master Sword has dumped off 180 damage since it looks like only 3 strikes fit into it during that time frame. Meaning, with the same amount of time we have, the Lionel Crusher dealing 156 versus the Master Sword 180, which puts roughly 24 damage between them before the Master Sword swings again. Want to see something cool too? The quick spin allows the Master Sword to literally spin to win and yeet any small to mid-sized enemy to allow you to stay on the offensive. It can be used to instantly shake off being surrounded by a large group of enemies, allowing you to not only have to worry about your 1v1 not getting interrupted, but also just in them flying It's great near cliffs. How do you use it? The same way you've used it since classic Zelda titles like Ocarina of Time. You spin the analog stick and you attack. Bada bing, bada boom. Quick spin. Now, I know you probably wrote this again without taking the DLC into account, but I'll say regardless, 60 damage regenerating on breakage, and the competition it has in the one-handed category is the Royal Broadsword with an attack and durability of 36, the Scimitar of the Seven with 32 attack and 60 durability, the Ancient Broadsword with 42 attack and 54 durability, the Royal Guard's Broadsword with 48 attack and 14 durability, and the Lazal Tri-Boomerang with 36 attack and 27 durability, and they better be thrown like a boomerang. Guardian Sword plus plus with 40 attack and 32 durability, the Mighty Lionel Sword with 36 attack and 32 durability, and the actual competition, the Savage Lionel Sword, with 58 attack and 41 durability. Let's talk numbers again real quick. The Royal Broadsword has a max damage of 1,296. The Scimitar of the Seven, 1,920. The Ancient Short Sword has 2,268. The Royal Guard's Broadsword has 672. The Lizal Tri-Boomerang has 972. The Guardian Sword plus plus has 1,280. Mighty Lionel, 1,152. Savage Lionel, 2,378. The Masters have 900, 1,200, 1,400, and finally 11,280 damage overall, but only if you've completed the Trial of the Sword or around Malice. Please tell me what's out damaging this. A Savage Lionel Crusher has a maximum output of 2,730. Calamity Ganon has 8,000 HP, and Gold Lionels, which only appear in Master Mode, have 7,000 HP. The only weapon surviving these fights without breaking is the one that regenerates once it breaks in its infinite durability against the final boss. Whoa. Here's the thing, big baseline number means nothing when late game Bokoblins have 720 HP, Moblins have 1,800, 1,080, Lizalfos have 864, and when I say late game I mean silver/white enemies. Gessler Mastered immediately gains its maximum potential damage and durability. Not counting buffs, Hyrule Castle, where high-level enemies and weapons are pretty much everywhere in the endgame. Wow, it's almost like that Lionel Crusher you spent either 8 hit shots instead of weapon durability on, or broke 3 to 4 more high-level weapons on, is effectively useless when compared to the thing that apparently gets outdamaged by every weapon in the game during the endgame. Yeesh.
This extremely situational boost.
Get good. That's simple. But additionally, damn near every buff in this game is situational. Attack up, it only works if you're attacking. Defense up, it only works if you're getting hit. Let's see here, swim speed up, it only works if you're swimming. Whoa, look at that. Do you like think about the words that you're putting down? It just doesn't line up. Like think about that. Climb speed up, it only works if you're climbing. Every damn boost in this game is situational at best. Of movement speed up, only if you're moving. Night speed up, only if it's nighttime. Like, again, think about that. Stealth up, only if you're sneaking. Whoa. It's almost like they took this into account. That's crazy. At the point you would be able to get the Tunic of the Wild, they were acknowledging that you should have completed everything. Having full health should be no issue whatsoever.
Would be justified if it made the beam do massive damage. But in reality, it actually takes the beam's damage from a meager 20 to a still meager 25, and that is when the Master Sword is powered up. Normally, it takes the beam's damage from 10 to 15, which is hardly enough damage to kill low-level enemies. The only saving grace of the Wild Armor set is that it mirrors Link's classic green costume from previous titles, which is a nice homage to the roots of the series.
That's the only saving grace, not the 84 defense when fully upgraded and using the sword that now deals bonus damage when the beams are used? Crazy you can just stack this with a meal that increases attack for something you can't get from a meal. Whoa, that's 37 damage per beam by the way. That's 1 point below what the Royal Guard bow does, and that has a durability of 60, which should last you a decent amount of time to be honest. That's 2,280 damage, base, not getting headshots or freezing enemies. Bomb arrow headshots would boost this significantly, but you could also get it higher by freezing them in the first place and then shooting, which could theoretically boost the damage even more. 5 times Lionel bows exist, meaning we've found something hypothetically stronger than the Master Sword, if we're counting bomb arrows, but even then, only I believe the first 2 arrows will actually count towards the damage, giving it a bonus 100. and that's if all 5 of them hit.
Still, most players want to prioritize functionality over aesthetics, making the wild armor set a gross waste of time for any player trying to get it.
Based on what? Are you familiar with Fashion Souls, Monster Hunter, and so on? Motherfuckers will straight up run bosses and encounters in the nude. You say most players will want to prioritize functionality over aesthetics. Most players would be considered casuals and probably not bother to 100% the game, or getting all the shrines unless they really enjoy the game. Who the hell is most players in this case, because so many of the motherfuckers I know, either online or offline, essentially face tank the game eating everything in inventory if or when they get hit. That's about 50 people. But to imply that most of the, according to 2020, 20 million sales, people who have played the game haven't even finished it, let alone didn't just upgrade what they thought looked cool, funny, or dumb on Link, is absolutely insane. Where did this metric come from? Because even in these more, I don't know, combat complex games, people will still use what they consider nice looking. They want their character to look good if they have to look at them all day. And the only time I see people upgrade to stuff that is just pure straight defense is whenever they won't be able to do the situation that is upcoming without it. That's the time I most see it happen. And even though I'm going to say that's the only time, because it's really not. People will use whatever they want. If they like it but they think it's funny, and doesn't really serve much for purpose, okay, they'll use that. If they like it and they think it's cool, they'll use that. If they don't like it but it's incredibly useful, they might opt not to use it, or they might just use it begrudgingly. Whoa, check that out.
With armor out of the way, let's talk about weapons, which are arguably a bigger disaster. First off, BOTW's weapons have a superfluous and confusing element system. Fire weapons beat ice enemies and ice weapons beat fire enemies, which makes sense. But there's also electric weapons, which don't beat ice or fire but electrocute enemies in water. The fact that there is no counter to electric weapons makes fighting against them extremely frustrating. Also, it negates the need for players to use electric gear. Ice weapons are only useful because they beat fire enemies, and vice versa. So why add electric? And if you are going to add electric, why not give it an elemental counterpart, so there's at least a rock, paper, scissors dynamic?
You're stupid. Ice weapons are only useful because they beat fire enemies, and vice versa. This tells me everything I need to know about this argument. Ice weapons freeze enemies. Frozen enemies take triple damage. Fire can burn enemies, which doesn't do much on its own. Couple this with, I don't know, grass? Damn near instant death for most enemies considering they get stun locked by their burning animation, so as long as the grass is burning, their health is rapidly sapped until they die. To say that electric weapons only electrocute enemies in the water is something I expect from someone who hasn't actually played the game. If you hit it with an electric weapon, they drop their weapon and shield, instantly, and are paralyzed. Don't want to fight a bunch of enemies with 1/3 gear? Bam! Tase and collect. There is no counter to electric weapons, which makes fighting against them extremely frustrating. Just guard. Jokes aside, wooden shields stop the attacks dead in their tracks. But also, if you see an enemy with an electric weapon, try shooting him from a distance, single him out first, grab his weapon, shoot him with a shock arrow. By the time you're seeing these things, you should have plenty of options available to make them a trivial task. You're talking about functionality over aesthetic whenever you don't know how basic things in the game function. These are introduced to you way before a lot of things in this game. So again, saying most people prioritize functionality over aesthetics while not knowing that ice weapons freeze enemies, causing them to take triple damage is crazy. Like, think about that for a second. You're promoting people running around to grab an 80% attack boost when they can get the same boost for one arrow. One swipe of a rod that will freeze multiple enemies and let them do triple the amount of damage. 80% isn't even double. It gets applied to every strike, and again, bonus damage never hurt. But primarily, ice arrows are far more available than something you would have to, I don't know, sit there and delay playing the rest of the game just to grab. Like, legitimately, what the f-
The current dynamic is rock, paper, scissors, except rock beats paper, paper beats rock, and scissors can sort of beat both but isn't really participating. I don't think rock, paper, scissors would have caught on if it worked that way.
Well, aren't we glad it doesn't work that way? It's not rock, paper, scissors because only two sides are actually playing at a time. It's musical chairs, and they're the last two standing. Whichever one you're using is the winner, because Link doesn't get one-shot by an elemental weapon. More accurately, it's red hands, but you're on the offensive. These elemental variant Lizalfos only ever cap it at 288 HP, which makes them pretty fodder if you're mid or late game and have picked up one rod or elemental weapon.
But the problem with Breath of the Wild's elemental weapons pales in comparison to the real problem, the durability system.
Oh, here we go.
One of the inherent pleasures of playing a game with a gear system is to choose which gear you prefer. Take the Dark Souls series, for example. I swear by smaller and more agile daggers, but others prefer greatswords, and yet everyone can make it through the game at a similar pace playing their own way.
Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and later released Elden Ring, along with the previous release Bloodborne, where equipping weapons that you prefer or might like to use have stat requirements to use them properly, requiring you to carefully allocate your stats, or be far enough in the game that items that increase your stats while equipped are available. Now, let's get into this. So, bringing up something you said before. Unfortunately, Breath of the Wild doesn't have either of those things. I bought armor at Hateno Village, which is accessible very early in the game, and upgraded it all the way through to the end of the game. If you get 5 hours in the game is still viable 50 hours in the game, that means the gear system is broken. Isn't one of the inherent joys of a gear system getting to use it if you want? Why is it a bad thing here? Doesn't Dark Souls have quite a few stats? Vitality, attunement, endurance, strength, dexterity, resistance, intelligence, faith, that all require that you meet those stat thresholds to make good use of a weapon, meaning you determine your playstyle weapons are available to you as you level up. In the case of Dark Souls 1, at least as far as I'm aware, there isn't a way to respec. 2 and 3 allow you to respec a limited amount of times, but that's per run. With a quick Google search, Dark Souls 1 has a total of 6 daggers, the stat requirement for them being dexterity mainly. If you don't meet that stat requirement, crazy damage drop-off happens, and it costs more stamina. Sure do love that lets you use whatever you want, right?
In Breath of the Wild, the game's design encourages the player to find weapons they like and stow them away in their inventory forever.
Now, like killing enemies with stronger gear begin to appear. As these begin to appear, the player is likely acquiring more abilities to make extremely short work of them, or finding ways to attack more tactically, like knocking moblins and bokoblins in the water to instantly kill them, and retrieving their gear using magnesis once the scrap is done. If you like that rare sword you found 2 hours into the game with 16 attack, boy do I have some good news for you. Once you beat the first dungeon or within your first 2 blood moons, you won't stop seeing that weapon everywhere. In fact, it might become the new bokoblin club for the remainder of the game. Ooh.
In the Zelda universe, apparently swords are made of styrofoam because they break constantly. Even higher level swords in the game break after killing 5 to 10 enemies, whereas lower level weapons may break after 5 to 10 swings.
Remember how I talked about those numbers? The whole 5 to 10 enemies for higher level and 5 to 10 swings for lower? A soldier's broadsword deals a max damage output of 350 damage, meaning it can kill 25 red bokoblins who will for sure be using weaker or equal gear, 4 blue bokoblins who will use equal or slightly on par gear, and 1 black bokoblin who will be using much better weapons. A knight's broadsword has a max damage output of 702, or 54 red bokoblins, 9 blues, and 2 blacks. A royal broadsword has a max damage output of 1,296, or 99 red bokoblins, 18 blues, and 5 blacks. I don't know about you, but getting 5 weapons of equal value for 1 weapon seems like a really good deal to me. I get that it can be frustrating that there isn't an indicator that a weapon is weak until it's got 3 hits left in it, but you should also be using 1 weapon until it breaks unless you've got an elemental weapon that can quickly change the flow of battle. Useless information at this point, but it's still relevant.
This broken, pun intended, system motivates players to hang on to good weapons and save them just for encounters with stronger enemies. I spent the majority of my playthrough using lower level weaponry for common enemies, building an ever-growing collection of good weapons in my backpack. Needless to say, I was extremely prepared for Hyrule Castle, but at the cost of using bad weapons for the rest of the game. Why create a system where the game's best loot is only useful to the player for a few minutes of gameplay?
I'm going to say, if enemies are of the same tier and have weapons that can kill them twice over already equipped, why would you even start hoarding good weapons when there are tools that will actually kill the exact same enemies right in front of you?
The argument I hear most is that the durability system motivates players to try different weaponry.
Or it motivates players to find new ways to fight enemies instead of just approaching them head on. You can wait for them to fall asleep or sneak up to them, use your strongest weapon for an insane damage spike of 800%. That Savage Lano Crusher, 106, hey, check it out. An actual reason to maybe care about carrying one, because now it actually does outdamage the Master for 1 potential attack instead of its lifespan. If we use it exclusively for sneak strikes, that's 29,680 damage over the course of 35 hits. Giving the Master the same amount of bonks, we get 16,800. Nice, right? We're using our tools more effectively than we were before because we're thinking now. Even with weaker weapons, being able to take a 36 damage sword and deal 288 damage, an instant kill to 11 of the enemies that can actually fight in the game is really good. And using it like that super extends that 36 uses of it if you know what you're doing, which is very good. And now we're getting a lot more bang for our buck. Yippee.
Although I agree with that argument, it still fails to address the fact that the durability system makes the game less fun. At the end of the day, I would rather find a piece of awesome gear and enjoy using it than have to cycle through tons of weapons just to get by. Having to bring up a menu during a fight several times because I need a new weapon also makes the flow of combat choppy and unsatisfying.
Here's a little TLDR. Pause. This is completely fair. The part about having a preference for just finding nice stuff and using it instead of cycling is just straight up by preference. Nothing wrong with that. If this entire thing was like this, I wouldn't have spent so much time looking deeper into games I enjoy because people who also seem to enjoy them didn't know what they were talking about. I don't like Flare Rush for the same reason you don't like entering the menu to choose a weapon. It breaks the flow of combat to me and rarely actually feels good. Age Calamity hadn't released this time, but having additional inputs to do one big hit of damage instead of mashing sometimes and not being able to cancel without waiting 2 to 3 seconds for the animation to just end makes combat feel like a drag to me. I'd much rather be handling it in real time or just able to hit them with a weak point smash. Multiple perfect dodge is rewarded with what essentially functions as a 7 times damage modifier or whatever, however many strikes that you were able to avoid before, finally attacking back, would completely break the combat system unless it had a stacking cap. But additionally, I think that would generally incentivize better play. On the flip side, Flare Rush is so easy to activate that unless the window is reduced, it ended up becoming the only feasible way to want to damage enemies so that things last as long as possible. But this creates its own issue because of one thing, and that's parrying. Parrying attacks doesn't really do anything for you. It will open the enemy up for a second. It does not slow down time, it does not make you invincible to other enemy attacks, and it does not reset their behavior. It is a chance of knocking the weapon out of your hand. But here's the thing. If I have the choice between flurry rushing and potentially killing an enemy, or parrying one enemy's attack and getting hit by 4 others, why would I not just flurry rush every time, especially when the window for it is so big? Sure, you can reflect Guardian lasers by parrying. And you can, stop certain environmental attacks like the Lynel's explosion. But the thing is, those are edge cases. Outside of Hyrule Castle, if you see a Lynel is about to detonate, just run away. It's usually a super telegraphed attack. You don't have to be standing anywhere near him. It's kind of crazy. The game definitely has its issues, as does the combat system. But weapons breaking is not one of them.
Additionally, there are ways to get players to try new gear without having weapons break every few minutes or swings. One easy way would have been to make specific side quests give unique weapons as a reward.
Gotta interrupt here. I'd accept this if it wasn't for the fact the weapons themselves don't have unique movesets. Every one-handed sword or club functions the same as another. There are occasional outliers with different charge attacks, like the Croc Leaf or Wind Cleaver, but they don't change enough of the actual moveset for me to consider them unique enough to not be easily replaced by any other weapon. Which is its own unfortunate thing for the Master Sword, but we ball. I'll go into more detail shortly.
Currently, Breath of the Wild side quests are a needless chore designed for players who are patient enough to get 100% completion. Not only do side quests give no unique rewards, they barely give any reward at all. Even side quests that take a significant amount of time reward something as useless as a red rupee, which is the Breath of the Wild equivalent of a crisp $5 bill. I've been told that side quests are rewarding because they are fun to complete, but in my experience they usually involve doing boring chores for townsfolk, like finding chickens in a pumpkin patch or something.
Some side quests involve finding things or locations, as well as occasionally even meeting certain NPCs, as well as cooking certain things. They aren't big, but they get the player to experiment with the systems in ways that might encourage them to actually delve deeper into things. They let the player get their feet wet with these mechanics, and they're rewarded for it. It's really not that deep.
Making side quests reward Link with unique weapons would make them a must-play part of the game. Moreover, knowing that there is a worthwhile reward at the end of a given quest makes completing the quest itself more bearable, no matter how tedious.
I'll say it again, combat is not the only part of this game. I don't think this would have been the way to go unless there were things that assisted with other features in gameplay. I don't care that traditional items are gone, but something like a grappling hook that made it easier to ascend up to certain points on walls would have been legitimately interesting as a reward. If these utility items actually function well within the game's structure, sure. But if we're getting rid of the durability system, and they're already contending with a bunch of garbage gear and getting more weapons from side quests that would and could become obsolete very quickly depending on what the side quest was completed, the system would collapse in on itself very quickly.
Another way to motivate players to experiment with gear is to make enemies significantly harder in later areas. This could be hard to execute in an open-world space like Breath of the Wilds, but I think it would help the game in a variety of ways. If there were areas in Hyrule that were simply too difficult for an inexperienced player, it would add to the sense of adventure and improvement that the game already has.
For lack of a better term, cap. Hyrule Castle is about the only area to do this, and for good reason considering the lore behind it. Making a patch of hard enemies that are significantly tankier or hit harder than other things in the area with the game's current systems would just inevitably lead to brute forcing an enemy until it dies and you get its weapon. Essentially putting you on par with the things you were fighting and making the rest of the world significantly easier because you picked up a Glock with heart-light bullets during the Stone Age. The main allure of exploration the game has is that regardless of which dungeon you tackle first, the enemies afterwards will begin to get stronger. Blight Ganons gain more HP dependent on how many actually remain, and inversely, Calamity Ganon loses health based on how many you've taken out, reducing his 8,000 to 4,000 unless you're playing on Master Mode, in which case he'll begin to heal. Players are incredibly tenacious folks. Elden Ring wasn't out at the time you wrote this, but if you've played Dark Souls, you might know players who have fought certain bosses or enemies that they should have avoided until a bit later. But for me, I had friends who beat the hell out of those enemies and just kind of carried on with their day. I have a friend who, repeatedly fought the first tree signal just because it was there. They're way more tenacious than I was at that point in the game, but if that's doable in a game inarguably more combat difficult than Breath of the Wild, I assure you, the same thing would happen if someone decided they want to brute force it. In Dark Souls, death has a penalty. You lose your souls. In Breath of the Wild, death does not have a penalty. You go back to the last point you saved at. So if you were to run up to the border, it's just between the next section of the map with much harder enemies, and then repeatedly fight that same enemy while there is no durability system until you can eventually beat him. Oh, look at that. Everything in that part of the game is now easy. Everything that you're about to encounter is now on par with you. Congrats, you can do this again. And probably one more time for the last area. Congrats. Nothing can contend with you now as you kind of just run around and actually play the rest of the game. Wow. That sure is gameplay. You became an unstoppable demigod of war, not by actually playing the game and interacting with the systems, by repeatedly bashing your head off a brick wall until the enemy fell. Now the rest of the game is much more easy. There's nothing that can contend with you. Look at that. Isn't that great game design?
If my sword does 14 damage and has little effect on the enemies, I would be motivated to explore the areas I can manage and find something better until I can succeed.
I know you talked about how most people earlier when it came to usability versus aesthetics would choose usability, but allow me to choose usability. Yet again, here. I would do what I did to Lionel, kill it and take its gear. I might only be doing 14 damage, but weapons no longer have durability and the only thing preventing me from moving on is one enemy. I'll take it out, take what it's using, and then do that again with the other enemies. Check out the problem that your solution to the gameplay problem has created. Look at that. What does Lionel give you? A shield that can attack enemies when you parry, a sword that deals a significant amount of damage for a one-handed sword at this point in the game, a triple-shot bow. Nice, right? This gear feels much better and much more like something that you don't want to use, except for in specific scenarios, because of the fact that you know it will break. Its value is enhanced by that factor, but additionally you know you're running up on a boss. So, you might use this gear during that boss, right? Neat. When a Blood Moon happens, you can just come back and get that same gear again. Look at that.
And it doesn't matter what type of weapon I find. If I were to find a spear that did 20 damage instead of 14, I would be motivated to use it. The difficulty of a given area can be all of the motivation a player needs to try new weapons. But instead, the design team took another shortcut by introducing the frustratingly overstated durability system.
So, let's use this against you real quick. It doesn't matter what type of weapon I find, if I were to find a spear that did 20 damage instead of 14, I would be motivated to use it. What if that spear is in the hands of an enemy that you consider difficult? Wouldn't you just strong arm it and beat that exact same enemy until you got its spear? Oh, look at that. And now you've got a better weapon to use. Something that'll make the rest of the game easier. Gee, look at that.
When a weapon's shelf life is so low, it totally ruins the experience of finding a new piece of gear. What good is a 50 damage club when I know it's going to break 20 swings later?
Think about how you can use this 50 damage club that will break in 20 swings. You can attack enemies who are asleep, sneak up on them. Maybe it promotes you to play more stealthily because you know you have a super strong weapon that can absolutely chop down enemies as long as you are approaching them correctly. So now, instead of just brute forcing everything, you play more carefully. Or, alternatively, you realize, hey, 50 damage, 20 swings? I wonder how much damage that is. Let's find out. Hey, that's 1000 damage. Almost as much as a Royal Broadsword. Now, what can I use this on? I can save it specifically for an enemy I see using a powerful piece of gear? Look at that, an equal trade. Now, if we opt to only do sneak strikes with this weapon, oh, look at that. It reaches 8000 damage. Total. Now, how much does it do in a single sneak strike? Let's find that out. 8 times 50 is 400. Yippee! So we sneak strike an enemy, and then guess what? We freeze it. We hit it again. It's probably dead by now. Where else have I seen gameplay like this? Oh yeah, Fire Emblem, where usually you'll send in the Jagen to do a large amount of damage to an enemy, now that your weaker units can come in and grab some XP. Though in this case, we're using our Jagen to attack an enemy, and then we finish it off with a weaker weapon that has far less damage and far less durability, thus saving us on the total amount of weapons being used. That's called economizing. It's pretty fucking useful. If I can apply lessons I've learned from other games to this one, I'm already having a fun time. That's not everybody, but the fact that's a possibility, I think that speaks volumes. Also, literally, that's killing 4 black bokoblins. Check that out. Black bokoblins usually carry some pretty good weapons. Neat.
The easiest fix would have been to scrap the durability system completely and make good weapons harder to find. This is the system most conventional gear-based games use, and I see no reason to change it.
Oh hey, you mean make good weapons take 1 Google search to find? Huh. Crazy how that comes back around to bite you in the ass. Anyways, continuing with my actual point now. I brought it up earlier and I'll do it again. Skyrim. Good weapons are hard to find until they become the norm, and by that time you're carrying 40 iron daggers, bows, and swords with the expectation you'll be pawning them off soon. If the durability system is gone, now a system to sell gear needs to be put in, and that needs to cost little enough that they don't boost the price of everything else exorbitantly as a result. But additionally, does throwing weapons still break them and deal ×2 damage? Is that how we get rid of our items now? Throwing them at enemies? Whoa.
Give common enemies equally common gear, and save the great gear for boss drops and difficult quests. This would also add a sense of continuity to the player's progression. Their inventory would serve as a time capsule where the player could remember what specific in-game experience led to each piece of gear.
Again, this is fine on paper, horrible in practice. Unless they add carry weight that reduces Link's stamina, okay, now we have unlimited inventory slots. Unless you want to get rid of the stuff in the time capsule so that Link gets his stamina back, you're going to be running around with a lot of the same gear that has no effective difference. It's just inventory clutter at that point. If you get rid of that, oh, there goes your sense of continuity. The moment you end up with 7 iron swords, unless one is enchanter or something, or they all have unique descriptions, you're probably not going to remember where those 7 came from when you end up picking up more. This isn't a solution to the problem. It ends up creating more problems because now they have to think about how many things they're going to have to do to avoid this. Do we make it so enemies do not always drop guaranteed weapons, thus making a drop system for them? Okay, now what do we have to include with that? If there's a 2% chance that this enemy will drop a weapon, why am I going to sit here and fight it? I'm not being rewarded. I have no reason to actually engage the enemy in combat. And now, how do electric weapons work? Electrocute enemies so they drop their weapons. Does it boost their drop rate if you kill them with it? No, it doesn't. Again, your system breaks more things than it fucking fixes. It's an awful idea. Less overall and more like in a game like this.
Or, if you really think the durability system was a great addition, at least add a mechanic where players can trade materials for repaired gear.
This is completely fair. All the races have their own weapons. We've got the Zora who will help you repair Mipha's light skill trident if it gets broken. He could easily also double as someone who could give you the rest of the weapons from their people, if they're purchasing them or otherwise. We've got the Goron Blacksmith who made the Boulder Breaker. He could also get that same role. We've got the person who remade Rivali's Great Bow. Check that out. And then we've got Valoria. I don't think it would be very hard for any of these characters to have the expanded capability to pretty much provide the weapons to Link. Less those specific weapons and more any weapon he wants from their type of people, right? So you can get Rito bows, Rito swords, all that fun stuff at any time as long as you got the rupees to pay for it. This seems like a pretty normal system. So now that we've got that, let's come up with a side quest idea. The kid in Haytena Village who asks you to show weapons and stuff, complete a side quest. You find out he's got an older brother who's been locked in the smithy working on stuff at the behest of their grandpa, who decided he wanted to meet you to ask if you could bring him the weapons to help his grandson along the path. And now that we've got our quest established, let's talk about the changes to durability we'll be making. Wooden weapons will break, they are irreparable, but they are upgradable with easily available items and materials. Get a stick, get some Bokoblin, Moblin, or Lizardpulse drops with their fangs, horns, bam! We've got a Boko Mob Lizao Club. It won't be the same as your actual weapons though, keep those unique to them. Metal weapons now degrade. When they break, their damage is crippled, being taken down to half. You have to bring the kid's brother a brand new, unused version of these weapons so he can study them. If it's used, it'll calm a bit to buy what he needs to fix it up, splitting the cost with you narratively, but the player knows they're being charged for the damage. If it's broken, he'll throw a mini fit before calming down like the happy mass salesman and asking if you can bring him one that isn't busted. At first, with meager knowledge and pretty rundown smithy, he'll only be able to do stuff like the traveler's gear, and once he's examined each piece of them, and if you've played the Bolson Construction Company with his help to construct a bigger smithy, he'll be able to do the soldier's gear, knights, and eventually the royal stuff. Congrats, you've constructed a new durability system. Will it have its own issues? Yes. You have to actively seek out this gear while the game is steadily upgrading what the enemies have, meaning you'll be seeing less and less of it, making this harder to do at the mid-game or late game. So now we have to change the scaling of the enemies. I've dealt with bad durability systems. Play Dark Cloud. Tell me how you feel about repair powders after you accidentally have a weapon you've been upgrading since the beginning break, and you have no actual way to fix that. Now, let's make this kid's name end with Sun, so we can eventually get him at Terrytown, so we can have someone of every race there, and we will eventually upgrade his repertoire to being able to replicate any weapon because he's heard of the techniques employed by other members of the races who are all there. He just can't make you the champion's arms. So now Terrytown is even more of a big central place. What can he do? Okay, let's add this feature to him to make him completely unique. He can make you blank versions, elementless versions of the magic weapons. How do you empower them? Well, for the Thunder Swords, you have to get them struck by lightning. For the Flame Swords, you have to drop them in magma. And for the Ice ones, you have to drop it in absolute freezing water. Cool. We've got that out of the way. He's completely unique now. Now, let's talk about an actual shortcut. An actual shortcut would be having the system, and then saying, okay, if you want your gear repaired, you have to run all the way back up to Pura, so she can hit your weapon with their little time reversal thing, so it's fixed now. And it's for free. So now not only you constantly run back and forth to one NPC to basically have any of your gear fixed up, it's just a really tedious process to begin with. Even if you aren't being charged for anything, it's annoying to have to go all the way back, just because your good weapon either started taking damage, or because it broke. Yippee.
When I first started my playthrough of Breath of the Wild, I thought Nintendo had nailed the difficulty. Every time I died, I felt that it was my fault for not being stealthy enough or not being accurate enough with my limited arrows.
It does and still can, but that depends entirely on how you choose to play the game. I'll get more into this in a second, but the thing is, if you are upgrading your gear and getting upset that enemies deal chip damage, you can use new gear at any point in the game. It's incredibly modular thanks to this.
Every enemy camp I found required legitimate planning to beat. Higher level enemies killed me in 1 or 2 hits, motivating me to master the game's dodging and combat mechanics. However, as I started accumulating Sheikah abilities, cooking ingredients and weapons, dying became less and less of a possibility. To be clear, I understand that Nintendo games cater to a wider audience than niche titles like Dark Souls, but if a game's challenge vanishes completely, then design tweaks are necessary.
So, I know by Sheik abilities that you mean champion abilities now, like Urbosa's Fury, Mipha's Grace, Daruk's Protection, and Revali's Gale. But every time I read that, it starts tapping that part of my brain that thinks you've only actually seen a playthrough or had little actual time to play the game, but still wanted to contribute to a conversation about it. The reason I say the difficulty is modular is because you can choose to upgrade your clothing, and doing so makes surviving much easier, often to the game's detriment when it comes to combat. You've additionally got the ability to heal from nearly an attack if you get the HP to survive the initial blow, just by pausing and stuffing Link's face. But you can also avoid doing this. You can make the game more difficult by choosing not to interact with the systems willingly. I didn't upgrade my gear in my Master Mode playthrough, and I only healed through sleeping at inns or stables. If I got a meal from saving somebody, I'd eat it then. But doing this makes the game more interesting because of the fact that if an enemy hits me, I am more than likely taking 2/3 of my total HP. This isn't fun to some people, but I wholeheartedly think you should raise your defense if you are enjoying the game, but find it a bit too difficult. Just do it for an individual piece instead of a set. It might only be 3 more defense, but that's 3/4 of a heart you aren't losing anymore, which might be enough breathing room for some players. It's all up in the air and able to be decided by them, and I love it for that.
If you died frequently in Breath of the Wild after unlocking all of Link's abilities, then you weren't taking advantage of the vast array of tools the game gives you that make dying nearly impossible. For starters, you can pause the game to replenish your health at any time with food. Several recipes in the game heal most, or all, of Link's health, and you can carry a whopping 60 food items, meaning that you have practically infinite healing capabilities. Also, should Link somehow die, he will be instantly resurrected by Mipha's Grace, an ability that can be obtained early in the game that allows Link to revive himself back to full strength upon death. But the ability is on a 24-minute cooldown, so if the player dies twice within that time frame, Link will not self-revive. Unless, of course, the player has any fairies in their inventory, a rarish item that also revives Link upon death.
If you want difficulty, then yeah, maybe don't take advantage of everything the game offers you. If you want a harder game, don't heal when you get hit. If it's too hard, heal when you get hit. Upgrade your gear. There are plenty of ways to basically fill Link's HP instantly because this is the first time in a good while there has been actual danger in a Zelda game. Skyward Sword was a gameplay change. Motion controls and how they worked with the combat ended up giving us 6 hearts to start instead of the usual 3. And have you ever heard someone say, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should? This is one of those times. There's a lot you can do to make things easy in the game, and in life. Are these always good things? No. We're not talking about life right now though, so I'll get back on the actual subject. Saying you have practically infinite healing capabilities means that you're acknowledging your decision to play on the easiest possible difficulty. Saying Mipha's Grace can be obtained early in the game means nothing because you could just as easily obtain Daruk's Protection, Revali's Gale, or Urbosa's Fury. Fairies flee when Link gets close to them and only spawn at fairy fountains or in grass if you're cutting it. All these things require the player to interact with the gameplay systems. They aren't just free things you can pick up. You're skipping a lot of the context of obtaining them.
If that wasn't enough, Link also gets a variety of damage upgrades that motivate players to shy away from the game's simple but rewarding combat system. The Daruk's Protection ability automatically blocks and parries 3 enemy attacks before a short cooldown, totally negating the need for a player to use parrying or dodging consistently. Urbosa's Fury deals massive damage in a large area around Link, decimating large crowds of enemies. Link also has the ability to freeze enemies in time and slow down time in the air, making him a juggernaut by the time the game is over.
I'm not actually sure what you mean by damage upgrades, unless you're talking about Urbosa's Fury, usable 3 times, electrocutes enemies, and stuns them, while disarming them as well. Daruk's Protection only protects you if you're Z-targeting or locked on. Otherwise, you're still completely susceptible to the damage. But additionally, that short cooldown is 18 minutes long unless you're in Hyrule Castle or have completed the DLC. I've chilled on the initial attitude since a good chunk of what's been leading into this has been personal preference, and not really an attempt to spread any misinformation. But, to say that it encourages players to shy away from it, Daruk's Protection still allows you to parry normally if you're using it, and it helped me become more comfortable parrying Lionels and Guardians because I knew I had room for error. Just 3 times, but it was better than getting hit once and turning to mush. The cooldown for all these abilities begins once the final usage is spent, meaning if you're in the middle of a fight and cook your last Daruki Nuki, you're back to normal for the next 18 minutes. The fact this cooldown isn't swapped with our boss's 12-minute timer, that should probably mainly be used for crowd control and when things get hairy instead of all at once, is something that makes sense to me considering handling 5 to 6 enemies at once, with it, is more simple than trying to manage your lock once to not waste uses. But additionally, bullet time is something Link starts with. Stasis Plus is an ability you get from completing a side quest from Pora, and the time varies based around the enemy's size and strength, meaning more dangerous foes are likely to be held for just long enough to get out of their face or deal a few quick spear hits. You're calling him an unstoppable juggernaut for having to complete things in the game that would, in other games, be plot progress related. Are you saying it's wrong or bad for the player character to get stronger in the game as you continue through it? Hopefully not.
The only enemies that pose a threat later in the game are Savage Linnels and the Guardians in Hyrule Castle, and neither of them are hard for the right reasons. Linnels are only difficult because of their massive damage output and enormous health bars, and since Link can heal to his heart's content, pun also intended, the fight ends up being a drawn-out and repetitive grind rather than a challenging battle. As Egoraptor so brilliantly pointed out, poorly designed enemies tend to replace difficulty with time because things that take a long time feel difficult when in reality they aren't. Guardians, on the other hand, are only difficult in Hyrule Castle because there's so many of them. Plus, if you hoard ancient weaponry for fear of them breaking like I did, then that challenge dissipates anyway.
I've already gone in on Aaron enough in this video, but here we go again. I'll do it just for you. The fight above is at 3 times speed and it took 1 minute and 51 seconds to initially complete. When you are freely encountering Lynels and Guardians, you should have the weapons, skill, and defense necessary to overcome them easily. Lynels are still able to be hit by headshots, and once you do, you can ride them like a pony and deal lots of damage, backflip off, bullet time shoot them in the back of the head for critical damage multiple times, and then resume the fight until it happens again. Saying that Guardians are difficult in Hyrule Castle because there are so many of them, you're not forced to engage with the enemy. You aren't put in a situation where you are forced to fight them. Everywhere there is a Guardian, if you are at the end of the game, you have Rivali's Gale, which will allow you to instantly escape that situation, or Bosa's Fury, which will allow you to electrocute them, the Master Sword, which deals a ridiculous amount of damage to them, and best of all, you have the Zora armor. The Zora armor that lets you swim up the waterfalls that surround the castle. When you've got the Zora armor, you can pretty much just ride up the waterfalls to reach the top of the castle. You don't even need to fight through anything. You can just skip the entire process because you know what the items in your inventory do, and you've been looking around the environment and able to tell, hey, what if I did this instead of rushing through it, on foot, fighting everything? What if I smartly used what is in my inventory to bypass this challenge? Oh, look at that. That's without a Sheikah Slate ability, something we gained naturally through the game. Whoa. If you're running into a Lynel or Guardian at any other point, it's probably because you are doing something you shouldn't be doing, or you're trying to see if you can challenge yourself. Or alternatively, you weren't even looking for them in the first place, you just happened to stumble across them. Now you could be in over your head. Hey, isn't that like the old Zelda?
This total lack of difficulty takes the game's stakes away. When Link becomes an invincible destroyer of worlds with infinite healing and insane damage output, clearing camps of enemies stops feeling like an adventure and starts feeling like a chore. When the fear of death is taken away from the player, there's never a reason for them to lean forward in their seat or for their heart rate to increase.
Nothing in the game requires you to actually upgrade your gear. There are no side quests or completion bonuses for doing so, saying or suggesting the fear of death is taken away by the game itself is just, ugh. The game doesn't have traditional difficulty options, but upgrading your equipment is again pretty easy to equate to lowering the difficulty. While it might be its own power fantasy to become invincible and hard to take out, Ganon can't stop you, Hyrule is 2 seconds from saved, and you're ripping through what little resistance he can muster. But my own preference is that I'm just as fragile as nearly anyone else. Just much more skilled and willing to do what they can't. It hits the floor running for me, and my little monkey brain. I get the serotonin hit not because I have a ton of HP and deal a ton of damage, but because I am fighting against things that can deal a ton of damage to me on equal foot. There's one of me, 5 of them, and I'm winning. That makes me feel hype. The fact that what's allowing me to do this isn't my stats being high, but my skill as a player. The weapons I've equipped, sure, but the fact that I'm surviving long enough to do any of this in the first place means that I, as a player, am good. It's not my weapons and gear having, like, I don't know, 80 defense overall, while enemies are only doing 50. It is me being able to dodge and block their strikes that's making me good.
The game world becomes less alive without the fear of something that could defeat Link easily. Another thing I hear is that Breath of the Wild is like a 3D version of the first Zelda game, but this is one area where they are nothing alike. In the original Legend of Zelda, the player was always in fear of discovering something that they couldn't handle.
Agreed, weirdly enough, but probably for different reasons. The dungeons in the original were organized by level, which was also a pretty good indicator of danger, so ending up in the area of level 4 or the 4th dungeon by wandering around a bit too much was surefire going to get you killed because the game often expected you to either have the blue ring by then, or be good enough / have enough life to brick wall it. A good chunk of that feeling additionally comes from the fact you can't accurately see or tell what will be on the next screen. The more control over contextual situations the player is given, the less scary things will eventually become. Resident Evil may be scarier on a appearance level now, but the fact you had tank controls back in the day made encounters in hallways feel tense because there is less of a chance of you being able to just aim your shot to cripple their leg before running by. Limitations serve to enhance the horror aspect of it. For Zelda, this was a transition from being able to see anything and everything on the same floor as yourself, and only being able to see what was theoretically within Link's field of view and then some. Which is something I feel Eageraptor touched on earlier in his video, but without acknowledging the fact that some of the changes were made to keep up with the times. Zelda could have stayed 2D, but when you've got a bunch of competition coming out, making use of similar systems and more, not cashing in on the resources you have available that could have been enough to save the series, is actually something that could have made the series bite it. I don't think we'd have a lot of the same stuff if that did happen, at least not in the same way.
It made exploring scary, but most of all, it made exploring fun. I know that DLC packs have given players options like Master Mode to increase difficulty, but the vanilla game's total lack of challenge is impossible for me to ignore.
And as a counterpoint to that, the vanilla game's lack of enemy HP regeneration, as well as the fact the weakest level of enemy available is red as opposed to blue, makes the earlier segments of the game an absolute breeze to farm up weapons in. You say it makes the player want to hoard them, but even in my first playthrough I was never worried about that because I kept finding new stuff to replace what I lost. All the weapons really are skins with attack values. Nothing really changes between them enough to warrant being afraid to lose them.
I'm not saying that Link shouldn't get stronger as the game goes on. I think character improvement is necessary for adventure games, but the key factor is when that improvement happens and to what degree. The ideal scenario, in my eyes, is that the player and their character get steadily stronger throughout the game, but the enemies they face are always slightly stronger. That way, the player would have more tools at their disposal while overcoming obstacles, but they also would need to master those tools in order to progress. Then, when the player beats the main story and transitions to endgame, they should be able to get as strong as they want to.
I think this depends entirely on the genre of game. I know you specify adventure games, but while this may work for some, it may not work for others. If enemies are scarce and thus when they do appear things get more tense, they should definitely warrant concern from the player. If every enemy is a carry knight, and that becomes the player expectation for an enemy. Carry knights might as well be the new mooks. You said earlier that things like Lionels weren't hard because they were actually just HP sponges, but if all the enemies were just stronger than the player, whatever that means in this context, then the player never really feels a level of progression unless they run into enemies from earlier in the game. Allowing the player to demonstrate their newfound strength by just obliterating things that previously posed an issue is part of what makes Metroidvanias feel good. In the case of Metroid Dread, as you progress to the different areas of the planet, you spend more time running from the enemy, before defeating them and siphoning their power to restore your own. Samus gets stronger through the fact that she gains new abilities that allow her to do different things. She does receive additional life as well as additional damage upgrades throughout the game and through exploration, but her increase in strength is also seen on a narrative level. And I'll go into that now. She goes from getting mollywopped by Ravenbeak to fighting the X-Machins, and once she begins to awaken her Metroid power, she goes from the previous cold and calculated aim shots and counters to just needing to get a single pommel them to completely brutalize them. Nothing really changes about the QTE outcome, but the player feels stronger because of a surface level change. Becoming as strong as they want doesn't work for the endgame of all types of games because not every game has room for something conceivably happening once the big bad is defeated. For some games, the book closes. Look at Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, Metroid, Dark Souls, previous Zelda titles even. What would you do in Super Mario 64 if it did have an endgame that pretty much equated to Bowser no longer being able to be battled? The castle returns to normal. At that point, you're just running around until you decide to start a new game and do it all over again. unless the plot reason is, oh, Peach really liked what he did with the paintings, so now she put power stars in them to make sure it could keep being done. Alright, now you have to go in and get those. Or do you? There's nothing to fucking do in the endgame. Why? Because Super Mario 64 is closed book. And that's fine, it works for it. The fun is in exploring the stages and seeing how you can get them done. The fun is also in completing the story, but once you've completed the story, if that was just it, and it didn't send you back to before you fought the final boss, congrats. Now you can't do that again. It's just wrapped up. None of what you did is something you can do again. You just have to restart the game, and that's that. I would consider that very whack, and I doubt the game would be as well received as it is. You would have to get every single star before you fought the final boss. Meaning, if you didn't do it, people would know. There was no, yep, I took care of all this stuff before I fought him. It would be, yeah. Turns out I missed at least 45 stars before I got to Bowser. That kinda sucks.
Pokemon games are a perfect example of this sort of game design. After beating the Elite Four, the game's final challenge, the player is still free to explore the world and collect Pokemon for as long as they want. Players can build an entire team of legendary Pokemon and absolutely steamroll every trainer in their way. But because of the progression's pacing, it feels earned.
Oftentimes, there aren't really trainers left. Sometimes additional routes can open up, but given not every Pokemon game has had the luxury of allowing you to rebattle trainers you've defeated, and the world scaling up to fight you, once you've hit a certain level, unless you start a new game, there's nothing really left to do or experience. Sure, in games like Emerald, you've got the Battle Frontier, but with the unconventional ways the Frontier brains function, that might just feel unsatisfying to someone who prefers the structure of the game had been previously giving them. With a game like Pokemon Colosseum or XD Gale of Darkness, once you've completed the story, all you really have left to do is get any Shadow Pokemon you missed and mount battle, which can be fun, but while it works great for bringing in Pokemon from the Game Boy Advance games to level up and use if you've steamrolled everything they had to offer, the repetition is going to set in. Remember that formula I talked about? Pokemon has one too. It's one I'm fond of, and with Scarlet and Violet having come out this time, it's one I partially kind of miss, but that's because of how I went through the game. I ended up tackling the entire right side of the map before descending on the left side, meaning I was highly overleveled for everything I ended up going through. I still enjoyed the experience I got on the right side, but because my experience consists of getting half a normal Pokemon game, and that I have steamrolling anyone who looked at me slightly odd, which makes me feel like I can't properly judge the difficulty of the game because, at least on my original save file, I was jumping from area to area, fighting people who were sometimes 7 levels above me, while having a party that didn't hit 4 Pokemon until I beat my 5th gym leader. While I think they did a good job of nailing what they might have been going for, it's something I honestly hope gets better in the future instead of exploring certain elements and disposing of the style. What I'm saying with this is, even though becoming a strong, overpowered wrecking ball of a trainer felt earned, the rest of the game was unsatisfying. There was nothing left to challenge me. I was pretty much just walking all over everything I encountered. And that was it. There was no opposition. The rest of the game felt like a formality. I just have to beat them to go see them. They aren't posing any challenge to me. I'm just kind of stepping on them and then continuing on my way. It doesn't make the game feel good. At least not to me. It can to other people. But if I just want to play Pokemon game and be completely overleveled, why would I not use a rare candy cheat code and then just kind of mod in whatever Pokemon I wanted and then play the game? Because I want to play the game. I just sit through, a bunch of screens of my Pokemon attacking another one. And that's the most important thing I can say about this. If you want to play the game, engage with the game. But if the game doesn't allow you to engage with any meaningful way, shape, or form because the systems don't allow for it, then yeah, that's probably a bad game. Breath of the Wild gives you all the options you need to engage with it. But if you say you don't want to, there's nothing you can really do about that. You'll have a worse experience with the game for not doing it, and then you'll say the game sucks.
The player has succeeded in beating all of the main game challenges, so becoming an unstoppable super trainer doesn't take away from the experience. Being obscenely strong lets the player collect all of the Pokemon they want without the normal stress of managing a less powerful team. It makes catching them all a rewarding and fun experience.
The first time I caught them all was in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. We had Fire Red and Leaf Green, Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, as well as Colosseum and Gale of Darkness. My brother and I wrapped up the Pokedex for the first time. You know what we got? a certificate saying, "Yippee, you did it!" And that was it. It wasn't fun sitting at the TV hearing the Pokemon Center theme on 3 different things, all slight distances from each other while we transfer them between the games before sending the Diamond Pearl. It felt tedious because I was young and wanted to do literally anything else besides just move things between boxes while catching a bunch of burner Pokemon. That was the last time I had caught them all. I still have fun with Pokemon games, but the fun I have with them is going through them and actually being challenged by what I'm up against. I don't derive any joy from what is effectively a curb stomp battle. So I always slowly fill my party with Pokemon instead of doing it at the earliest convenience. I can easily remember where and when I caught these Pokemon I do catch are in my party. They are the chosen elite, and that makes things feel more memorable to me. I don't impose this on anyone else because that's my experience with the game. Completing the Pokedex could be fun for someone else, especially if they got the head start of being able to bring in previous generations Pokemon and they enjoy shiny hunting. But it's not my cup of tea or water for that matter. I can survive without it easily. Also, surprise cynicism, but remember when you said that thing about shrines way earlier? I'm sure that when I said that every area plays out the same way, you thought, no, I remember finding all these cool things and it was so awesome and different every time. Let me clear that up for you. What you meant to say was, I found all these shrines. Well, I'm sure that when I said that every area plays out the same way, you thought, no, I remember finding all these cool Pokemon and it was so awesome and different every time. Let me clear that up for you. You just had a different experience than I did with the game. You enjoy growing into being overpowered and becoming unstoppable, it seems, and I enjoy always being challenged, even if I have to apply the rules to myself. I don't think the in-game formula can function for everything, but I'll move on for now.
In Breath of the Wild, the player becomes much too powerful too early in the game. The Divine Beast abilities are so strong that the Pokemon equivalent would be getting a legendary Pokemon after beating every gym leader. The core of these progression issues come from one thing: Breath of the Wild has no endgame.
So, I'll agree to disagree here. Mifa's Grace is useful, but it's only useful if you actually die. Otherwise, it just feels like you've actually gained nothing compared to the other 3 abilities. Rivali's Skill can trivialize the concern of stamina when it comes to climbing towers. But it also makes exploration in general easier, in or out of a Divine Beast, given you can use it to quickly reach places that might have been impossible otherwise. Urbosa's Fury is useful in a fight, either for dealing a large amount of damage, or allowing you to take down enemies with weaker weapons, allowing you to just rob them blind after flashbanging them with a static grenade. Or dealing a large amount of damage every 12 minutes isn't really that useful outside of combat. Daruk's Protection can also feel worthless since, unless you're someone who fights more riskily normally, and now has the chance to stick in on enemies far more aggressively, I've usually got it disabled because I hate the stop frame it causes on activation. To say the player becomes too powerful too early in the game is hazy since people can target the game at different speeds. A friend who got the same game as me day 1 was primarily only seeing tier 3 enemies before they found the Divine Beast. They absolutely steamrolled Fireblight because Fireblight didn't account for them having a pocket rocket. You just got steamrolled.
Breath of the Wild is guilty of one of my biggest game design pet peeves: not letting the player continue to play after the final boss has been defeated. After defeating Ganon in all of his forms, the game fades to black, and instead of a cutscene or resolution of some kind, the player is teleported outside Ganon's chambers as if the fight never happened.
And here's the part that makes me think you didn't complete the game. When you beat Ganon, Zelda returns, talks to Link for a moment, and if you didn't defeat all the Blight Ganons and free the Divine Beast, along with recovering the Master Sword or recover your memories, then you don't get the true ending, where they set off to go repair Varuta. Which, with Tears of the Kingdom out now, kind of feels like they were hinting at the Divine Beast shutting down and failing, but let's move on for now, to the part that actually makes me angry.
This violates even the most basic rules of storytelling. Killing Ganon is obviously the climactic moment of the story, so having no content beyond that left me feeling shortchanged. It would be like if the credits rolled in a movie the moment after the villain was killed. I wanted to see Hyrule Castle free of Ganon's wrath, and I wanted to see Zelda finally return home after 100 years of conflict. I even thought the castle would become a hub world like Kakariko Village where I could enjoy a peaceful Hyrule. Who knows, maybe King Rome's ghost would return to congratulate us on our victory. But none of that happened.
So, can you name another Zelda game that has a post-final boss in-game? Like, I don't mean Wind Waker's Crab Shirt mode, but any title that continued after the credits and you actually have to play around in them? I can't. The closest we get is Majora's Mask, and that's because Tato has new dialogue for when you refight Skull Kid. She breaks the fourth wall a bit, to some extent, to literally go, blah blah, we know he couldn't handle the mask, move on. In every other case, you either restart the game system to continue playing on the save file that exists before the end of the game, or returns to the title screen and you just do the same thing. If Ocarina of Time had an endgame, what would it be? Link warns the King of Dwarf's treachery after you recomplete the first dungeon. He's imprisoned, but what now? There isn't really anything to do or anything that would open up. You're hailed as the hero of the kingdom, or something. But as far as possibilities that open up, you're restricted to less than half of the tools you acquire throughout the game. Majora's Mask is a Groundhog Day loop, and given how Tattle acts, I'm willing to bet both her and Link are confident they could leave at any time. Nothing really of note here. If the game had a proper endgame, it'd just be the 4th day, until you presumably set out at the end of it, to continue your adventure. It'd be neat, but aside from dialogue, the credits pretty well cover everything that show you the fruits of your labor. Wind Waker, the King of Red Lions, is gone. Cue Crabgrave. But now Link is sailing with Tetra in-game. There is room for potential endgame here, but the game got a straight-up awesome sequel with Phantom Hourglass and a continuation with Spirit Tracks. Love both those games. There would be very little to actually do because everything is essentially wrapped up, only now you don't have the second best Ganondorf fight in the series anymore. And you can't rebattle the boss so early in the game, you just move on. Twilight Princess, Midna is gone, so no more Wolf Link or fast traveling, but additionally, Link put the Master Sword back in the pedestal, so you are now down an item. Skyward Sword, it'd be interesting, but given there's so little to do, there wouldn't be much left. Unable to rebattle the final boss, Fi is gone, which some could see as a plus, but I like her. All that'd really be left is something, the construction of Hyrule Castle, which isn't something that could be conceivable to cover in an epilogue segment. Oh, almost forget about Triforce Heroes. Wish that was on Switch, to be honest. That one kinda sorta has a proper in-game, I guess. A Link Between Worlds wouldn't really function well considering that's half the game gone and your wall movement gone too. If Breath of the Wild got the in-game you envision, there wouldn't be anything to do, and the game would just sort of turn into an escort mission since Link can't really ditch Zelda to go do stuff. The Yiga clan is still around, but additionally, if G-Man is cancelled, as far as I know, that'd be the end of the Blood Moons, meaning no more enemies respawning, which eventually means nothing else to really use any of your weapons or gear on. Yeesh. That pretty much wraps up the rest of the game, right?
Not only does this design choice leave the story arc of the game in an awkward spot, it also impacts the gameplay in a negative way. If the player was free to explore Hyrule after defeating Ganon, Breath of the Wild players could enjoy a legitimate endgame, a structure that would allow the game to stop deliberately taking cool things away from the player for the sake of balance. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, here are 2 examples.
Like I said preemptively, there would be nothing left to do in the game except for a hyper version of the Terry Town side quest, and an inability to travel how you used to unless they root Zelda down, in which case, there are still so few enemies that exist in the world that it'd be more worthwhile starting a new save file. They could allow you to remember again at the room you fought them in to rebattle them like with the DLC, but then you're still going to run out of things to fight that aren't just Yiga out for blood. It's gonna get pretty boring pretty quick.
On one fictional night in Hyrule, I noticed a mountain in the distance with a glowing blue beam coming out of the top of it. It was a good distance away though, so I decided to set up camp and check it out after the game had transitioned to morning. I rode my horse to the mountain where the blue light had been. What I found at the top of a mountain was a calm pond covered in pink leaves. I stayed until night because that's when I had seen the blue light. I heard strange noises and turned to see a spirit in front of me with the head of an owl and the body of a horse. After slowly approaching, I tamed the spirit and began riding it. I was thrilled. Not only was there no shrine at the top of this mountain, but there was a ghost horse. A ghost horse that had infinite stamina and amazing speed. Finally, Breath of the Wild had rewarded me for exploring with some unexpected and useful.
I'd like to refer to something that I've recorded for the original text document, but I won't for now. This is the type of thing I don't like, when I see people trying to spread misinformation so their point or whatever they're saying looks valid, because if you're hitting up that mountain, unless you've got the shrine sensor disabled, it's going to start screaming at you to let you know there's a shrine there. I don't think there's a single direction you could approach it from with the sensor active that it wouldn't notify you that it's there, but additionally, unless this is all specifically for the storytelling, was this before or after you get all the shrines? This matters a lot.
Naturally, I took my ghost horse to the nearest stables as I thought of what I might name it. Phantom? Greg? There were so many choices. As I approached the stable keeper, he cowered in fear and told me he could not board a monster. After doing some research online, it appeared that there was absolutely no way to put the spirit in the stables.
This isn't Shin Megami Tensei. This isn't Pokemon. We don't put deities in stables.
This meant that if I used fast travel at any point, Greg would be left behind at my previous location, rendering him useless for the most part. I was furious. Why Nintendo? Why add an awesome ghost horse that I had to explore to find, and then make it totally obsolete under the game's framework?
I'll also just go ahead and put what I originally said here. If you're wanting something lore sound, keeping a supernatural entity at a stable wouldn't fit, not to mention it's believed to be the reincarnation of a sage or something in-game. If anything, it would make more sense as a in-game reward to allow Link to summon like Death's Horse from Darksiders 2. It appears that it's needed, giving aid to the hero. It's also useless to ride a horse since most areas within Hyrule that aren't the main areas usually make it pretty inconvenient to take one with you. If you can even take them with you at all. You essentially get the same thing, but better in the form of the Master Cycle Zero. An actual reward for actual effort in beating the DLC boss. Yippee, check that out. Now, the hell do you mean explore to find? It's not like the Ganondorf horse out in the middle of some random location with no indication of a horse being there. Besides a side quest you might find that hints you towards it, it's a goddamn glowing nuclear beacon saying, yo, something's here, man. If you're not investigating it, at least find out what's going on there. Well, teach their own, but I think you're pretty dumb.
The most logical explanation is that a horse that powerful would make traveling around the map too easy. A balancing issue, essentially. Well, if the Ghost Owl horse was only available after defeating Ganon in the endgame, then having a fast, efficient, and fun way to get around Hyrule wouldn't be an issue.
Or that it's a deity, and people in Hyrule are afraid of the supernatural, with Link being an outlier because not only are they controlled by the player, but additionally, Bro can literally kill anything in the game provided you've got the patience for it. This is basically crying woe is me over the fact the game has something that just won't kneel at the player's feet, and the NPCs in the game itself are freaked out by it. Just like if you ride up on a skeletal horse. Horses cannot travel up mountains very well, exist in the desert, and although they're hard to kill, it's kind of a pain having to deal with navigating them since you have to be so careful where you put them. The DLC introduced some horse gear that allows them to teleport to you, but I just kind of go wherever, so having to stop and think about if I'll need to retread for Yay Pona is kind of not a move I'd personally be making. I would just play the game normally. Or my own version of normal.
The other example of BOTW's design intentionally robbing the player of cool things happens during the final fight with Ganon, when he is in his classic pig form. Zelda gives Link the Bow of Light just for the final battle. The bow is incredibly powerful and has nearly infinite range and has infinite ammo. It looks stunning too, truly the ultimate weapon for a hero like Link.
Gonna be pedantic for a second. This is his classic pig form. Not him using a trident and being Wiz Pig's older brother, but the one that for all intents and purposes leans more towards what they're shown to be in Twilight Princess. Not the Master Sword, the Blade of Evil's Bane that we've seen throughout multiple games being wielded by him for the past 2 decades. The one that nearly always marks the triumph of the hero against whatever dark entity has appeared. The one that other legendary swords like the Phantom Sword and Locomo Sword nearly match the colors of. The sword that has usually been the source of Ganon's eventual downfall. This bow, which has, for the past few games has been appearing in, has ended up wielded by Zelda, is the ultimate weapon for a hero like Link. The Arrow of Light, granted Link during Ocarina of Time, the arrow founded by Link in Wind Waker, and then used to support Link during the final battle, the bow being used by Zelda to aid Link against Ganon and Twilight Princess, the bow used by Zelda to assist Link against Malladus, is the ultimate weapon of the hero who has been known to wield the Master Sword throughout the ages. My guy, this is news to me.
However, as soon as Link defeats Ganon and the game resets, the bow is gone. If Breath of the Wild had a legitimate endgame, using the Bow of Light in the Overworld would easily have been the highlight of my playthrough. If sniping enemies from the tops of mountains with a bow from the gods doesn't sound fun to you, then I don't know what does.
It doesn't sound fun to me because render distance exists, but also because of the fact that it's just doing 100 damage to enemies that at this point would have 240, 720, and 1080 health for the most simple of them. My ass is not shooting a basic red Lionel 20 times just to kill it when I can do that much faster and will be having much more fun using a sword. Because there's actual risk involved, and taking a large amount of damage is something that could happen if I do slip up. If I'm just sitting off in the corner, taking pot shots to the Lionel, I'm not really going to be having much fun with the game. I'm going to be dicking around. Not really fulfilling anything, not really getting anything done. It just creates a situation where, instead of engaging with the game, like you said, the champion's abilities make you stop doing, I am just picking off enemies from a distance so I don't have to fight them, because it's oh so fun.
But again, the choice to have the game reset after the gain and fight limits the game's design possibilities in an effort to balance an already unbalanced game.
By putting this game in a state that after the final battle is finished, still allows players to play around and interact with the world that is still potentially in danger and facing a threat, the game design possibilities are limited, you say. Okay, so let's do this instead. Say you run there and defeat Ganon without having done any of the Divine Beasts, but you've cleared 40 shrines to the Master Sword. Is it good game design to take away the 4 dungeons the player would have needed to complete the game for the true ending, while simultaneously saving the game afterward, in a game where you have 1 manual save and the rest are autosaves? Please God, think about what you're saying and implying would be better. Well then maybe they shouldn't have designed dungeons that way. Counterpoint to that, if the bosses in question are pieces of Ganon that have been crafted to counter each champion, and by defeating Ganon, they've ceased to exist, the Divine Beasts are now inert. They serve no purpose. To undo this, they'd have to rewrite the story and lore of the world completely, as well as any of the ruins-based design in the area to fit with the new narrative. This doesn't work for the narrative, and oftentimes, unless it's set in a world where this does work, like Pokemon where your goal begins as conquering the Pokemon League, and usually gets interrupted by whatever gang shit is going on that week, you then take care of that gang violence problem, that by level data states the Elite Four and Champion could have probably handled it if it was a more easily accessible option, and then you're let loose in a world where oftentimes there's something like the Battle Tower or whatever it might go by in this particular game that ends up being more of a challenge than anything else level the game could actually throw at you. Instead, putting you against other trainers in fair battles where the difference is in the team composition more so than whatever level gap is there. This isn't to say no game can properly function without an endgame. Look at Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Time and Darkness. That shit slaps. I thought I was done with the game, and then Darkrai popped up, and I felt like it would just keep going forever. It was exciting as hell, and genuinely ruined Explorers of Sky for me, if only for the fact that I knew what I was getting into. New story beats hit, but there was less of a feeling of being surprised by new stuff because I knew where it would be, and more that I was familiar with what Time and Darkness brought to the table. So when something new happened, it wasn't me going, the game isn't over yet, it was me going, there is the new content, and that sucked. This isn't a problem with the game, but rather a problem with how much time I dumped into it. Funny story about Pokemon Mystery Dungeon DS, by the way. When I first played, my partner Pokemon was Trico, so I thought there was a multi-layer of time travel because Grovyle used to be my partner from the future, yada yada. It was absolutely mind-blowing for an entrance. Love that stuff. The last time I felt that way about a game was when I mostly was kind of apathetic towards the start, because I figured it would do the same thing as the past 2 to 3 games. And that was Super Mystery Dungeon. Everything you go through to get your partner back feels great, and helps something that would or might have otherwise had an unsatisfying end, otherwise not have to deal with that by putting you in the role of your partner from the previous games. It feels nice fighting to get them back. The issue with this now is that not every game has an endgame that can or would work like this, while still being able to tell all the same stories lots of people love. I fucking love Kingdom Hearts, the first one is hands down my favorite, but that's from a gameplay perspective. If there was some sort of post-game where you could just go save Riku and Mickey, not only with the stuff off everything from the amazing reunion with Riku you get in 2, before fighting together to wipe out Xemnas, it would potentially lock you out of being able to do anything else in the game. Mother 3 is this way. There isn't any way to revisit areas that you've been in if they aren't within your current chapter. The story's ending is still incredibly satisfying, and it does cut to black. If the player does nothing to move or interact, it simply says, end with a question mark. If the player does move, they get to talk to everyone they spent the game meeting, helping, and learning to love. At least the ones still around. But the magnitude of that ending would be far removed if they just let Lucas run around the same world with the same chimeras in it, stomping them all. There isn't anything wrong with the definitive end to a game, and not every game needs to have a narrative that allows for there to be an endgame. I know you speak mainly for games that have the sort of growth system to them, but like I said, Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, Shin Megami Tensei 3, 4, and to some 4 Apocalypse, Devil May Cry 3, all great games with some sort of growth system to them that are more complex and allow for more growth than what Breath of the Wild begins to offer. But none of these have the type of endgame where you're just out to get as strong as possible and steamroll whatever in a state where the story is after the final boss. Fable let you do that, And then once you've basically done everything, there's nothing to do except, I don't know, start a new game. Wow. And for games like Jak, the fuck do you expect it to let you do? Start Jak 2 right off the bat? Great cliffhanger if the second game is in your possession, awful ending if you don't know a second game is coming. Saying King Rome's ghost returned to congratulate us on our victory, but none of that happened. Like, part of the overall tragic feeling of the game isn't that the world that Link and Zelda did know is gone. They might have friends in Zora, but a large majority of their friends, family, and loved ones are gone, and they aren't coming back. Zelda nor the king ever got to truly confide in each other before Calamity Ganon returned. And if you read his journal in the castle library, he had finally decided to let Zelda be who she wanted to be when she returned, sick of being so harsh on his daughter for the prosperity of his kingdom. If the game ended with the entire dead population of Hyrule hitting Zelda and Link with the Neon Genesis congratulation cycle, I'd feel so weird and out of it the entire time because the only people who had been shown to have spirits that lingered were the champions, and the literal king of Hyrule. Oh, and Ganon. So strong-willed or exceptional people who, if going by standard Zelda ghost lore, had massive regrets or weren't allowed to pass on by something else. Are you going to tell me that Calamity Ganon is now a lich eating everyone's souls, but they hadn't digested in all that time? Feel free, and that could go hard, but that's definitely not what was happening.
With that being said, I only have this complaint about the Bow of Light because using it was so fun in the first place. Riding on horseback shooting arrows of sunlight into the eye of Dark Beast Ganon's gross pig head was an epic conclusion to BOTW's story, endgame or not. The entire Calamity Ganon fight was fun and well designed, but unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the rest of the game's bosses.
I think the Calamity Ganon fight was fun. I do not think Dark Beast Ganon or whatever was fun. Cinematic? Sure, but that was about it. And Tears of the Kingdom definitely blew that one out of the water and hit it with a Frieza special in terms of spectacle. It's just not open for comparison. The game wasn't out for me to compare it to at the time, but they've already shown they can do a lot better. I feel the exact same way about that fight as I do with Ganon and Twilight Princess. Oh, why do I care about this location? They're both in Hyrule Field, but like, the locations for the boss battles are completely just kind of lackluster. There's no real cinema to them. In Twilight Princess, you're fighting Ganondorf in a field. The same field you probably fought King BULBIN in at this point, which was far more cinematic because, well, there's a lot going on, there's a lot to be done. Sure, it's the end of the game and the boss fight is climatic, but it just really doesn't feel that way. You're just fighting a guy in some random field. And for Calamity Ganon's second form, Dark Beast Ganon, I feel the exact same way. I'm just fighting a big pig in a field. That's just how I see things. It's not the way I'd like to see things because I would really like for this ending to feel good to me, but it just doesn't. At least the music fucks though, for both of them.
Of entering a dungeon, encountering a problem, finding an item that fixes said problem, and defeating the boss. So when I heard that BOTW's dungeons broke the Zelda formula, I thought that meant that the dungeons were designed more creatively, allowing the player to use more than just one clear-cut item to get through the slew of enemies and rooms. The last thing I expected was to find giant empty puzzle rooms. But here we are.
Thematically more creative? No, the elemental and natural themed dungeons beat them out there. No contest. Allowing for more creativity in the form of navigation and the order in which you have to go through things? Yes. If the Forest Temple in Ocarina of Time was built in such a way that we got the bow extremely soon after entering the dungeon, encounter the Poe Sisters, and then have the main problem of navigating the twisting and turning of the dungeon while trying to hunt them down, I'd have more fun with it, because my standards for what I consider fun now are different from what I would consider fun then. All this effectively would do is make the Forest Temple the Stone Tower Temple without the threat of falling into heaven, and then give us 4 directions to run off in, which would definitely make the dungeon feel shorter, since we'd be returning to the center room far more often. But backtracking bad. If we keep going in the direction Tears of the Kingdom is showing us, I'll definitely be fine with the future Zelda dungeons. I do want isolated locations back. That said, the dungeons have always used more than one item to get you through them after you have more than one. Bonus points if you obtained a mandatory item between dungeons.
The more I reflect on why I dislike the Divine Beasts, the more I realize that the hated Zelda formula got so much right. After all, the series is one of the most beloved and successful in gaming history. I don't think players' complaints came from the fact that there were enemies and items and treasure chests in dungeons, but rather from the implementation of the items themselves.
The biggest complaints I'd seen as someone who stays outside the communities area is that there had been a lot of use and forget items. Said problem eventually getting fixed in A Link Between Worlds, where you were given the ability to essentially obtain all your items from the beginning of the game and then let loose across Hyrule and Overworld. All Breath of the Wild did was add a physics engine and go full 3D while allowing players to do the same thing, aside from being penalized with having all their items removed on death. At least the rented ones. Additionally, Skyward Sword, before that, had already pretty much done what could be done to eliminate the whole, haha, this is useful for maybe one dungeon item, before, everything else kind of stacked up. I like temples in Zelda. I like natural feeling dungeons more, though. The Forest Temple feels like a temple in certain areas, but it also looks and feels like an abandoned keep, and that makes me like it a lot. I think I feel this about every dungeon in Ocarina except for the Deku Tree, Jabu, and the Fire Temple. Given the entire structure of Majora's Mask, I don't think a single dungeon in that game feels weird for a member of the intended race to navigate. Maybe Stone Tower, but that place literally goes bottoms up. Dragon's Roost Cavern feels nice, same for the Forbidden Forest and the Tower of the Gods. And the actual temples do too, despite being the standard Temple of Doom Death Trap flair. The implementation of items in dungeons is fine, and it has been fine. But for a majority of them, it ends up kind of feeling overemphasized for that dungeon. So instead of feeling like a part of Link's expanding arsenal, it ends up being more of like a huge part of it, but only for that dungeon. The Forest Temple in Twilight Princess feels alright since you spend a good chunk of it using things that are in the temple, as well as your inventory. Using the Bug Bomb Chew or Bomb Links to blow up things blocking your path, the monkeys to navigate and move deeper into the dungeon, and then when you finally get the Boomerang, using it to navigate the rest of the dungeon without either of those things feels nice. Having Ook join you for the boss battle felt really cool too, especially using the Bomblings and the Boomerang together to fight a boss. It made me think the rest of the game might have an emphasis on something like that. It kinda does. Goron Mines does it when you aren't spending 40 seconds slowly walking from one side of the room to the other, and the dungeon mainly makes use of Link using the Iron Boots and his sword. When you get the bow, it's to fight off the enemies that have been harassing you for a larger chunk of the dungeon. It feels good to take it back to them. And then you end up in Lakebid. I don't think anything in Lakebid feels good to deal with. It's cool that you use water bombs and bomb arrows to blow stalactites, or is it stalagmites, off the ceiling, but it really ends up feeling like you're not doing a whole lot for the rest of it. When you finally get the claw shot, it doesn't really feel like you're doing much of anything else but running back to those rooms. It's neat to use, but you use it. It's your hook shot. It's one of the most popular fucking items. It's just whatever. The spinner feels old. So working somewhere old that's fallen into actual disrepair feels right. The minion rod is also old. It feels right in that dungeon, but outside of it, it ends up being completely useless outside of, like, the entire Isla side quest thing. Which I'm pretty sure is actually mandatory, but I know you can skip it. The ball and chain is also cool for where it's introduced, letting Link use raw strength to absolutely demolish things. When we finally get to the City in the Sky and we get the claw shots, it ends up eventually feeling like spending so much of the dungeon using that specific item rather than anything else you've been building up in your inventory. The biggest issue I can see with Zelda dungeon design is the growing overemphasis on the dungeon item and it being used in that dungeon. And then the next one barely features it. When the game throws a ton of items at you instead of ever using a small set of them effectively, it really stands out, especially if you end up with items that are effectively straight up upgrades of what you already have in a game where the slingshot and bow are both available. In that case, why would you ever use the slingshot unless they have expressly different uses? When you're given these items and eventually have narrowed down the core 3 to 4 items you use and constantly use those ones, the ones that are neglected are going to stand out because of the fact you never have to use them. When you finally do, it's going to go, oh dang, I have to use that. It doesn't feel bad, but I think people will definitely notice when they haven't really used that item for a long time, and then it finally gets used and it's not even for like a main puzzle, it's for a little bit of side content. Nothing major. It's just the thing we got last dungeon and it's already being considered obsolete by everything else coming up. That's what doesn't feel good about the item implementation. They're fine in their dungeons, but they could be fine everywhere else. Games like Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks did a great job of avoiding this thanks to how the Ocean King's Palace and Temple of Spirits worked. Tower Spirits. And I kinda hoped that was how Hyrule Castle might have functioned in Breath of the Wild initially. It isn't, but it still lets you use the items you get through the gameplay to basically steamroll it. And by items, I mean the Zora armor. Because you can pretty much just swim up a waterfall like 3 times and you're at the top. Thanks, Mifa. But that's it. Those are the issues with item implementation. At least from my point of view. My humble point of view. Haha, smiley face.
But instead of changing the existing conventions of dungeons slightly to fit BOTW's more unstructured gameplay, Nintendo threw traditional dungeons out of the window and gave us 100-foot-tall puzzle shrines shaped like animals. And worse yet, the puzzles were more frustrating than they were fun.
Do you know what's funny? Lots of shrines would be considered single puzzle rooms in older Zelda games, possibly excluding the motion-controlled ones. Some shrines would even be 2 or 3. I'd have much enjoyed if you had completed the Divine Beast and gotten Sheikah Tech's Scooby-Doo cyber chased into it and had to work your way out through a variety of puzzles to essentially antivirus supply Ganon out like it was Mega Man Battle Network. This would have allowed them to use the unnatural feel of the shrines to their advantage by essentially having it be in a spiritual location like the monks have been shown to be able to do, like with the Master Lord's Pedestal, which could have been really cool. Or a total bust for essentially being a fast-paced, possibly 20 shrine exam connected into one place when players could have already gone through them, making this feel like more of a retread than anything original. Solutions can create problems, and problems often get solved with solutions. It just creates a stable loop.
When I encountered my first divine beast, Vah-Ruta, I was once again overcome with excitement. Divine beasts were supposed to be pivotal moments in Link's journey to reassemble the Dream Team and defeat Calamity Ganon. And it certainly appears as such at first. I had to shoot and fight my way to the beast itself while riding on the back of the Prince of the Zoras. A sequence that demanded several accurate bow shots in a row, all with lightning roaring in the background. I finally mounted Vah-Ruta and drew my favorite claymore in preparation for battle. Instead, I was faced with globs of goo and a series of frustrating puzzles. Ideally, a puzzle gives the person trying to solve it all of the necessary information, and then it is up to that person to assemble that information in the correct way. Further, solving the puzzle should be rewarding. To further quote Egoraptor, solving the puzzle should be an aha moment, not a come on moment.
Alright, let me explain something. A puzzle is something you have all the information for. The only thing standing between you and the solution is your own ability to put the pieces together in the right way. The satisfaction you obtain from solving a puzzle is from the aha moment, when the pieces fit and you have only yourself to blame for it. If you're missing a piece, how are you supposed to even get to a conclusion? You rack your brain, run in circles, go, what do I fucking do? Until you find the last piece on a whim, and suddenly it all makes sense. You say, well, shit! Or, come on! The satisfaction doesn't come from the door opening, it comes from the puzzle itself. If the puzzle itself isn't satisfying, well, there you go. The puzzle itself isn't satisfying. You see, in the original Zelda, you'd walk into a room, the doors would lock, but 5 cape horse sword dude looking guys who are fucking hard as shit surround you. They follow you around. When they see you, you can only attack them from the sides or the back. You gotta find vantage points, ins, outs, manage your health, dodge them when they gang up. It's daunting. It's interesting. It engages you. And it's really easy to understand. And because of all this, it's satisfying when you beat them. A door opening is like, oh, okay, cool, the door opened. You're not like, fucking finally the door. But
This is in relation to what would be, by all means, a mini-boss room in a 3D Zelda title. Entering a room, the room locking, and enemies appearing that you're forced to defeat before you can potentially leave or proceed. Puzzle rooms don't typically do that in 3D Zeldas unless it's when you obtain an item and they want you to show you know how it works before you leave the room. Claiming the failure of 3D puzzles while effectively stating that fighting 5 enemies not dying is a puzzle feels like it isn't bringing up a good chunk of the guide dangits that would be considered puzzles in the original Zelda or A Link to the Past. They make it feel like an adventure because oftentimes games additionally had service or things that went along with them. Don't know where to go? Oh hey, here's a guidebook. Or spread it through word of mouth like something at school. That's how we got the entire urban Legend of Zelda shit, where people would spread misinformation that couldn't be found, and that isn't just Zelda specific. Lots of other games like Final Fantasy also had that going on. Look at people who were talking about keeping Aerith alive. Additionally, if someone were to die multiple times, like with other games, they might literally go, oh, fucking finally, the door, because they might not be good at the combat aspect. Look at people who get roadblocked in more difficult games, sometimes feeling not triumphant, but annoyed at the fact it took them however long to defeat a boss. This is obvious bias, and there's nothing wrong with bias, but when you're presenting your bias as the only possible option or way someone could eventually feel, it just doesn't come off very well. In short, insinuating that people couldn't feel a variety of emotions when it comes to, I don't know, solving a puzzle after spending a long time figuring it out is crazy to me. I felt the most insane and giddy when clearing the Sandship Door Gear puzzle because I was intent on beating that dungeon before I went to sleep. After having been awake the entire weekend playing the game, I've seen people's eyes light up when they play these games for the first time around me. Especially when they've been stumped on something and they finally get it or understand where to go. I've additionally seen people look exhausted or tired of things the same way you have when they aren't able to figure out as quickly as they would like to get back on track, feeling like it's ruined the momentum of the game. These are both incredibly reasonable things because people who play games play them for different reasons.
Yet, BOTW's divine beasts are filled with the latter. Firstly, the majority of the divine beast puzzles can be solved by cycling Sheikah abilities until something glows. Secondly, the design choice to have puzzles on such a massive scale demands that the player spends an absurd amount of time backtracking. On several occasions, the player must interact with something on one side of the beast that changes something on the other side. So, if the player wants to actually put thought into the puzzle rather than button mashing until something works, they would have to spend at least a minute, which is a long time in a game, running through hallways and rooms to check their progress.
So, not only are the dungeons in Breath of the Wild far smaller and easier to navigate than previous titles that have multi-layered dungeons where you have to run, roll, and hookshot across each room to get to the other side, pause, check the map, etc. to make sure you're going the right way, to the point where people have complained about them being small, the puzzles themselves are pretty much confined to that direct area, room, or wing. I want to be a smartass and say a minute is a minute, but a minute holding something too heavy for you is far longer than a minute conversing with a friend. In a game, though, a minute, 60 seconds for exploring or running back to a room or zooming through it because you can see where you have to go is right in front of you? That's actually crazy. But additionally, like the backtracking you're talking about, that seems like a personal issue. I'll be real. Even in the Boris, if you start from the bottom or top, it's pretty easy to run through everything in a single loop. More than the same for Dante since he's like basically a tube.
About halfway through the Va Ruta puzzle, I was faced with an obstacle I couldn't get past. A waterfall was coming from the ceiling above, and I needed to somehow redirect that water in order to spin a water wheel in another location. I tried everything, but no matter how many slate abilities I tried or how many ice arrows I shot into the stream, nothing happened. After almost half an hour of running around and trying everything I could, I finally paused the game in defeat to look the answer up online. Something I hate doing when I play games. When I paused the game, it revealed a map of the Divine Beast, complete with a button that changed the angle of the waterfall. This was the epitome of an come on moment. I consider my pause menu to be outside of the game world, so being forced to pause over and over again to solve the puzzle totally ruined my sense of immersion. I no longer felt like an adventurer defeating the forces of evil, but rather a guy on his couch navigating a menu with a Switch controller. This feature would almost be excusable if the game made any effort to tell you that you can manipulate the puzzles from within the pause menu, but it doesn't.
Good. You've obtained the map of the Divine Beast. You will see several glowing points on your map which represent the terminals that control Ruta. Take Ruta back by activating all of the terminals. Be careful.
It does, you actual buffoon. Not only will Mifa, Rivali, Darunia, and Daruk, and Urbosa tell you this, but the first time you need to do it, a little side menu notification will appear to tell you. Additionally, considering the Sheikah slate outside of the game world, my brother in Christ, the NPCs won't shut the fuck up about it. It's damn near the first thing they always bring up if it's a story-relevant character. Link checks the slate to check his map. Link uses his bombs in other rooms through his slate. The fuck do you mean pause menu to be outside the game world? Let's go over this real quick.
That is a Sheikah slate. Take it. It will help guide you after your long slumber. Hold the Sheikah slate up to the pedestal. That will show you the way. Link. Head for the point marked on the map in your Sheikah slate.
Consult the map on your Sheikah slate for the precise location of Kakariko Village.
No. Additionally, to say this ruin your sense of immersion while ignoring what the characters in the game world are telling you and what Link actively does is actually insane. This is like considering an inventory screen in something like a Resident Evil game to be outside of your game world, despite it being where your character has her items. It is oftentimes not a literal representation, but the management of it in game shows that they have to work to get everything to fit in it correctly. Otherwise, they may not be able to carry what exactly they need, which could present its own problems.
What's even more baffling about the Divine Beasts is the fact that the design team chose to make them puzzles in the first place. As I mentioned before, almost every avenue for exploration in the Overworld leads to a shrine, so why make the Divine Beasts puzzles? It's not like entering a giant room and solving a puzzle is a fresh experience for the player, especially by the time they have reached multiple divine beasts. While I would have been totally satisfied with a more traditional dungeon system, I even would have settled for an epic boss fight with no puzzle element attached within each beast. However, that would only work if the bosses were unique and fun to fight.
Gee, you're complaining about making the Divine Beast puzzles while asking for traditional dungeons that are filled with puzzles. I didn't know you were chill like that. But also, the beasts themselves are shown to be machines with working interiors. If inside them was, I don't know, just a football stadium where where the Blight Ganon was waiting for Link to show up so they could finally do their field goal kick, that would be even worse. I'd much prefer it if the Blight Ganon actively tried to deter Link and get in his way before he reached the map terminal, and then continued to do so once he was on his way to claim the 5 terminals to take back control instead of passively sitting and doing nothing until he does. Like, consider the following. If the entire, I don't know, Teba and Link versus Valmetto fight happened, but when Blight Ganon was out there taking pot shots of them when they were trying to get onto the Divine Beast, it would immediately make them feel like so much more of a threat because they aren't just waiting inside of a terminal. They're actively out attacking anyone who they realize can get in. Maybe the signal from the Sheikah Slate alerted them to the fact that, oh, that's him. That's the dude. And now they're trying to take him while he can't really do much. Congrats. You've already set these bosses up to be smarter than a lot of Zelda enemies. They've got that cunning part of Ganon now. The really scary part, besides, the fact they can physically annihilate you. It would make them feel a lot better. Instead, it's just kind of a slow flying sequence outside of it. There's not a lot to it when there definitely could be. And it would just overall be enhanced by having that. It's not a lot, but it would have been cool as hell. Like, consider the following. If you were trying to get onto a Ruta, and you and Sidon both had to worry about, I don't know, surprise attacks from, holy shit, Water Blight Ganon Spear, I think that would have been really cool. It would have given Link a reason to be able to jump off of Sidon in the first place, as well as an extra threat to watch out for. And if they were the ones launching out the Cronus blocks in the first place, it would have made it even more dangerous. Because now potentially you have to take those shots and stop him from, like, launching the trident at you. It just creates more of a tension with the enemy that you're going to be fighting, instead of the tension being the fact that, they took out someone who was there before you. That's its own kind of threatening, but at the same time, there's not a lot that you get from these bosses other than their, like, stories about them, and that pretty much been it. With Vanaboris, it could have been like Thunderblack kind of speeding around outside, trying to take pot shots at Link and Riju, while, I don't know, dealing with the fact that you are already trying to launch bomb arrows. So now you've got to jump while your Sandsteel is, pulling you along, so that you can make sure that, I don't know, you don't suddenly get mollywopped out of the, dust storm that's happening. And for Fireblight, I'd say having him just, like, launching attacks or, like, knocking rocks down to try and smack both, Yunobo and Link, making it so you had to get close to Yunobo and, call in Daruk's protection to since otherwise you'd probably be getting knocked all the way down, or, blown off the side of the mountain, or potentially worse. That way, whenever you rolled up and, I don't know, you finally had to deal with fighting him yourself, it felt like a definite round 2. They tried to get you while you were in a bad situation, and have get them on equal ground. Now they don't have that advantage over you, they're screwed. It definitely would have made everything feel better, and I think people would have probably appreciated them more for something like that. Unfortunately, what we got was what we got. And something like this definitely works too. I mean, just look at everything with the Gibdo Queen and Tears of the Kingdom. That was mostly just a straight up fight, but I think having the fights being situationalized for, I don't know, when you're trying to break onto the Divine Beast instead of just, like, a quick fight before you enter it, would have been much better. Not only would something like that, I don't know, build the tension of knowing what the champions were likely dealing with in their own element, but it would also make it so that once you fought on the Divine Beast, that they were fighting in your element, on equal ground. So when you finally took them down, it felt just generally better because you were already used to dealing with, I don't know, the abuse in an element that you weren't proficient in. Be that, surfing over the sands at high speeds and having the dodge attacks coming from sandstorms, getting shot at while in the air by a person who doesn't have to reload, who can just pull an invisible trigger and blast you down, getting attacked with ice while, surfing around the water trying to deactivate a divine beast, yada yada, it just goes on.
The bosses in Breath of the Wild are truly one of the biggest missed opportunities one have ever seen in a video game, let alone one with such a claim. First off, the bosses in each divine beast look practically identical, which is odd considering BOTW's visuals have great variety in nearly every other aspect of gameplay. But no, all 4 of the main bosses in Breath of the Wild are goopy robot Ganon monsters with glowing eyeballs. And if people are going to criticize past Zelda dungeons for being too predictable, then Breath of the Wild deserves the same scrutiny. Ego Raptor jokes about how every Zelda boss is just shooting a big glowing eye with an arrow, yet praised Breath of the Wild wholeheartedly. Every single divine beast boss does in fact have a glowing eyeball, and instead of using a unique item in a dungeon to beat them, you just use yet another Sheikah Slate ability. So how exactly has Breath of the Wild improved upon Zelda bosses?
So, to start, the bosses look the same because they were born from the same creature. How many bosses in previous Zelda titles were extensions of the same creature? I'm not talking, oh, these were all corrupted by the same artifact or something like that. The Blight Ganons are to Calamity Ganon what Goma are to Queen Goma, or Rocks to the Helm of Rock King. These are creatures that are of the same family. Breath of the Wild's visuals may have great differentiation in environmental aspects, but that's because it's easy to make that differentiation. If it's cold, there's going to be snow on the ground. If it's dry, the grass is going to look dry and dead. If it's hot, well, there's probably not going to be anything alive. If it's supposed to be a desert, it's going to look like a desert. If it's rainy, there's going to be water on the ground and coming out the sky. That's why. Bokoblins, Moblins, and Hinox look similar because they're all presumably from the same family of creature. Just like the Blights look the same for the same reason, and even then they've got visual distinction. I'm mostly joking on the first one, but Thunderblight has the worst posture I've seen, and it might be giving Keira Knightley a run for her money. Waterblight is constantly postured forward and ready to strike, as well as Link is all hell, along with having a face like an anteater. Windblight has a massive arm cannon, and Fireblight looks like a charge from Left 4 Dead if it gets cybernetic enhancements like Heihachi Mishima's hair. If we're going off what you're saying and criticizing the dungeons for being too predictable, let's do this. How many indications of what Slate ability is going to be useful are there for each dungeon? I'll start. Rudania, clearly not going to be using Kranus here. Ruta, clearly going to be using Kranus here. There we go. That makes sense, right? Not using the water freezing ability in a location where you know there won't be water, and using the water freezing ability in a location you know there will be water in. Every Divine Beast does have a glowing... Every Divine Beast boss does have a glowing eyeball, and it's their critical hit point, not the place you have to hit them to trigger their vulnerability phase. Mechanically speaking, every single enemy has a glowing eyeball. It's their hid. If you shoot an enemy in their head with a bow, they flop onto the ground and they took double damage from that hit shot. The Blight Ganon's eyeballs are not necessary to be struck to continue on with this boss battle like it is for Queen Goma, Tintalus, or the bosses in Majora's Mask 3D. You can just hit them anywhere and think about what you need to do to get to that point, instead of repeating the same cycle until they inevitably do the one thing that would make them invincible if they didn't do. If King Dodongo didn't breathe fire, could Link hurt him? Not unless his tail or chest are softer like other Dodongos. If Baronet didn't spin around instead, staying submerged in Jabu's guts, and fired electricity at Link, would he be vulnerable? No. If Argorok didn't slowly fly in circles spitting fire instead of targeting Link directly and dive bombing him, would it be vulnerable? No. It could just sit there, fly over real fast, and shoot fire at him, and it'd be fine. Instead what it does is fly around in a circle while Link can just target his tail. You'd think he'd figure that out after the first time. He probably shouldn't be doing that. Unfortunately, he does not. So it ends up repeating that cycle over and over again, not really doing anything interesting with it. All of Breath of the Wild's bosses are vulnerable without a prerequisite, but they do have attacks that function like proper Zelda bosses and open them up to having their own attacks being used against them. Except for Windblight. Good on him. He's a smart little egg. Water Blight will send cubes of ice that can be shattered with Cronus or stopped with stasis, allowing you to knock them directly back into his face, opening it up for a lot of attacks if you can get across the room and stab him with a spear. Check that out. Fire Blight will pull in air, and if you release a bomb, it'll get sucked right in, allowing you to detonate it and knock him down a peg. Thunder Blight starts dropping iron rods out of the sky in an attempt to use them as thunder rods to strike you, and you can use Magnesis to put one directly next to him, resulting in himself being electrocuted. But outside of that, you can just swing on them, and if you do hit the glowing eye 3 times, you're rewarded with them being stunned. It doesn't matter how good the bow is either. It could be a 5 damage burner bow, or a triple shot Lionel aimed at point blank. Point of the matter, you don't have to use another Sheikah Slate ability over and over again throughout the fight, which as far as actual Zelda bosses go, is leagues ahead of just Z-targeting over and over again while using the hook shot, or claw shot. It improved bosses by making bosses that aren't the final boss more than just exams if you know how to use an item in a combat situation. It isn't the first to do this. That would be Majora's Mask 64. It's not even the first to do this. Majora's Mask 64 exists as far as 3D Zeldas go, but that's not even something that got another go, and it was removed as a capability in the 3DS version, leading to what I consider a worse version of the original game's bosses. I still love and hate what they did with the Giant's Mask, so it's fun to swing Twin Bolt around like a maniac, and it feels like an actual transformation mask now, but it feels like the battle takes so much longer now. If you're fighting Odalawa, you can just juke past the attacks and start slashing him to deplete his health. If you're fighting Got, you can break out the bow and start shooting at him, as well as use bombs to blow him off the ground. If you're fighting Georg, you could stand near the edge of the platform and shoot at him, which could lead to him slamming into the platform and pulling underwater and away from the platform long enough for Link to start drowning if he'd shoot towards you. If you're fighting Twin Mold, you could shoot the tails and deal damage that way. After this, though, it went back to the now established battle method of, I will wait until it does its highly telegraphed attack and then use my item afterwards, or I will attack this obvious weak spot with the item I just got while it tries to prevent me from doing so, which again, they've made interesting in the past as well, but when every boss ends up being one of the two, it feels predictable because you know exactly what you'll have to do to them. Breath of the Wild's dungeons do and did get the whole, these are all the same so it sucks issue that these same dungeons did have. Instead of it being, oh, it's this Forest Temple all over again, just like Ocarina, it was, oh, it's the same design as the last dungeon again. Check that out. Isn't that absolutely crazy? Anyways, like I was saying, the issue with past Zelda games were, wow, the first dungeon, it's the Forest Temple, again. Haha, Ocarina, again. Despite showing that they could do something different with Wind Waker, so many Zelda games had a forest or woods-themed dungeon, followed up with fire and then water, and even Wind Waker basically got in on the action by having the forest-themed dungeon have water traversal puzzles. And the Tower of the Gods also spending its beginning section entirely focused on them before saying, just kidding. So let's get this in order. Ocarina of Time, Deku Tree, Dodongo Cavern, Jabu, Forest Temple, Fire Temple, Water Temple, Shadow Temple, and the Spirit Temple. It is 2 forest-themed, 2 fire-themed, and 2 water-themed dungeons. 1 or 2, depending on how you look at it, death-themed dungeons. Majora's Mask, Woodfall, Snowhead, Great Bay, and Stone Tower Temple. 1 forest, 1 ice, 1 water, 1 death. Wind Waker, Dragon Roost Cavern, Forbidden Forest, Tower of the Gods, Earth Temple, Wind Temple. 1 fire-themed dungeon, 1 forest-themed dungeon, 1 death-themed dungeon. Oh, look at that. And 1 wind-themed dungeon. Twilight Princess, the Forest Temple, the Goron Mines, the Lake Pit Temple, Arbiter's Grounds, Snow Peak Ruins. And that's not even getting into the last 2 because those are pretty much wholly original, which is nice, that's good, we want that. That is 1 forest, fire, water, death, and ice-themed dungeon. So between these 4 games, that is 5 forest dungeons, 5 fire dungeons, 5 water dungeons, 4 death dungeons, and 2 ice dungeons. It is retreading the same basic concepts over and over again instead of introducing new ones.
To me, the bosses in past Zelda games were vastly superior. It's been years since I touched Twilight Princess, but I still vividly remember fighting Stal-Ord the Twilight Fossil and Argarok the Twilight Dragon. Those bosses were memorable because they looked different, were defeated in totally different ways, and were in different settings. You know what I remember from BOTW's Bosses, a game that I played less than 2 years ago? Fighting for equally annoying robot monsters while inside for bigger robot monsters. That's it. Is that a greatest game of all time experience? I don't think so.
So before I get into this, you say they were memorable because they look different, were defeated in different ways, and were in different settings. Caught a low blow, but I can't help but notice they didn't talk about their actual boss battles. Kidding, you said they were defeated in different ways. It's the same way, just with new context. For Star-Lord, you just play Beyblade, shooting yourself into his vertebrae until you break its neck. Afterward, you end up having to Beyblade around the wall, spinning and getting closer and closer by using the spinner, while avoiding fireballs until you finally slam into him, resetting the loop. For Argarok, you use your claw shots to climb up, just grabbing his tail until you finally break his armor. Afterward, you end up claw-shotting between P-hats, steadily getting closer and closer while avoiding fire breath until you finally grab his back, resetting the loop. See how the phrasing matters a lot? These bosses are actually super different, Star-Lord is just actually fun. You get to use the spinner to avoid slowing yourself down on the undead while trying to destroy its neck before it goes bubble mode and starts zooming away, spitting fireballs at you, forcing you to leap between walls to avoid hazards so you can get in close enough to slam into the sword embedded in its skull. Argarok is just super lame. Refer to the footage in the background. I still don't know how they made a dragon, wyvern, or whatever lame. This needs to be a case study, because Jesus Christ. Starting this off. I'm completely fine with being that guy, since besides Diababa, Armagoma, Blazetta, and Zant, I am of the firm belief that, drumroll, the bosses in Twilight Princess were actual ass. Dark Beast Ganon gets a pass. That was a legitimately fun fight. But Argarok? That is literally using the hookshot 3 to 4 times in a row to climb a wall, and then spider-bang to the side, before hookshotting onto its back, mashing and careening towards the ground. That boss is literally all spectacle, and that's fine. Look at Clocatos, barely anything there. But it felt engaging with the loop simply doing the exact same thing I've been doing for a few dungeon rooms to get to the top of the room in the middle of nowhere, so I can drag something down. Zelda's had much more interesting winged bosses. And Morpha in the Water's Temple aside, I don't think the mini-boss should ever be better than the actual boss of a dungeon. I feel there are a ton of Nothing Burger grade nutrient slot bosses in the 3D Zelda games that will fulfill your dietary needs, but not make you happy. Virus was one I didn't even mean to speedrun in my original playthrough, and I did. Goma felt better than that because you fight Goma normally, not knowing how to optimize the fight. At least Goma has an actual downtime period where she'll flee and try to do something else to attack you and isn't immediately vulnerable upon coming out of her down state. I shot that thing in the forehead like he was Lil Uzi Vert each time he stood up, so the entire fight was just a theme starting and immediately going to the haha, you can hurt him section of it. Morphea was actually nothing. Star-Lord was a fun nothing. But Argarok basically does nothing during the fight but spin and breathe fire. It's a dragon! That's one of the easiest sticks to nail, but somehow it's interesting and memorable and cool when all you have to do is claw shot a wall twice and then wait for the boss to finally loop the area so you can grab its tail, equip the arm boots if you haven't already, and then wait for the little scene of it dropping onto the ground? Twice? It's like, what the hell? And then you repeat that even. But this time, you don't even have to manually aim because you Z-target the P-hat things and you can Z-target his back. It's just ridiculous. Like, there's nothing really keeping me in this fight. I'm just going through the motions. It doesn't really feel that good to play. And that's bad. Like, I don't know, that just doesn't feel satisfying to me because instead of it being a test of if I can use the item I got efficiently, it's just going, hey, here's a less tense version of those rooms you claw shot a switch and it starts sliding downwards and potentially into the abyss. Because instead of falling into a bottomless pit and having my progress reset, I take 1 heart of damage because only one type of damage is applied at a time. But you say, you take so little damage in Twilight Princess that you would have to seriously mess this battle up repeatedly to actually lose. Phantom Ganon is more of a threat than the 7th dungeon boss. Not actual boss. Like, what the hell? Why is Phantom Ganon more of a threat than the 7th dungeon boss in the game? Like, Wind Waker Phantom Ganon. Mojera is even more of a nothing boss, but damn if he doesn't actually feel cool to fight, because of the music blaring in the background and downtime segments between when you can damage him. Especially in the original version where the camera zoomed way the hell out and you could see Link as a tiny green dot being homed in on by whatever the hell Mojera is supposed to be. It spit mini Gyara's out, not their actual name, and they'd actually try to get in your way if you were trying to target its tongue, but other than that, it's a super simple boss. Complexity is not required at all for an experience to be fun or memorable. Out of all the bosses in Twilight Princess, the one I remember the most is King BULBIN, and he's got one of the most generic designs I've ever seen for a fantasy world. Bro's got green skin, just a dude riding a big hog, doesn't get a single line of dialogue until his last appearance. His battles fucking slap because they mean something. This is the guy who not only is responsible for, I don't know, kidnapping a bunch of kids, making your friend have amnesia, hurting the people of your village, and it turns out he's actually just an employee of the assistant manager, Zant, who you spend most of the game thinking is the actual big bad, but in reality, he's just getting free food while he's on the clock with no other benefits. Like, think about that. King BULBIN. This dude, who, again, is the reason for your mentor getting hurt trying to save the village children, but who also knocked you out at the beginning of the game, kidnapped your friend, stole your horse, and stole all the children from the village. He is the one responsible for Link ending up on this big-ass quest. The one directly responsible, not just Zant, because Zant would be the one actually responsible for setting these entire events into motion, but even then, Ganon would be the root cause. The thing is, King BULBIN's actually fucking cool. I like King BULBIN. He's kind of cute. Fighting him when he's got colon and you're being tested on your ability to fight on horseback while being chased by like 3 to 4 Bulbins, it just feels like they're endlessly attacking you because I can't remember if those motherfuckers start spawning in at all. All while trying not to get shot by the multitude of fire arrows they're launching at you. It actually feels threatening because they don't knock Link on his ass. They do damage, but they don't send him into recovery mode, which means they can hit him immediately and follow up with more damage. You are getting whittled down by a herd of enemies, and when you beat him and save Colin and the game's theme comes screaming in, that's what I remember from Twilight Princess when I think of stuff I'm fond of. Ganondorf's own penultimate boss battle tries to copy this guy word for word, nearly bar for bar. But it doesn't. And I think that's a really good thing because if the Ghost Riders were more present and active a threat during Ganon's battle, it would have made aiming with Zelda a pain in the ass. I can understand why they made that change. But the thing is, it would have been cool as hell if they hadn't. You would have had to not only contend with chasing down Ganon and making sure Zelda's got a clear shot at him, but fighting off the Ghost Soldiers actively trying to fuck you up. Instead, we get Lesser King BULBIN. Neat. So allow me to set the stage for the King BULBIN Hype Fest. Let's set the stage. Link just got bowled over by Gorons. Bro realized, I don't know, weight classes exist for a reason. So he went back to his hometown, learned how to sumo, just trained, bulked up, got some steroids, and now he's on his way back. He was there, but he left for just a second, and during that time, King BULBIN and his goons showed up. Colin, who's been a little bit of a wimp the entire game, finally figures out what courage really is. He decides to save Isla. He pushes her, not like super far though, which if they were just straight up charging would have resulted in her and him getting absolutely mashed. He's taken us a hostage. And no one on their own can really do anything to stop what is about to happen. We don't know how bad the situation is actually going to get, and then it happens. Link comes roaring in, his theme blasting, and we're about to fight. King BULBIN takes off, holding Colin up as a trophy, pretty much without words telling him, if you want the kid, follow me. And so we do. We chase him to the Hyrule field, and that's when everything starts. King BULBIN stands there defiantly, Colin posed up on a stick. He's using someone Link might even consider as a little brother as a war trophy. He pulls out a war horn, and immediately you can hear the Bulbins coming over the hill. He's not alone, he's not fighting fair. Link got pulled out into a spot where he's got to fight on uncertain terms against an unknown group of enemies. Well, not exactly an unknown group of enemies, but an unknown amount of them. So, during this boss battle, you have to continuously get close to him. You have to fight your way in. And during this, you're being chased by other BULBINs. You know who your main target is, but you're getting shot from all sides if you just try to target him exclusively. They'll just keep coming no matter what you do, as long as he blows that war horn. So eventually, you'll probably get the idea that I've got to take out this guy first. So you have to keep closing the gap, all while you've got this group of enemies repeatedly just getting up over and over again to assail you. It's hard to focus on just him. You've got to keep fighting so you can save somebody who is important to Link. Maybe not the player, but definitely to Link. Those are the stakes set by this battle. This is an ordinary story-related battle. Now, whenever it gets into the second phase and you do your little jousting competition, it's pretty much over, but again, like I said, whenever you finally win that, and Link raises his sword in the air and you know Colin's fine, it's just a great scene overall. Why does this boss make me care about what's going on more than the fucking final boss? Like, sure, man, like, murked Midna, who's been our companion throughout this entire game. For all we know, she's dead now. But the thing is, it's the end of the game. Like, we knew Link would save Colin too, and we knew that, you know, we'd beat Ganondorf and Midna would probably pop back up. But the entire fact of the matter is, King BULBIN is somebody who has been a thorn in our side for so long. Link being able to beat him proves that Link has gotten stronger since the beginning of the game. As someone who didn't even encounter him, just a random goon of his bopped Link on the back of the head and that was it. Now Link is fighting them and their boss, head-on, outnumbered, and winning. That feels good. Beating Ganondorf feels basically like nothing because of the fact that, yeah, while he empowered Zant and took out Midna, it's just Ganondorf. He is the big bad. That's why I don't really care about that boss battle. He's just doing Ganon things, and that's that. It's simple. Simple isn't bad, but simple can be far too predictable for its own good. Initially, you play Dead Man's Volley or Energy Tennis with Zelda, who is possessed by Ganon. She might charge with a sword attack and she might use some magic attacks now and then, but the battle is pretty much an homage to what you did with Ganondorf in Ocarina of Time and further before that, Aghanim in A Link to the Past. We move on to the second phase. It's Dark Beast Ganon. Dark Beast Ganon is good. It uses an old mechanic that you haven't had to use in a while. You haven't had to grab anything, except now Link and Midna are fighting him together. Midna is your item for this boss battle. It's you and her against him. I like that a lot. The next phase, it's you and Zelda running around Hyrule Field, waiting for Zelda to finally aim at Ganon so you can blast him in the back. And for the final battle, it's just fighting Ganon. This time with a sword, so it's cool, right? No, I honestly don't think so. The thing about Ganondorf is, get this, he's not really that hard. You learn multiple sword techniques throughout the game, but none of them really end up, one of them does. Make that two of them. The ending blow and the backslice are probably the only useful ones against him. You can't use the Mortal Draw because that's the one-shot kill. It's a really cool way to initiate his Clash attack, though. But aside from that, the Jump Strike, it's pretty much useless. The Helm Splitter, also pretty much useless. When the game gives you all those tools and they end up being pretty much useless against the final boss, who is using a sword against your sword, who the previous Link taught you sword skills to potentially deal with, and most of them end up being useless, it just kind of feels super bad. That doesn't sit there and make me go, wow, this is such a great boss battle. It makes me go, wow. When can I knock him on his back and stab him in the chest? Then that's it. Despite all the weight the story placed on that boss battle, it doesn't really feel like anything. Girahim is what I would call a good preliminary boss battle. You get the beetle in Skyward Sword, but you don't use the beetle to fight a boss yet. You fight Girahim. Cool. It immediately sets up a kind of rivalry. Or rather, he says, next time I see you, I'm going to fucking kick you in the ribs 8 times while you're down, and then we'll talk. And that's basically it. He poofs off. If Girahim and King BULBIN fused and became a singular entity, and that was your, I don't know, a rival or antagonist throughout most of the game, I would absolutely love that. They didn't want to make Ganon the main antagonist of this game, I feel like, because, well, third time's the charm, right? It's just Ganon and Link all over again, repeatedly. They didn't want to make him the main cover-facing antagonist. He just ended up being the antagonist because he was introduced at, arbitrary grounds, and then they had to make use of him. It's Chekhov's gun. You can't show off a Ganon and not use a Ganon. Or make that Chekhov's Ganondorf. I don't fucking know. Either way, it just kind of ends up feeling moot. I'm not really looking forward to anything by the end of it, and I'm just kind of mildly disappointed now. Let me cut the footage for Twilight Princess real quick and get back to Breath of the Wild, as well as my talk about this. I think Breath of the Wild's bosses, aside from Water Blight, are a huge step up because they make better use of testing what you've learned throughout the entire game, or your ability to adapt to some degree. Fire Blight being number 3, Wind Blight being number 2, and then Thunder Blight the number 1 spot. All you really have to do to keep track of Fire Blight is his triple spin, but other than that, his Phoenix Fire Jutsu is pretty much the only thing that can really do significant damage. It rains small drops of fire in your direction, he's a complete cakewalk. The firebomb he'll deploy is easy enough to outrun or shoot with something to cause it to explode. If you shoot with an ice arrow, it doesn't explode, it just goes away. Wind Blight is a hard fight unless you've got stamina, at which point you pretty much get asked to aim at him between shots by getting a burst of airtime off the fans and shooting him in the eye while he tries to shoot back. During his second phase, it's also easy to get in close while he's, close to the ground, but the main difficulty of the fight comes from not always being locked onto him, meaning you should be spending additional time looking around the sky for him. When you hop into the air, it pretty much turns into a match of who's going to shoot who first. It turns into a quick draw match. The entire Tabantha region wants you to use your stamina to shoot in the air. You do it when you're training with Teba, you do it again when you're breaking onto the Divine Beast, and you have to do it again here. This is a traditional Zelda fight through using the means of, stopping yourself in the air and using that to attack an enemy. The goal this time is just, make sure that you're hitting him in the eye. You have to have enough stamina to do that, otherwise you become, again, a walking target. At this point, I feel like I'm repeating something I said way earlier in the script, but only time will tell on that. Thunder Blight is at the top because guarding, or trying to, is an easy way to get electrocuted. You can pretty much dodge to the end of his third flash step to Flurry Rush every time, which can trivialize him. But if you're unlucky enough for him to hover up for the second part and start tossing Thunderballs that disarm you and bounce around the area, that'll probably be where the biggest heart loss comes from until Phase 2. When, if you don't get a Flurry Rush off, you basically get slapped in the forehead if he comes back with his flash steps, because he puts more than one attack behind it. Otherwise, your only worry has to be when he stands up out of being downed and he immediately goes for a cheap shot. Not a literal one, but being in a state where you'd assume he'd try to position reset, only to just flash step and attack you again. Now, I want to note something about these boss battles. The attacks all deal actual damage if you don't do anything to upgrade your defenses, and still will if you do, unless you've got them cranked up to like level 3 or 4, in which case, rest in peace. They're about as threatening as the standard Zelda boss's attacks at that point, which is to say, worth half a heart or a whole heart out of however many you may have, which could be a fourth of your health if you've got 4 hearts, or the same amount of damage you'd suffer being, in a really cold pool for 10 minutes, or fighting off heat exhaustion. I personally feel the bosses are a step up because you can interact with them more besides using an item on an obvious weak spot. Hearing the triumphant music tell you that you're doing good, and then repeating the cycle 3 to 4 times with no variation on what the boss is trying to do, unless you take a little bit too long. They fight by the same rules as normal enemies, which means the skill required to fight them is mostly translatable. If you're good at performing parries, flurry rushes, and so on, you'll be fine for the most part. Instead, the main threat of the battle being mistiming something that might take you 20 minutes to get ready to repeat. It's no longer just needlessly making battles take a long time for the process of taking a long time, like Ego Raptor so brilliantly put.
BOTW's Overworld bosses do a better job on the aesthetic front, but that's about it. Sure, a stone talus may look totally different from a Hinox, but they don't play differently. Both make you shoot their big, glaring weakness and then run in to deal as much damage as you can. The settings of these mini-boss fights also play no role in their gameplay, making these encounters feel soulless overall.
Fighting a Hinox somewhere with more foliage gives much more time to get any eye shots in than somewhere without. Additionally, if they said chuck a log at you, that's a wide hitbox to have to dodge, but it shouldn't get to that point to begin with. Shooting in the eye is an extremely good option if you've got the arrows for it, of which you can always get 5 from enemies that have them, and you can always get 5 from enemies by letting them miss you with their shots and then picking those up. The game, again, always wants you to have something to fight back with. A stone talus has its weak point at different spots, which may occasionally include its tailbone, in which case you'd be aiming a bow at it and trying to pop a shot in. While you could go on the offensive, bomb its arms off to get it collapse and deal damage to it that way, you can just, run up it too. Both bosses can be fought in a variety of ways that extend beyond shoot the weak point, and for a talus, you don't even have to do that. You can literally just round them and scramble climb to get to their vulnerability. Are you risking getting a boulder slammed in your face at Mach 10? Yes. Is it something you do differently instead of making the choice to have, a less active playstyle? Yes. This is something that aids in the variety of the game. You do not have to tackle an enemy in the same as someone else. If you've got bomb arrows, the talus is better off self-destructing. If you don't have arrows, you need to find a way around that. Be it using bombs, stasis on the boulders that launch at you. Oh wait, you can't do that in this game. Haha, throwing a weapon at it to stun, and so on. You can just raw beat up a Hinox, slashing its legs, parrying its hammer fist, and getting tossed aside by the remaining impact, which does nothing to better situation. But you can also floor rush them, wait until they try and clap you, backflip, and leap forward to stab their eyeball. It's all in how you choose to play the game and fight enemies. Variety.
Fighting a Hinox atop Mount Nehru will go exactly same way as fighting a Hinox all the way on the other side of the map. There is one mini-boss that does incorporate the setting into the fight though, the Molduga.
So it was probably shown in earlier footage, but the Molduga is a boss.
It's worth mentioning this particular mini-boss because it's an example of how well all of the other bosses could have been designed. The fight is only accessible in the desert area of the game, so the encounter itself reflects that. The Molduga, which is a worm-like desert creature, burrows underground to ambush Link, dealing huge damage.
So, something they want to heavily emphasize in this game is that the world is more alive than in any other version of Hyrule to date. They made fish not just exist in small groups in lakes, or at fishing holes exclusively. They made apples, bananas, and a few other fruit grow on their trees or respective stalks. They made deer run away if Link alerted them to his presence. While goblins will hunt, dance, and sleep, the Molduga may be a monster, but it is a creature. I know you didn't mean it like this, but it does not burrow specifically to ambush Link. That is how it lives. It burrows in the ground, and erupts. Probably has a diet of whatever monsters it can munch, people, and sand seals. From a distance, you can see clearly that burrowing is its entire shtick. The other boss battles can be meaningful and well thought out encounters as well. It just depends on how much you're willing to interact with them. If you are giving the example of, this caliber,
You can either ride a sand seal to outrun the Molduga and wait for it to breach, or you can place a bomb behind you and detonate it as the Molduga approaches, which will stun it and let you deal damage. Already the player is having to think on a level far beyond shoot the weakness with an arrow. And Breath of the Wild could have been filled with these thoughtful and engaging boss encounters. There could have been a forest monster who you defeat by chopping trees and pinning him to the ground, or a boss fight in the open ocean where you have to lure them to land to deal damage. But because of BOTW's copy and paste game design, we got 50 mediocre boss fights instead of 10 great ones.
And to end this off, I want to ask a question. Quoting you right now, but because of Breath of the Wild's copy and paste game design, we get 50 mediocre boss fights instead of 10 great ones. By whose standards? I mean, as we've seen from this, what we consider great boss fights are obviously different. Egoraptor talked about just needing to hold for to jump over a ledge and not actually being treacherous, and that's because they map it to nearly Link's exact jump distance for when they need you to catch the ledge, and when you probably need to make multiple jumps. But to quote that exact thing in full, because it leads to a point I very much disagree with,
Why do I gotta leap across these platforms? There's no challenge here. I hold the joystick up. Just because the scenario's treacherous doesn't mean the game is actually treacherous. I could've just walked forward in a straight line. Heck, I can close my eyes here and do this. Is that treacherous? Can I just close my eyes and shoot at terrorists and insurgents and be like, oh, I'm fucking fine? Hey, or better yet, how about some nice interesting combat scenario here on these platforms, huh? Like some kind of enemy that'll circle around you and you just gotta time your jump across or like block his path with a bomb or something. Or like, how about an enemy you have to slash at enough to knock it off the edge? But when you slash him, he also kind of slashes and knocks you back like another well-designed enemy in some motherfucking game. I just made that up. I didn't even... And it exists in a good Zelda game.
things can be done to make things appear more threatening than they are. It's part of what adds flair to anything. Take the climb of the Ganondorf, for example. If it were just a door to each room with a fight, there wouldn't be any time to really take in the note of the build-up getting closer and closer to him while hearing his piano get louder and louder because it'd all be covered up by the mini-boss theme the moment you get into the next room. It's about the anticipation. It's fine to not be a fan of a chest opening animation or the fanfare build-up, and while current day me is fine with the idea of them just presenting the item to you like a stray fairy in Majora's Mask, that's to say not stopping the flow of the game and instead just having it appear over Link's head, play a fanfare and allow me to keep gunning, that feels like something that would be more in line with an official speedrun mode if they ever had a setup that allowed you to do dungeon time trials. But if you're going to say something like you could have just walked forward in a straight line for that, it completely gets rid of the reason for a lot of environmental design. The dungeons in the original Zelda look samey as hell with the tech we were given. Only real differentiation being different colored walls, and maybe the dungeon has a room they forgot to clean when they left sand on the floor, or a dog bowl got knocked over so there's a puddle. Dungeons in A Link to the Past are able to look different because they realize things can be more interesting, so instead of just having them all essentially be the same Zelda 1 dungeons with changing wall colors, they took the time to theme them and make them unique, like the Tower of Hera being so vertical. Falling in the Tower of Hera is a minor setback at best, and if that happens, oh well, a quick 1-2 screen difference. It's at worst during the boss battle for the dungeon. Wanted to talk about difficulty being inflated by how long stuff took? If you managed to do bad during this fight, congrats, you get the restart without even death being the trigger. Hooray! 2D Zelda dungeons felt nice to me because they were allowed to have a specific theme or gimmick to them that wasn't focused too much or too little on. Never enough to bug me, but never enough to make me feel like I was playing a slightly different game either. Something like the Tower of Hera being converted into 3D would be dog water because of the fact you have control over your camera now. Being able to look down and see where you're dropping off makes the threat and danger of the dungeon a lot less dangerous. They would have to recontextualize it to be, I don't know, maybe part of what you need to do to clear the dungeon. It's no longer just an obstacle or a setback. It is a piece of the tools you're supposed to be using to solve the dungeon. If there's an organic way to prevent the player from seeing where they're falling, you end up with Jabu Jabu's belly and the room you find Ruto in first. If there isn't an organic way, it has to be whatever point they allow you to just grab the lens of truth, so you don't feel constantly cheaped out because you couldn't see if you were jumping into a bottomless pit, where the platform was, or walking into a hole. If they do neither of these, then they need to end up making the room have floors that fall out from beneath the player to neatly illustrate to them that falling is something that can and will happen if they stop on the wrong tiles. What works in 2D may not work in 3D, and vice versa, but that all depends on the implementation and which parts of it you want to carry over. With the move into 3D, especially following, I don't know, Super Mario 64, of course they're going to do what they can to try and bring these environments to life and make them feel like they make more sense naturally, than just all being random stone labyrinths with the same design and layout. The chain jump isn't really dangerous because you're moving in a straight line, you will damn near always outpace it, and it isn't a threat, but it looks threatening. It's the same as in older games seeing it leap towards you and then getting stopped at the end. But now we're accounting for a 3D space. Your imagination is doing less work because character models can more closely resemble what they had in mind for the characters. But additionally, so can the landscapes. It's why in certain areas the camera angle will start changing its own to point down so you can see, oh hey, it's a long way down, better be careful. You say you could close your eyes there and do that, but if your eyes were closed, you wouldn't have seen that there was no platform directly after the one you leapt from. Meaning you fall into lava and take damage until you get back up to the high ground, forcing you to run back to the segment, or it forces you to reload the room, depending on which game we're playing. For the combat scenario, he shows up what was effectively the ice room he got hit in during his Sequelitis video. A spinning, bladed enemy, except in the preview, it's obvious from a top-down angle without enemies trying to freeze him and limit his potential range of movement. The goal is now to run forward. His same argument works here against him. You're just looking at the timing and walking forward. It's like crossing the street. There is no threat if you have half a brain. I don't think this makes for an interesting combat scenario either. You're putting a weapon that has a timer built into it in the path of something that is circling what is effectively the room you're in, while facing no threat. This could be made threatening if the item in question you got was a remote bomb or it ran from bombs. And then maybe even towards the sound of the explosion, so you have to think about where you're putting them while potentially dealing with other enemies forcing to make sounds that would cause it to spin the block. It's just more of a drain on your inventory now, but given you probably just spin the block for respawning to rest the break, I don't think it's that much of a big deal. I get this video was mostly for theatrics, considering the idea was probably made than the script, which would have inevitably come with the comparisons and the video editing and drawing too. But if you frame it as, I just made this up and it exists in a good game, after not only bringing up a link to the past multiple times throughout the video, and additionally calling the video that, while again saying you came with an enemy in a game that you're comparing another game to is just kind of gross. Enemy design and what the boss design is going to vary based off what the game allows and works with. If the formula doesn't work, then change the formula. They did, multiple times. When the formula does or doesn't work for the type of the game they're trying to make, they make changes. Multi-floor dungeons and being able to exist in a 3D space and see things on the floor above you and interact with them made enemies like the pawn obsolete. They put you in a room and have you fall into a bottomless pit to achieve the same effect. But is it really going to be an interesting design if Link has a variety of tools he can actively and more actively use that are going to make them far easier to deal with? Are pawns interesting if you can just aim your bow in any space and just shoot them? No, they aren't. Are they interesting if I can just aim and throw a bomb at a precise spot where they're at and it'll blow them up? No, it's not. So they changed that formula. They made these enemies stop appearing. Does that make sense? Like, oh no, if I hit this thing I'm just going to get knocked back. What if I just charge a spin attack from a distance while we have magic spin attacks in this game and kill it that way? Wide-ranging attack, I don't physically touch it, it still takes sword damage. I just use magic that's easy enough to get, and an already easy immunity is wrapped up more easily. This is why enemies like the Stylefoes were changed. They don't just chuck bones and hop backwards in the corners anymore, they circle around Link, they fight you. They didn't fit the formula, so they were changed to fit the formula. Is this hard to grasp? God, I hope not. Hey there, thanks for sticking around for after the credits. There's not really a lot I have to talk about here, other than the fact that this has been a long time fucking coming. I wanted to do this originally, but I don't know, it just seemed like something that was out of scope for the, like, video maker I was using before, and I wasn't really sure about how I wanted to go into it. So instead I just did it all in Caden and kind of freeballed it. This is an old thing, but it has definitely impacted how I've taken to looking at video games since I first ran across that fucking comment thread, because there was just so much stuff in it that really bugged me from a viewpoint perspective. It's not something I super think about, but whenever something does stand out to me, it instantly reminds me of this. It is like a bug in the back of my skull that, as long as I don't think about it, doesn't bother me at all, and once I do, it starts eating my brain. And then I forget about it again. This isn't something I've wanted to make, but it's something I felt like I needed to. It's kind of been pushing me to kind of ignore other video projects I've had planned because I wanted to get this out. Unfortunately for me, every time I wanted to, I would see a new Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom video pop up and I would go, Jesus Christ, and then I wouldn't. So, now that I've got this done, I can focus on the actual video projects I want to genuinely make. Because I'd much rather spend time on stuff I like instead of stuff that makes me, like, start looking at people like, I don't know, they're mischievous little creatures, hell-bent on disturbing my peace. I've got a few ideas I want to start working on ASAP, but I'll get to those when I get to them. For now, it's been nice seeing you.